Hello, I'm Grandmaster Peter Svidler, and this is the recap for round 13 of the candidates tournaments here on Cyprus. And as is traditional, we will begin with the open section where, of course, all eyes were on the game between Anish Giri and Javokhir Sindarov, in which Anish needed to win to keep the tournament alive in terms of who actually qualifies to play Gukesh for the World Championship title later in the year. And it was an interesting game. We begin there. Anish played the Queen's Gambit declined, which is something that Sindarov has been doing in this tournament with both colors. And by move 13, we were getting somewhat excited in the studio because this is a non-standard structure. White definitely has some potential for an attack on the king side if the f-pawn gets to f4 and you start progressing in the center. White currently has the bishop pair as well. But Javokhir played very precisely. He played rook e8, and then knight d7 and knight d5, getting rid of both bishops for both knights. And then, very importantly, in this position, he recognized immediately that the way for him to equalize needs to go through removing or ideally even trading off the queen on d3. So he instantly went queen b6, e5, queen a6. In our studio, when he was giving the interview to us after the game was finished, he did mention that a move like queen f3, even though it doesn't really do anything objectively, would have been maybe slightly more tricky for him because you preserve an option of maybe creating some kind of an attack on the king side. Anish instead took on a6, and Javokhir correctly assessed this position as completely safe because he will be able to dig at the white center. And bishop against knight endgames on a pretty open board are normally quite safe for black. And eventually he found a very clean draw in rook ending where white is a pawn up. But the king on a3 is so completely cut off from play that white has nothing at all. And here we can stop and admire his work, because with that draw, he wins the candidates tournament with a round to spare. He still has a 2-point edge over the field, specifically not even over the field entirely, but over Anish Giri specifically. And he has a very, very comfortable game with white against Wei Yi tomorrow, which he can approach whichever way he likes, really. Fantastic performance by Javokhir. He told us in the studio that actually quite a lot ended up depending on his first round game against Andrey Esipenko, where he was much worse at some point and also had less time on the clock, and ended up winning that game, which I think gave him a lot of confidence and potentially sort of changed the course of chess history to a degree, although, of course, you don't want to oversell those things. Elsewhere in the round, Andrey Esipenko's very poor tournament continues. He played a very sharp game against Wei Yi, who, in a pretty well-known position, finally somebody played knight f3 against the Petrov, and there Wei Yi went for this line where by move 8, the white king is on f1, which leads to very non-standard positions, which frankly look completely fine for black. I probably will be picking black in pretty much every single of these positions, but Andrey was playing kind of indecisively. He couldn't really figure out, I think, whether he was willing to sacrifice material or not. And eventually, in a very sharp position around move 18, as you can see, black has given up the bishop pair, but the knight on e4, although it is currently being threatened by the pawn on f3, pretty much can never be taken. Andrey continued with rook a8, because if you take on e4, the bishop is hanging, the other bishop is also hanging. And this is a very messy position, but nobody has a lot of time. This is move 18, and Andrey is on 25 minutes. Where he understandably played h2, h4, trying to get the king into the game, perhaps via the h2 square. And black is still fine if he plays something like h7, h6. Bishop b7, a6 is also a playable move. But Andrey here went for a tactical option, which I think looked very attractive to him, but just doesn't work out. He went knight c5, d takes, queen takes e5, king h2. And the point is this move queen f2, attacking the pawn on h4. And this would work, if not for the fact that the king itself can actually protect the white position without really any help from any other pieces. King h2, h3 is very, very strong here. I don't think Andrey missed it necessarily because he played queen d4 quite quickly. But after bishop takes e4, f takes e4, and specifically bishop g3, the only move that wins, e3, knight b3, queen takes e4, sorry, queen f6 and c4, c5. Black still has some compensation. As you can see a few moves later, black has these three passers in the center, which if they ever start running, will of course create problems for white. But the ensuing, in the ensuing time trouble, where he was more precise, the pawns really never got anywhere. And as you can see from the final position, white blockaded everything quite nicely, and the e-pawn even disappeared off the board, and Andrey resigned here. Elsewhere, there was a very quiet draw between Hikaru Nakamura and Matthias Bluebaum, and a very interesting game between Caruana and Prague, in which a pretty balanced position here. This is a very kind of an old school, classical kind of a Nimzo, where black is completely fine. You can play castles, you can play rook c8, with the oops, sorry, not rook b8, of course, rook c8, with the intention of meeting knight c4 simply by playing rook c6, protecting the pawn on d6. Instead, Prague played h6, h5, which is very understandable. We're trying to drive the bishop away from the pressure against the d6 pawn, and just h5, h4, h3 makes a lot of sense. Regrettably, this is basically refuted by the move knight c4, f4. e5 was stronger, but you're already in trouble. f4, e takes f4, h4, f takes g5, takes. And this position is incredibly bad for black. Because, first of all, you would like to castle long here, of course, but you immediately lose to rook f7, using the fork here to great effect. Prague played rook g8, and now g5, g6 is just very, very strong, creating threats of both g7 and rook f7. And Fabi should have won from here, but he kept on being ever so slightly imprecise. For instance, after bishop a6, rook f7 is a bit stronger than the move g7 that he chose, even though, let's say, a few moves later, we get to this position where white now gave up a few of his very strong pawns for the knight, which used to be on f6. And I'm sure the computer wins this position very comfortably with white, but in practical terms, it's actually quite difficult, because black, if you imagine this king from e7 running somewhere towards the safety, I don't know, on c7, b7, b8 squares, black has decently coordinated pieces. And this is sort of what happened in the game. Fabi went for some kind of an attack against the black position, but then wasn't very precise. And by move 40, the black king runs all the way to c5, but it's actually kind of safe because white cannot really give any meaningful checks to him. And then after rook f5, king c6, rook f2, king c7, black is now completely safe, and also the final pawn on the king side is disappearing, which means that white has nothing, and the game was agreed drawn. A disappointing result for, I think, both of them, and a disappointing tournament, frankly, for both of them, because I'm sure both Prague and Fabi came to the tournament with much, much more ambitious dreams than what ended up happening. And this concludes our roundup for the open section, but there is still the women's section to talk about, and there has been a lot of changes today in that half of our tournament. We begin, I guess, with the one draw of the round, because I think it will be the easiest to describe. This is a game between Zhongyi and Vaishali. To remind our viewers, before the round, Vaishali and Jiner were leading on +2. Vaishali played a very speculative kind of a queen's gambit against Tan, and by move 16 we have a very, very sharp position on the board where white currently has the bishop pair and potentially a very strong passer on the d-file. And here black needed to be very precise. Apparently bishop f5, e4 works, but that's a difficult move to make because it looks like everything is hanging there. But something like knight takes and then bishop d7, intending to play b7, b5, perhaps knight e7, f5, also pre-blockading the d5 pawn, expecting it to eventually be on d6. This seems to be fine for black. Vaishali instead played rook f8, and if you look at the position 5 moves later, white is clearly much better. White now has the bishop pair. The pawn on d6 is very strong. The queen side is also kind of vulnerable. Black has seemingly some jumps with knight d4, but the engine is very, very unimpressed. Queen d2 is pretty strong here. And rook e1, which is what Tan chose, is also pretty good. But in this position, she found the correct idea, which is takes, takes, and queen f1, winning the pawn on a6 if you want. But it was stronger to do it in the other order, beginning with queen f1. And yes, black has knight d4, but the jumps kind of run out. You can give one check, but it does absolutely nothing. And after queen f1, black is in trouble. Instead, she did it in this order, and Vaishali found a very important idea here, rook d5, intending to include the knight in the game with knight e5, knight d3. You should still take on a6 here to at least have an extra pawn, but Tan instead played queen e2, knight e5, h3, knight d3, and frankly, black is not worse here at all, and a few moves later, players found a threefold repetition. A very important save for Vaishali, who at some point looked like she might be losing this game, and that would drop her to +1 and potentially end her chances for qualifying for the world title match. Everything else, though, was decisive today. Very importantly, I guess we'll leave the most important game for last because it finished last. Elsewhere in the tournament, Bibisara beat Anna Muzychuk after she played queen e2 in this very classical Scotch position. And it looks like Anna wasn't really all that well prepared for it. There's a bunch of decent moves here. Queen e7 is maybe not the best because the queens come off and you still get stuck with this. And honestly, queen e7 might still be okay, but d7, d5 after queen e7 with the intention of taking with the knight, this I don't like at all. I think black is immediately stuck fighting for a draw. There will be no winning chances. And you're not even equalizing by force. Then Bibisara in this position found a very nice tactical shot. Knight takes d5, cd5, bishop b5 check, bishop d7. And now something you can very easily miss. Rook h e1, leaving the bishop on b5 unprised, but winning the other one. And 5 moves later, white is a pawn up in this position, which is very unpleasant for black. But the way Bibisara approached it actually changed the character of the game very quickly, because if you add 5 more moves, the rooks are coming off the board, and we get this opposite color bishop ending, which to begin with is still a draw. But shockingly, or maybe not that shockingly even, black has to be very, very precise here not to lose, because the structure on the king side is very vulnerable to the bishop on c3. And once the king comes to f4 and white starts playing g2, g4, the position deteriorates very quickly. Black should play a7, a6, creating targets on the queen side and also getting rid of the weakness on a7 to free up her king. And this holds. But instead, Anna played bishop e6, bishop b4, king c7, king e3, bishop c4. And by this point, you no longer have a draw, because eventually white will play king f4, g4, and start creating threats. And Anna was also in quite significant time trouble at this point. And the final position demonstrates just how badly this endgame has gone for her. Winning this game, Bibisara got to +2, which was quite likely to be a tie for first, although obviously some other permutations existed. And there was also a game between Divya and Kateryna Lagno in which we finally saw this very fashionable Hikaru with e takes f6. And I guess the critical point came somewhere around here. First of all, in this position, h5, h4 seems very logical, just creating some counterplay on the king side. And especially after you play queen a6 and unpin the knight on e2, which is currently pinned by the bishop on g4, meaning that knight d4 is currently unplayable. But black played queen a6, forcing white to unpin her own knight, and then did not play queen b5, which would at least force white to contend with some pieces hanging and would make it much more difficult to play knight d4. Instead, she played rook d7, knight d4, bishop takes d4, rook takes d4. And this is just very, very bad for black, because white has the bishop pair, white has a very strong passer on f5, full control of the center. This is borderline lost already. So a very strange decision from Divya not to try to prevent knight d4. And the final position is, as you can see, everything collapsed. Black is a piece down, and also the d-pawn is about to queen. And with that, we come to the most important, I guess, and the most swingy game of the round, which is the game between Jiner with the white pieces against Aleksandra Goryachkina. They played a very topical line of the kind of a quirky Italian in which white put the bishop on b2, which is not does not happen very often. Both of them were definitely in book up to here, and maybe even up to here. And you can already see how this game will progress, because white is a pawn up, a pretty healthy pawn up actually, but black has a passer on a5. Currently a bishop pair, both bishops are very active. For instance, you can play bishop b7 here, intending to put the other one on f6, which would have been quite good. But Aleksandra played knight bishop d6, queen h4, queen f6, creating this counterplay, potential counterplay against the white king, knight d2. And then an important detail, the bishop goes to b4, allowing it to be exchanged. Knight e4, queen b2. And black is basically saying, I have this passer on the other side of the board. There are some squares weak on the king side around the white king. I have some f5, f4 counterplay coming up. This is enough compensation for a pawn. And for a while, this was completely true. The game continued quite logically. For instance, let's say 10 moves later, we have this position where the bishop on b4 has been traded for a single knight, but now the f-file is open. There is additional counterplay against the white king, and the a-pawn, very importantly, is still alive. This will be very relevant for the future. White goes queen d5, king h7, queen g2. In this position, black has a very study-like draw with bishop h3, takes, king h1, queen takes d4, rook e1. I'm sure both players have seen up to here, but realizing this is still a draw after queen f2, rook e4, and then just quietly pushing the a-pawn down the board, I think is very difficult. I don't think this is realistic to find in a game. And here Aleksandra started to drift a little bit. She went queen b2, rook d1, a4, f3, queen b3, rook d3 check, queen f1. Here the engine says queen b2 is fine, but she played queen b4, which is not as clean. Queen c1 would have been a good reply. But here we begin a new subplot in this game. The move g3, g4, which denies the bishop on c8 a very important square on f5, I think I can absolutely get behind, even though queen c1 was probably to be preferred. But Jiner could not restrict herself to making just this one move with the g-pawn. And a few moves later, in this position, where white can actually stabilize, the engine suggests playing something like rook e2, then putting the queen on d3, putting the king on f2, and claiming that, yes, you got it to a3, but it's not progressing much farther. We can put the rook on a2. None of those pieces can be attacked. The engine gives white a pretty significant advantage, but the variations remain very unclear. And I think in practical terms, the game is still very much in progress, but this was quite good. Instead, Jiner played g5, trying to, I guess, create something on the king side. But also importantly, this bishop returns to f5 and begins to play once again. Queen c2 check, bishop f5, g6, king g8, queen a2. And then we begin this bit of a shuffling period. Black, of course, parries the threat of c4, c5, discovered check. And black is fine now, because without the pawn on g4, there's a lot of counterplay on the king side. But of course, there is no way for black to be better if white doesn't want it. The last two moves were knight e5, c6, and queen d6. You can absolutely put the knight back on e5. The queen will go to b4. And this kind of a threefold repetition would be actually quite a logical culmination of the game. But instead, and as you can see, in this position, Jiner still had 7 minutes. She made a really, really difficult to understand decision to go rook e4, e5. The rook absolutely does not belong on this square, and the entire coordination between the white pieces breaks down. And after the very simple king h8, black is suddenly much, much better. The biggest threat is just to play bishop e6, d7, then pick up the pawn on g6, and the white center is collapsing. Zhu played king e3, and now you can more or less resign after bishop d7. Everything falls apart. g6 is hanging, c6 knight is going to be removed off the board. The king on e3 is really weak. And also, very importantly, the a3 pawn is very, very strong here. And after rook e4, takes queen g3, and then queen takes g6. The game didn't continue for much longer. d5, queen f6, queen e2, a2. And because of queen takes a2, queen c3 check, and then queen f3 check, Jiner resigned. This result swings the tournament once again. For the vast majority of the game, it looked like Jiner was the one playing for a win, and had she won, she would be on +3 and leading the tournament. As it happened, there are now 2 players on +2, Bibisara and Vaishali, and Jiner drops to +1 and is in clear third there. And with those results, round 14 is tremendously exciting in the women's section. Pretty much every single game is very relevant. Bibisara is playing black against Divya. Vaishali is white against Kateryna Lagno. And everything is absolutely still to play for tomorrow. So this will be the main focus of our round 14 coverage, which I hope you will join us for starting at the usual time tomorrow. Thank you for watching this recap, and yeah, I very much do hope to see you tomorrow for the conclusion of mainly the women's section. Thank you.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
We have been witnessing history here at the FIDE candidates, and we've got top journalists from around the world here to cover the event. Let's talk to a few of them here in the media center and find out about their experience. First up, I've got Mike Rahal, our press officer, writing about every single game in detail. Mike, tell us your side of the event. How have you been enjoying it?
Hello, Charlies. The event has been amazing. The atmosphere here in the tournament is so different to the normal tournaments. There's so much on the line. A really high level of play. The place is beautiful. As you can see here, everyone is enjoying themselves. I'm having an amazing time and very happy to be here witnessing history at the same time.
Let's go along here. You can see our hardworking FIDE social media team. Let's say hi. And if I go around to this corner, we've got, of course, Chess Space India, who are at absolutely every single event. They have a whole team here, but I'm here at FIDE. Tell us how it's been going on your side.
It's actually really nice. I absolutely love the caps in George. It's been, I just came on the 8th, but still we got to do a lot of things on the rest day, and the tournament wise, when I had arrived, Javokhir was already leading. So yeah, I'm excited to see today's game with Anish. Let's see what happens.
And tell us on the fan side of things. Of course, in the Open, we've got Praggnanandhaa, who's not in the race, but Vaishali still is in the women. How have you been noticing the fan reception of this event?
Before the event, I think people like Javokhir, Fabi and Prag, they were like the favorites. Everyone was expecting, even Gukesh wanted Prag to be in the World Championship so that it will be an all-India match. But anyways, he tried his best, but unfortunately he was not able to, play as he wanted to. But Vaishali, she also played well in the Grand Swiss, that's how we qualified. But I'm rooting for her actually. It will be very nice to see. There haven't been really so many world champions in women's section from India, so it will be nice to see her contending in the World Championship. Although Hampi did play, but hopefully Vaishali will qualify and win also. Yeah.
Thank you, Vidai. Let's go ahead. This side, you can see we've got Lee Chess, this side of the hall. Lots of journalists from all over. And we've got St. Louis Chess, who have sent a very cool squad of 3 top journalists. Here is Maurice, Ashley, of course, the best of the best. Maurice, how's your experience been here at the FIDE candidates?
It's been fantastic, except for one little minor detail, is that we came here to do a documentary on one of the American players winning, and that's not going to happen. So cameraman has gone home early. I'm staying, of course. I'm a chess fan, so I want to see everything that transpires. But otherwise, it's been fantastic. Cyprus is a great place. The organization has been great. And yeah, it's a fun time.
Let me go over to Nastya here. Of course, your documentary is not happening anymore, but you've been here since day one with Irene, covering the events, interviewing players. How's it been for you?
Yeah, it's been great. And as Maurice also mentioned, the place is absolutely fantastic. Yes, of course, it's a pity that Fabi and Hikaru didn't show all their skills, but still very impressive from Sindarov. I just wanted to mention that right now, Sindarov will go in 2 weeks. He will be playing in Grand Chess Tour. And, Gukesh also is playing there. So we are very, very excited about the fact that he joined Grand Chess Tour just before the start of the candidates tournament. I think it's great news for the chess fans.
Well, can't wait to see your coverage of that event. That's going to be great. We have the chess base from Germany on this side. Irene, would you like to say a word of how things have been for you?
Sure. We all in the St. Louis Chess Club, we're all very excited with Javokhir Sindarov. Well, he's the latest addition to the Grand Chess Tour, which means that in the last leg of the Grand Chess Tour, it will be held in St. Louis, so he will visit our club eventually.
Thank you so much. And if we go to this corner, we've got 2 absolute titans in chess journalism. Dirkjan and Leoncho. Gentlemen, you came a few days ago. You haven't been here for the entire event, but you've witnessed so many great chess events in history. Tell me your thoughts on this specific one. Start with Dirkjan.
Well, it's remarkable, the performance by Sindarov that we've seen. And it looks like he's going to clinch it today. At least I wouldn't be surprised. It's great to see him develop so quickly and getting to the top. In the women's, it's still very open. Anything can happen, and there's some prospective winners there that would make a very good story, and we're chasing stories. So,
And Leoncho, it's interesting that this is your first day, but you've come from Menorca covering Gukesh. Now you're seeing Sindarov, and we have the possible matchup. Tell me your thoughts.
Well, there is a similarity in between both, their styles. Both of them are giving priority to what is very concrete. The long-term strategy thinking is not anymore the priority. Now, the very concrete calculation, tactics, and so on. This is according to our times, because now, for many people in the world, a video which lasts more than 30 seconds is already too long. So perhaps chess should also be very concrete. If this is good or bad, is another discussion, but this is the reality.
Wow. Thank you very much for your insights.
exceeded 30 seconds.
Let's finish our already longish video, according to Leoncho, with Funmaster Mike from chess.com, who has also been here since the very beginning, getting interviews with quite literally, I think, every player. How has your experience been?
Great. I just got my stress ball to help me get through the day. And luckily the stress is dying out, at least in one section. But yeah, fantastic organization. And obviously, as journalists, we want a story, and we have a story. It's pretty obvious.
So you think Javokhir dominating so often so throughout the tournament, it hasn't affected the story a bit? Like people wanted to see more competition, or do you like the way things have gone?
Yeah, this is Tiger Woods at the 97 Masters. I know you weren't alive, but at some point it became not if he's going to win, but with the margin of victory. And then, of course, then his career got started in earnest after that. So this might not age well, of course, if disaster happens, but I think we're going to be talking about margin of victory for some time.
Well, there you have it, all the hardworking and incredible journalists from around the world covering this very important step to the World Championship, which, of course, we'll probably see a few familiar faces there as well.
Hello and welcome to the final round of the FIDE Candidates 2026, coming to you live from the beautiful Cap St. George's Hotel here in Cyprus, with Javokhir Sindarov
performing a tour de force. The open section is decided before this last round. Sindarov is our winner. But today, all eyes will be on the women's section, where 6 players can still win the whole thing. I'm your Gustav Zahn, joined for maybe the last time by the legend, Peter Svidler. Peter, who's going to win that women's tournament?
My money now is on Bibisara. With the way the last round panned out, I think that's where I think this is going.
She is tied for first, but Vaishali has the white pieces in her game and Bibisara has the black pieces.
It is maybe a somewhat controversial opinion, but it's mainly based on their opponents, and it might feel like I'm picking on Divya a little bit, but Divya has been on a really, really horrible...
Half out of 5, no?
Yeah, she's on exactly half a point out of 5 last games. And her play in the last couple was, frankly, the play of somebody who is already kind of ready to go home. And Bibisara will be extremely motivated. And for Divya, really, there's nothing at stake. And Kateryna Lagno, I think, is extremely motivated for every single game. And kind of that's are very important tournaments for her. So that was what influenced my decision-making there, such as it is.
Understood. It's going to be an exciting round for sure. I will go with Vaishali. I believe in the white pieces, and I do believe that Divya will be very motivated facing Bibisara, no matter what. But anything can happen. It's going to be an exciting round. Let's look at some of the excitement from yesterday's round. There we've seen the dominator of this event, Javokhir, Sindarov, wrapping it up with 1 round to spare. Peter.
Very somber, solemn music choice as well, which we like. Yeah.
These are getting more artsy every day. It's too bad it is over.
There was
seen some slow-mo,
some sort of meaty file being played yesterday, which I also enjoyed. But the contrast is quite striking.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff from Javokhir, who can, I mean, it's a tournament game. People pay attention to the world ratings, where he is 5 points behind his compatriot, up to Satorov. But he can still more or less relax. No one would be mad at a quick draw today. We will see a lot of bloodshed in the women's section. But before that, we will see what Charlize has to tell us.
Welcome back to what might be the final time we bring you live to the playing hall of the FIDE candidates, because it is, of course, the final 14th round. We know that Javokhir Sindarov has already won with a round to spare. He had an incredible press conference yesterday. I urge you to check that out on our YouTube channel. But meanwhile, in the women's candidates, things are really, really stressful and heating up today, because mathematically we have 6 players who are still in contention for the title. One of those players, of course, is Bibisara Assaubayeva, who we got to speak to yesterday, and who Sindarov mentioned himself in the press conference as helping in this final important last game. But in the Open, although the title has been taken, remember that there are cash bonuses for decisive games. So I think we're still going to be seeing some pretty intense and crazy chess today, high-level elite stuff in both categories. Stay tuned, it's going to be an incredible day of chess.
Thank you, Charlize. And hang on, there aren't cash bonuses for decisive games, no? Someone should have told Bluebaum.
Yeah, that seems to have slipped under the radar for many people, and here is the visual representation of the standings we were talking about. Sort of ignore the one on the left. This has been decided, and there are only some minor plot twists available in that tournament, with actually 2 players still winless, 13 out of the 14 rounds in. Bluebaum on 12 draws and 1 loss, and Andrey Esipenko on a very disappointing for him, I'm sure, -4 with no wins as well. But yeah, all eyes on the women's tournament today.
Yeah, let's check these standings out. Vaishali and Bibisara are tied for first, so they will both be looking to win their game and keep an eye on the other one. Hope they don't win, but let's assume they were to lose, then everybody that's even on 6.5 still very much has a shot, because if 1 or 2 or more players are tied for first, we will see a tie break tomorrow. And that could include up to 5 players.
Yeah, there are some scenarios which result in a 5-way tie on 7.5 out of 14. They are not particularly likely, you have to say. I didn't do the math, but I'm assuming it's single figures, or perhaps even below 1%. But these are the pairings.
So let's figure this out. If Muzychuk versus Jiner is a draw, Zhu reaches 7.5. Then Goryachkina would have to win against Zhongyi to also reach 7.5. Vaishali would have to lose against Lagno, so they both reach 7.5.
Yes.
And Bibisara would have to lose as well. That's a lot of 7.5s.
That is a lot of 7.5s indeed. And
Anna wins could also work, by the way.
Yeah. Another reason for perhaps preferring, returning to your question of who do I think will win, Bibisara is a very well-known and feared player in shorter time controls, a multiple-time world champion in shorter time controls, Blitz I think specifically, but so I think if tiebreaks do materialize, she will feel quietly confident in her abilities.
You priced in the tiebreak odds already?
Slightly, yeah.
I see. So the tiebreak format is, if it's 2 players, they play a 2-game match against each other, 15 plus 10. Then, if the score is 1-1, it moves to another 2-game match with a much shorter time control, 3 plus 2. And then there is a knockout and Armageddon. If it's 3 till 5 players, 6 can no longer happen. It's a round-robin tournament in Rapids, so that means everybody plays against each other. Then who has the most points wins. Well, if we have a tie, we're moving to stage number 2. So it could be a long day tomorrow if we get a 5-way tie.
Yeah, if we actually do get a 5-way tie, tomorrow will arguably be the longest day of the tournament. This really describes of an absolute full day of work for these players. But, you know, stranger things have happened, obviously, although not very often.
No, it's just as possible, of course, that either Bibisara or Vaishali win their game and emerge as the sole winner. But it will certainly be a lot of action. And while the open section from a tension standpoint has been slightly anticlimactic, we do get rewarded with one of the more dramatic finishes you could hope for in the women's section today.
Absolutely. And yeah, these are the pairings for the open section. Fabiano pressed quite nicely yesterday with the white pieces, but with black he's been somewhat more relaxed. I don't know if he wants a fight today. I'm pretty sure Andrey would like to win a game before the tournament is over, but beating Fabi is never easy. Two players who I think in very different states of mind are Pragg versus Hikaru, because Hikaru, I think, by this point does want the tournament to end, and Pragg has been looking for fights with either color, frankly, for the past 5 rounds.
So which game will last the longest? Because I could envision, not saying it's going to happen, 3 more or less quick draws. Pragg with white, I have trouble seeing that.
I think that's the one which on paper looks the most like a full-blown game, because Matthias has been extremely solid. Anish has really nothing much to win by playing for a win today. Draw guarantees him second. And Sindarov with white against Zhongyi. Sindarov has begun making quiet, quick draws with white some time back already. He made a 20-minute draw against Hikaru a few rounds ago. So,
if you start with 5.5 out of 6 and no one else is in contention, you're allowed to cruise.
Not intended as criticism. Absolutely not intended as criticism. This is right and proper. You want to maximize your chances of winning the tournament, and by that point coasting was just very, very good for him.
Absolutely. Still putting together a historic score, 9.5 out of 13, as we've mentioned previously. 8.5 out of 14 is a very common winning score for this event. So if he ends up on 10, which is the most likely, that is +6, which is pretty sick.
Yeah, that's above the previous best, I think, which was Jan Nepomniachtchi in Madrid, if I remember correctly.
Very possible. There we see Vaishali with the white pieces facing Kateryna Lagno, who we should not forget has a shot herself if she wins with black. So Vaishali doesn't even have to go out of her way to make this a game. Both sides will want this to be a game. It's a bit tricky in Vaishali and Bibisara's spot, where you think a draw gives me pretty good chances for a tiebreak. So how hard do you push?
Yeah, and we actually discussed a similar situation on air a few days ago. I don't know if it will be exactly like that, but it is somewhat reminiscent of that London Candidates where Kramnik and Magnus had to play sort of a game and a half each. And in a way, today will be similar, I guess, because they do need to pay attention to what's happening on the other board and perhaps change their approach.
Then again, judging from all the action we've seen in the women's section, I can't recall a single game where anybody played for a draw with either color, I think.
I more mean a situation where, let's say, you suddenly notice that your competitor has made a terrible mistake and is now much worse / lost, and then perhaps you suddenly feel that finding anything that dries your game and makes it much safer is more valuable. Or the other way around, perhaps you are playing a normal game of chess and then you notice that, let's say for Vaishali, the Bibisara is suddenly winning, and then you're looking for any way to keep it sharp. You start avoiding piece trades and so on. Yeah, but approach-wise, nobody is playing for a draw in this tournament. At no point did we see any of that.
Kateryna starting with what looks like could be the Knight or
the Dragon.
Surprise,
or the
Dragon.
Because Daniel Dubov, who is here as Team Lagno, has been playing a lot of quirky dragons. So that would not be entirely out of place.
Let's see the next move.
There we go.
Here comes the Dragon. Rare guest at elite tournaments. The thing is, the Dragon is sort of a cool-looking opening, and you get all these fights, but if you investigate the main lines, it's normally black fighting for a draw, and sometimes a slightly sad way. But I'm sure Daniil and Kateryna have their own twist on it.
Yeah, they must have some ideas in the main lines. And also for Vaishali, the question is, how well did she expect this? This was, since the idea came to me the moment I saw the position by move 4, it's sort of guessable to a degree. It might make some sense at some point to take a look at what Daniil has been doing recently, but
okay, but she hasn't done it in this tournament, so it's not very high on the list.
And if you haven't actually repeated much of the dragon in recent times, I think entering the main lines starts feeling a bit iffy, right? Because they often do require precision.
Depends what you call the main line, but there are some very solid lines for white, like even long castles or g4 here after long castles. Black doesn't want to be much worse usually.
Yeah.
They play d5 here and here. Any move is reasonably safe for white, at least these e takes d, knight takes c6, bishop d4 lines. And I would assume that Vaishali also just has a repertoire that she now thinks about. Is Kateryna prepared for this? Do I want something else? We'll find out.
Yeah, absolutely. Elsewhere in the tournament, we have already Jiner showing her colors a little bit. Yeah, okay, well, I guess we
Let's
can
start here with Bibisara, our co-leader, and d4, knight f6, g3 by Divya. Sort of rare opening choice.
I'm not sure what we're trying to avoid. Maybe we're trying not to play the King's Indian, because then maybe we will play the Pierce with white instead.
I've played this against King's Indian players, so 1 g3, because if they stick to their guns, then you go e4, whatever, d6, knight e2, castles, and this is not a King's Indian. This can be somewhat awkward for black if they're not.
And that's my first guess as to what we're trying to avoid by playing g3 prior to knight f3 would be this, and sort of trying to lock black into either maybe some Benoni structures or maybe the symmetrical Grunfeld. But the symmetrical Grunfeld is really not what you want in a game which you might have to play for a win, because that is rock solid for white.
There are ways to exploit white's move order, the most common one being d5, and if white goes bishop g2, you just go c5 and go for some direct action. When knight f3, c takes d, castles is a theoretical line, but not considered very dangerous for black. There were some tricks here, which I keep forgetting. Like c4 was a move, I think. But I'm not sure what Divya does have in mind. Maybe it's very targeted at Bibisara's, right?
Bibisara begins by c5, which I'm assuming will be met by d5.
d5 is the critical move. You could make an argument for d takes c if you wanted to, but d5
already
is
played.
What people want here.
Already played, and now black has a variety of choices, I assume. I don't know. Yeah, b5 seems like it should. If it's ever playable, it will be playable here. But also, one thing that I felt was perhaps somewhat relevant is that the Benoni is, when you look at it with modern computers, is not a great opening it is to begin with the exception, I think, of when white goes g3.
Yeah, those are the best Benonis. You could still argue how good they are, but at least
they're
this
playable.
bishop is sort of
they are playable.
misplaced.
So it's absolutely an option here just to switch to Benoni type structures and play, and that's should, I guess, be satisfactory for Bibisara in terms of what she gets out of the openings. Let's see, 3 move. I see.
I'm wondering now that I'm looking at this position. I don't think I've ever looked at this move order. If you can actually go knight c3 here, looks slightly strange combined with g3, but who knows?
Yeah. What else do we have? In our third relevant, sort of more relevant game of the day in the women's, we have Muzychuk against Jiner, where it began, I guess, as a kind of a classical Alapin, but black is already doing some things that are somewhat less popular.
I always respect Jiner's preparation. There we see the score, 1 win each. What was first half? I can never remember anything. Was it draw?
I think it was a draw. Hang on. Let me check.
So e takes d here. By far the main move is queen takes d5. We're taught not to bring the queen out early.
Muzychuk actually won that game.
Ah, yeah, of course she did. But this is the main line. And after e takes d, Zhu goes knight f6, which I've seen every now and then, but honestly, I don't know much about this.
Yeah, not very often, but both of them seem to be aiming at something, because bishop b5, knight b7. Yeah, knight b7, and knight goes d4, which is also perfectly logical, starting to fight for the central control. c4, I guess we go a6, b5 or something, yeah.
Blow it up.
Yeah. and the resulting positions are very unclear. I will just note in passing that Sindarov and Wei have already traded everything but one single pair of bishops.
Let's see how quickly they're doing it.
Yeah, pretty
that
quick.
was fast.
Pretty quickly, yeah.
Petrov, 4 knights, exchange them all line.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not wasting time.
Not
Who can blame?
unexpected, yeah, not unexpected. This one is disappearing, but the 3 other games all seem to be quite alive in the open section. And we'll get to that in a moment, because we still are going to be paying the most attention to the women's
Let's
today.
see the finish of this game. They will move back and forth.
Yeah, it's almost over.
Here we go, and handshake incoming.
That's very efficient. That's under 10 minutes. Respect to the athletes.
Not easy to do.
Yeah, even just the movements themselves, they take time.
40 move rule.
Yeah.
And also, you don't want to, in a game where both sides seem cool with a draw, you don't want to like blitz out some move that's hanging a piece or even makes the game playable.
On the topic of quick draws, I noticed that in the match between Wonder Liang and Hans Niemann, they made the same draw, I think 3 or 4 times in 10 moves, which I think is a bit of a novelty, making the same one over and over again.
So they're playing 2 classical games a day, but one is a quick draw. Eh?
One is a Catalan draw, and they're not really.
Are they doing it with both colors, or
No,
is Hans just giving draws with white? What's going on?
No, he's getting draws with black, which is even more surprising.
That is odd.
Yeah.
Thought he was in the lead, so.
Yeah, he is in the lead.
I
Wonder is
catch up.
Wonder is just not really interested in trying anymore. Okay, that's.
So congrats to Javokhir Sindarov. His tournament is officially over. 10 out of 14, dominated the entire event. Frankly, broke everybody's will to fight for first place, except for Anish Giri's. But it looked like, not sure how much hopes Bluebaum and Esipenko had at the start of the tournament, but even Hikaru and Fabi, like they quit fighting for first, or didn't fight as hard with like 6 rounds to go. Let's have a look at some highlights from our new World Championship match challenger. Yeah, congratulations to the young man. What a performance.
Yeah, very well played, that young man. And well, now he has to refocus and start preparing for the title match against. We've already spoken about the fact that he is a very late replacement for Gukesh in the Grand Chess Tour. So a bunch of tournaments to play, starting very soon, actually. But then I guess his entire focus will be on getting ready for the title fight later in the year.
And let's have a look at the other games in the Open, and my eye was caught by Bluebaum. Bluebaum? Sorry, we have a graphic coming up here. They didn't play that much, but
yeah,
Sindarov doing well.
I like that graphic. I like the kaleidoscope of potential opponents finally becoming one, and yeah, they're going to develop a relationship. They don't have much of a relationship over the board yet, but they will have one by the time they're done.
Done with what? With the match? With their careers?
No, with the match. Yeah. So, what did catch your attention in the Open?
Horse on G5 by Bluebaum. He's saying, nah, I don't want to make a quick draw / don't want to play solidly today. I am going for glory and my first victory. E3 castles, bishop d2, so this is the Ragozin. This is, big part of Anish's repertoire. Bluebaum throughout the tournament has played this knight f3, d5, knight c3. I think he's got this position every game, or maybe there was one d5, e6, bishop e7 thrown in there. And, okay, this is some theory, bishop d6, and knight to g5 here.
Yeah,
That's what people play?
No, but people play much, much worse. I briefly checked because I had the feeling, and yes, this is still my game against Anish, even somehow weirdly, even though I'm really not a Ragozin player with either color. I lost a very painful
game.
game.
Again.
Yeah, I lost a very painful game to Anish in this line with the white pieces in the Tbilisi Grand Prix in 2015, I think.
So what is this?
No idea.
Knight g5. If h6, you want to jump here, or h4, or what's going on?
Here, I guess it's probably knight e4, but now that the queen is on c2, maybe it is actually h4. This is potentially quite exciting.
I want to give checkmate here.
Well, there are some pieces which are still in the way, but yeah, that is clearly the intention.
Okay, not that many pieces. Knight ce4, knight f6, queen h7. So it does seem like Bluebaum is looking for some action, or maybe it's just what he wanted against the Ragozin all along, and no one allowed him to show this horsey jumping around.
Yeah, how does black... Honestly, h6, h4 doesn't scare me such a great deal, so I think I would probably include it just to make sure h7 is not hanging anywhere. And now I guess we go, I don't know, b5.
I don't know where.
Bishop somewhere, e2.
And do I need to
e3.
move, or is this?
Oh, this is already
an idea.
Yeah, I don't know why
It's like an idea.
Why I was so completely unbothered by this. Maybe I should be very bothered. Yeah, this is kind of scary. Yeah. You have both options.
Not sure which is this smart way, but let's say this.
Knight somewhere. Ah, okay. I don't even have a good square. Yeah.
I will insist.
Yeah. No, this is just bad. Yeah. Okay. B5 was horrific. Yeah. Let's not play b5.
Let's just show threatening checkmate. And g6. This should also end quite badly.
Yeah.
Should end next move, technically.
Not even a single spite check available. Yeah.
Don't see one.
Yeah, h6 played by Anish, so an important turning point here, because knight g4, of course, is still a move which you absolutely can make if you want a kind of a contained situation where you're might still be slightly better if black doesn't react in the most precise manner, but
it feels h4ish.
Yeah.
You go knight g5 and queen c2.
Yeah, we absolutely support the idea of playing h4 here without thinking, indicating that you have everything prepared as well. That's the way to go about things.
He is thinking.
He is thinking a little bit, but that's not yet.
Not real thinking yet.
No, I don't think so.
That's the approaching the memory bank.
Yeah, this could be quite exciting. And there is also a really wild position in the game between Esipenko and Nakamura, but they both clearly know what's going on.
What is
Oh,
this?
sorry, not Esipenko and Nakamura. Nakamura and
some random Najdorf.
Yeah, Hikaru is playing against Prague. Yeah, I'm mixing everything up.
Dragendorf. Now the Dragendorf. So Fabi's also saying, let's have some fun, no quick draw. Andrey has a deep bench of random lines against the Najdorf. Then again, nowadays, these are just very often first computer lines, like queen d3, bishop g5. That's how people play nowadays.
Yeah. And very much, as we keep on saying this every single time, but it's because it's true. Yeah, very much in Paravan's wheelhouse. That's what he does in all of these Sicilians. So clearly his influence, at least to some degree. But yeah, this is... and they're both blitzing, or at least they have both been blitzing until the final move that Hikaru has just made.
So it looks like I was wrong. It looks like everybody came to play, except for Sindarov, who really doesn't have to. Yeah, Hikaru seems to stick with his h6 setup. He's evolved from a6 setups. Then he had a brief period with my favorite opening, the Austrian defense as I learned from my own chess course, that's what they call this, which he played in the last candidates. But here, he is exclusively knight c3, h6. Pragg goes g3, Bluebaum played a3 here, g3 was played by Sindarov as well, but Sindarov played it to make a draw, which I'm assuming is not what Pragg has in mind.
No.
Knight e5, knight c6, this is a weird but typical move. Now, castles could transpose back to that Sindarov game, but Praggnanandhaa takes and goes c5, obviously, having prepared this. So what's going on? e5.
Yeah, and it becomes a kind of a tavern brawl instantly with e5, g5, and then knight g4. Queen d4, black goes f7, f6. This honestly, if you've never seen this, this is very scary for white because your opposition is about to get.
They've both seen this.
All blowed up, yeah,
This
but
morning,
they have seen this clearly. I think here, Hikaru makes a very nice quiet move, rook a b8. I guess maybe sidestepping some knight takes d5 tactics, more than occupying the open file, because maybe in some lines you had to watch out for those types of double attacks, and the rook on a8 will be hanging. And Pragg goes h3, very logical. Black takes, maroons the knight on f2.
Rook
White goes
h2,
rook h2.
as you do.
Yeah, as one does, very much so. And yeah, black just goes knight e4 here. And as usual, yeah, around zeros. As you can see, slightly better for white, but Hikaru clearly is very aware of what this is and is confident this is fine.
What's Pragg doing? He prepared this morning. This is the opening that Hikaru announced. He's trying to recall his file.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what was, strictly speaking, the novelty.
This knight takes c6 and c5 does look rare. Principled, but rare. This position I've seen before, I believe.
Yeah, still quite rare. My current Lichess database shows one game after 95, 96, and one game only by players who seem to be correspondence players, although I wouldn't be maybe betting the house on that.
All right, so theory battle in what goes as theory nowadays, knight c3, h6, Hikaru. Obviously, we did some work on this, prepared as his main line. For the candidates, Pragg is trying to ask a question, but if he's thinking now, not so many questions will be asked, at least theoretically.
Yeah, he goes knight takes e4. I thought in my brief sojourn in computer land, I think it was taking with the bishop for some reason, even though I don't quite understand why. No, maybe not. Knight e4, Hikaru will of course recapture. The natural move there will be, I guess, bishop e3, trying to keep everything protected.
Yeah, keeping queens on the board with the rook on h2 looks like we're pushing our
we're
a little bit. No,
maybe asking for trouble. Yeah, g4. Bishop e3, yeah, keeping as many things as possible under protection, and also perhaps indicating long castles is seemingly very logical.
Yeah. Plate. Hikaru with the classical look up, which means trying to recall my stuff.
Yeah.
How does he doesn't need long. Goes bishop f5.
Yeah.
Keeps an eye on the e4 pawn.
For our viewers who are perhaps unwilling to count them, white is currently one up, which is very relevant because otherwise black would be completely fine with that really strange rook on h2. But having the extra pawn here gives you some hope if you're able to stabilize. But how able to stabilize are you is the big question. If we castle long here, does black play queen takes d4 and then, I guess, just not? You know, like
I was more concerned of this queen staying on the board, but I don't know.
No, I thought takes and bishop d4, bishop g5 check was something, but on second thought, I think it's probably just empty, and white will be able to deal with it. Maybe even e3,
yeah.
Rook f8, and then rook f8, and then we make a careful move, yeah, like king c2. Yeah. Once I get, I don't know, bishop h1, rook hd2 or something, or h4 first. Yeah, I will just be close to winning here, I guess, with white. So yeah, that's not ideal. So yeah, queen c8 or queen e8. c8 seems logical because maybe it finds a place on a6, and a6 does seem like a very good square for that queen with the king on c1 here, or e6 actually, yeah.
I don't know. Do we have to be concerned about giving all the pawns?
I mean, we played this line probably not very much, so yeah. Now a choice is between bishop e6 and taking and queen a6. I would, yeah. Let's. Bishop on e7 is a bit passive.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I would be very worried with white. King b1.
Not sure, but
Queen a3, though. I think Queen b1, King b1 may have been a mistake.
why is this so
Oh, no, we have bishop d4.
dramatic?
Yeah. I have bishop d4.
Check first.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah. No, it's. Yeah, I don't know why I was so dramatic. I was mainly just blundering things all over the place. Okay, go back a sec. But maybe it's fizzling. Yeah, maybe white is. Yeah. White needs to play bishop d4 and e3, and even the rook on h2 will be quite useful connecting to the b2 pawn. Yeah. I mean, Hikaru clearly knows what he's doing, but working all of this on your own, working all of this out on your own would be quite hard.
Yeah, interesting. Bit of clicking there by Praggnanandhaa. Let's go back to the women's section. Check out how our leaders get out of the opening. Start with Vaishali, and this is indeed a dragon-ish main line. We see Vaishali down one in the head-to-head. Yeah, that's the line I mentioned as quote-unquote the safe choice for white. d5, takes, and bishop c4. I believe one of my many courses recommends this bishop c4, my aggressive e4 repertoire. The point was to put it here, blocking the b file. Then we go here and here. We try to checkmate. Well, there's some tension in the center.
Yeah, bishop c4 is not unheard of, but much rarer, of course, than he takes d5, which is far and away the main move. And I'm sure the main focus was finding something, because the main theory even there is very often kind of green attempts to make a draw by force, and that definitely was not the plan for today, I think, for Kateryna.
Of course, there's many moves. Even here, bishop h6 is very much a line. Here, queen e1, king b1, whatever. But this, yeah, I thought this was smart. Put the bishop here and then start attacking. If memory serves, black was, as in any line, somehow surviving move by move, but it was far from easy or trivial. So I thought it was a good try. Like sometimes you allow this pawn being captured, the queen just goes away, and we keep doing stuff with h4, h5. So I kind of like it. e6, I think we even have a tempo. But let's say the bishop goes here. Then we start doing stuff. It was quite tricky.
Yeah, the bishop on b3, it's always weird to see it on b3 in these types of structures, because as a Sicilian player myself with the white pieces, like, it's extremely blunted there. It really has seemingly no job to do on b3.
Covers b2.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
it's a fully defensive piece, but it's extremely valuable as such.
Yeah.
And I've come to that realization in a lot of different variations as well. Yeah, that we're sort of killing off our own bishop. It's staring into this very solid pawn center, but not getting mated along the b file. Just more important.
Yeah. Sometimes there were even lines where you could switch to sort of positional stuff like, no, this is a proper line. And if Kateryna is thinking, I'm assuming she had to learn a lot of dragon more or less on the fly for this surprise. I did this once during the 2012 Olympiad. I learned the dragon overnight. And there's a lot of lines to learn if you take this position after long castles d5. Bishop c4 is also a serious move, so it's g4. So you can't cover them all.
Yeah, I don't know if it's sort of entirely on the fly. It may have been part of the plan for black against e4 for this tournament. And
for the last round, you keep it for the last round?
Well, yeah, break glass in case of emergency type stuff, I guess. Yeah, she has seen. Hang on a second, these are not the right games I opened. I was trying to check what she was doing against e4 in this tournament, and then I realized I did that wrong. But Yeah, I can imagine this being part of sort of general prep that you play occasionally. She played e5 against Goryachkina and against Zhongyi and against Muzychuk. Then people stopped playing e4 against her for a while, and then she played e5 again against Bibisara. So yeah, we haven't seen very much Sicilian in this tournament from Kateryna.
Yeah, no, clearly she looked at the dragon, but I'm saying, yeah, if it's your first time, there are so many lines, and the problem is also they're all dangerous for black, so it's not like you can wrap things up.
You don't get a pass in many of these.
No.
Yeah. In our other leadership game, so to speak, Divya is actually doing really well against Bibisara, quote unquote, objectively. Does Bibisara care? Probably not very much. I think it's her choice. And I like the
one.
Yeah, this is their score prior to the tournament, and in this tournament,
Bibisara beat her.
Yeah.
No, sorry, and Divya beat her in the first leg.
Yep, there was that very dramatic game, which was around equality for the most part, and then Bibisara went astray. I think move 40. She was still move 39. Yeah, she was still okay on move 39. But yeah,
As knight e3, you always feel classy as a d4 player. You're showing deep understanding. You're saying, one day e6, ed, cd will happen, and I will have my knight ready on a3 to jump to c4, or I will use all these pieces to stop b5 if you prepare it 800 times. Okay, these structures, the computer will always give +1 or something, and the computer will be right. But I think Bibisara is saying, you know what?
Yeah.
I want to keep pieces on the board and hope action comes later.
Exactly. 32 pieces on the board, complicated position, but mess in time trouble. Let's go. Although, yeah, you're very passive, and in particular now that she's played the knight on d7.
Yeah, I didn't love knight bd7.
Yeah, pushing e6 somewhere would have been I think my idea. Yeah, either exactly. In some order, the two ideas that Jan is showing on the screen. Because knight on d7 really just feels in the way.
Blocks everything.
Yeah,
you never get b5, and you also can't play e6 so easily.
Yeah.
That's why she went here.
Yeah. And honestly, I think you can start going in, frankly. Just go f4, bishop b3, knight g2, and sort of go time. But because what black is about to be doing here, I'm not entirely sure. Like e6, you can prepare with rook e8, but you're not going to be very happy recapturing with the rook either. e6, d6, f e6. That structure is generally just very poor for black, yeah. And she did something.
Yeah, I'd play something more boring, I guess. Knight a3 or h3 is the move, but not against f4.
Yeah, and Divya played h3, which is very understandable. It's a useful move in pretty much every single situation to stop all kinds of knight g4 jumps for the future, which is, yeah, right and proper. But I thought if we deny the e5 square to the d7 knight, we don't actually have to worry about knight g4 anymore, which is why I was proposing maybe saving on h3 and just going in immediately.
Has she made a move?
Yeah, she played h3. Yeah.
She played h3.
Yeah. She played h3.
Fair enough.
I think.
And this, I'm not sure black wins any time by this operation. Yeah. f4 is next.
Absolutely, yeah. No, you can absolutely play as a slightly more restrained game, wait for black to show her hand a little bit. Is it
After
e6?
e6,
Is it
I'm not
e8?
sure if maybe I just want to take and... Yeah, I'm not sure how good this is, or bishop f4. Should probably also be good, like...
I think I'm developing it to d2 even, because I think it might be more needed in the center. b5 is just not happening with this setup.
No, I just want to attack.
Yeah. Yeah, knight g2, f4, even maybe g4, g5 in some cases. It reminds me of these really, really unpleasant Grunfelds I sometimes got against f3 when I played f3, knight c6. Just not pleasant structure.
Pawn on f3.
Yeah, it's on f4 in those cases very often. Yep. I mean, a good position for Divya, and Bibisara instantly goes h3, e6, so I guess she is basically inviting as...
Yeah, what else can she do?
As imbalanced a position as possible, and saying, I don't care at all what it's evaluated as. Let's play chess. Good strategy for today, frankly.
Also, you can't care too much what these positions are evaluated if you regularly play Benoni King's Indians.
Yeah, that is.
Better not to look at the
That's very true. Yeah.
eval too much.
In the game between Muzychuk and Jiner, I think Jiner is now completely fine, as far as I can tell. I mean, sometimes these positions are a little bit unpleasant, but this one feels like it should be okay. Yeah. I mean, it's all in the past, but I do have a question for you. If we go back to, and there's the head-to-head, which was equal prior to the tournament, and as we mentioned, Anna actually beat Jiner with the black pieces in the first half. If we can go back for a second, I'm just curious why this wasn't even considered. Maybe it's just theory. Why can't we go d4, a6, knight b7, d4, a6? Can't I take on d7 and c5? And claim that I have.
Never seen this before.
Claim that I have more pawns.
How do we take queen?
Queen, I guess. Yeah, like other things don't really make much sense to me. I don't know. Maybe you just take on d5 here and you play with something. But I have a feeling I might actually emerge with this extra pawn eventually. Maybe not. I don't know. It was curious to me at least that this wasn't even considered seriously. But looking at this now, I guess it really isn't as attractive as all that, with e5, f6 coming in, yeah, or even a6, bishop takes c5. Anyway, she played bishop e2.
Yeah, also more in Anna's style. She doesn't like strategic chaos too much, and this looks very controlled. But black is all right, no? Bishop b7, castles, 95.
Yeah. If we get that, black is completely fine, yeah.
What's the issue?
Yeah, well, I think for these structures to become better for white, you need to start threatening c4, c5 very early on. Like, you need to make a lot of progress on the queen side.
Feels like we're some tempi behind what you would.
Yeah, maybe even some sort of knight a4 or knight d4, knight d2, b3. But yeah, we need too many moves in order to have any kind of pressure. So yeah,
how does this compare to these types of positions? Okay, as a knight on e7, so it's not exactly perfect comparison, but you get this kind of stuff quite often.
Yeah.
No, but it's kind of different still. So no, I don't think it's a great comparison. Just the position reminded me of this.
Well, spiritually quite close, yeah, but
no, it's different enough.
A lot of details which are different. I think black is just completely fine here.
Yeah, I agree.
And
I take black. Looks easier to play. Castle, rooks to d8 and c8, and there's always something happening on the king side. Like
knight of g6 and start some pushing. And
knight e5.
Yeah, we might still have a chance to demonstrate all of this with closer to the actual position. So let's wait. There's also game 4 in the women's tournament. The only game today which is not perhaps immediately impactful in the fight for first, although
could still wins.
Yeah, and Zhongyi playing what in my mind is just straight up called the Chinese Petrov, which is very on brand. Equal score prior to the tournament between these two. Yeah, these systems with bishop f5, knight d6, in my mind, are very firmly associated with a bunch of very strong Chinese players who do this in every single move order known to man.
Knight c6 here is possible. I think they also started going bishop f5 or even knight d6 directly. But yeah, they all look very similar. Bishop c2 looks very subtle. I can't claim I'm an expert here. I think normally they go rook e1, bishop f5, knight f1, or takes knight f1 in some order.
Yep.
But I guess Goryachkina knows what she's doing here. Knight b8 back, saying knight c6 was just tease.
Yeah, that was a bluff. Yeah, now
we get similar stuff to what I mentioned.
It's kind of amazing to watch all of this being played out more or less instantly, including the move knight c6 b8, which I understand conceptually, but which does not seem to be like absolutely forced. But
no, that's why normally they try to do this without knight b8, which I'm sure there are reasons against. Without knight c6, like some c4 somewhere.
Yep.
But this, it's a curious twist. Also, white saying, yeah, I'm aware bishop c2, and you have to go back.
Yeah. Also, b7, b6 is not something that they do very willingly normally, but I guess it's a bit awkward otherwise.
We did move our horsey around a bit, so maybe we're not in time to do something else.
b6 is definitely a concession of some sort, not ruining black's position, of course, but you'll have to see it with white. It at least gives you a potential target.
Yeah. Tan pretty much still blitzing, so she is saying, do your worst.
Yep. That is very often the case in these types of positions. Yeah, I mean, something like rook e2, rook e1 seems logical, but that allows black to get one pair of rooks off, and yeah, how bad can this be? I think how bad can this be is just like a slogan for this particular branch of the Petrov pretty much every single time. Yeah, you know you'll have to maybe grovel a little bit, but structurally your position is sound. You have all these trades coming up. How bad can it be?
That is the big question. Tan, well, she's out of contention, so she has no reason to play any too sharp openings. Asking Goryachkina to show her. Okay, this we've seen, Yeah.
Just for a second.
Still thinking after bishop c4, which is not great news.
Exciting things happening in the Nakamura game. So maybe
go.
Well, because we might be missing the entire game. The speed that they're doing this, we might actually blink and miss the whole game. Hikaru is now down a queen.
But he's only down 2 minutes since they started the game.
Yep. Yeah, and
bishop g5. We didn't spot that one.
No.
Does hang the queen. Maybe Prague wasn't as fighting a mood. Normally these things are forced draws just from the speed, but let's figure out what's going on actually.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for a second, and I thought, can't black be better? Because we're taking on b2, we already have taken on b2, and a2 is also falling. But I guess they both know this is somehow a draw. King g8, I guess, may be a precise move because white wants to take on e4 and then perhaps cut it off with rook f2. And we are now prepared to go king f7 first, get it to e7.
Stop the passer.
Yeah, stop the passer and then start collecting the king side.
Just this, yeah?
Yeah, just play, yeah. Do not engage with rook f2 at all. Get it over to e7 or e6, and then we just never lose, right?
Doesn't look like you could ever lose. I'm with you. How does white make a draw?
Yeah, exactly. Like, where's the forced draw for Prague? We can see the bar says it exists, but yeah, if I were worried with any side here, it probably would be white, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess we go rook f2. If you play king e7, I have king f5, king g6, which initiates a race at least.
Yeah,
and now I go, oh, no, but rook takes e2. No.
One more Ponzi.
Yeah, I forgot e2 was hanging. No. This doesn't work at all. Rook before check is a bit of a, I mean, rook takes a2 is still a stronger threat, but maybe a3 for now. I guess you go rook a2. I don't know, I mean, I would like a clean draw right about now with white. I really would.
Not sure how much you lose this, but...
Well, I mean, I'm definitely not winning any of them.
No.
Maybe we just stay on d4 and e4 and we make a draw, yeah.
This could be...
Yeah, this could be the draw, yeah.
Peaceful conclusion, because once this rook starts doing stuff, it will also find, targets.
It will find targets on the other side of the board, for sure. Yep. Very nice opening work, definitely by Hikaru and his team, and probably by Pragg and his team as well, frankly, at the speed that this has been happening.
Okay, if your opponent's black and blitzes out his first 25 moves and is slightly better to equal, I'm not sure how much we can praise Pragg, but it's also how it goes sometimes. You find a question and you hope that this wasn't paid attention to, but Hikaru is showing as much as we like to say. Yeah, he didn't come prepared properly, he didn't play enough and so on. He's showing work has been done.
Oh, work definitely has been done. I mean, there's no doubt about it, yeah. But yeah, I just wanted, I had the feeling this game might not be very long for this world, so I wanted to show our viewers the mess that we just briefly scrolled by. In our Dragon, in the women's tournament, Kateryna thought for quite a while and made a move which I assume is not the first line, right?
My memory is terrible, but I think the main line started with pawn on e6, not bishop on e6.
Yeah, I could see that e6 is much more often played at any level, and this one has a really, really poor statistical record, but not a lot of players whose names I recognize on my screen. But white has like an 85% score here.
I have to check my own course. I don't even recall looking at this, which probably means computer kind of hates it too. But okay, d takes c4 is a threat, so let's start with bishop b3.
Also, we could ask the important question, can't we, now that we've included bishop c4 and bishop b6, can't we just start collecting? Can I take on d5 5 times? Or 4 times, as
I'm
in case?
just against it philosophically, but if it works...
Yeah, I mean, normally this is not great, yeah, and I understand what you mean, but like if we stabilize here? It's a better version because there's nobody on f5. Normally black has at least a threat of bishop f5 in all of these positions. Bishop d4 here or something.
It is a pawn. But,
okay, rook f8 is annoying.
Queen f4 check, rook f8, bishop d4, I don't love.
Yeah, queen c5, queen b7, those types of positions are always kind of okay for black.
I don't know, I think even this could be move-by-move business, but
yeah,
a bit scared always.
Yeah. No, but I think with the inclusion of bishop c4, bishop b6, this is definitely something you could consider, because you're offloading a lot more pieces.
Yeah.
You're offloading a lot more pieces than you normally do.
And if I go bishop b3, then you could actually argue that bishop e6 makes some sense compared to e6, like, I don't know, queen somewhere, rook d8. So yeah, interesting. The good news is, since bishop e6 is bad, and I'm starting to feel terrible, maybe Vaishali watched my course and bishop e6 was not in it, because I have zero recollection of bishop e6. Yeah, that's then always... She has to start thinking now. That's always the worst part, where you invest a lot of time, and then your beta testers also invest a lot of time in making sure that no candidates are missed at any point. Well, it's 0.8. Like, you get 0.8 with white out of the opening, okay, start thinking. There's no money back. I think there is for a month, actually. Yeah, fair enough. And yeah, Vaishali will not be, I mean, this is the usual conversation we always have about these things. If you get surprised in the opening early on, you feel kind of silly not to have checked it, but you also know this is not the right move. You know you're better, but you're also annoyed that you didn't confirm why this is bad beforehand. Yeah, exactly. The absolutely standard situation that you encounter in all of these cases. Yep. Okay. Okay, they're both out of book. Kateryna spent half an hour on bishop e6, so she's clearly out of it, and Vaishali also starting to take time now. This game has been out of book for a while. I wasn't sure about bishop f4. Yeah, I thought knight e5 has to be played anyway, or will be played anyway. Yeah, I thought that we are probably playing f4 in pretty much every single case later on, so why are we wasting a move on this? It might still be good now, knight d2 or knight a3. Now knight d2, maybe I am actually kind of half considering knight c6 and e5, knight d4. Yeah, also knight d3 is there. Yeah, I just did not like bishop f4. Yeah, maybe we go here if needed. No, I'm pretty sure it's still a perfectly good position for white, but I thought... Feels very off-topic. Yeah, I'm just playing f4 here. I don't like allowing knight e5. Let it stay on d7. It has no moves on d7. Let it stay on d7. I want to go here, but not allowed. Yeah, currently it really does have no sensible moves from there. We're not playing knight b6, I don't think so. No, I don't even know what you do. Yeah. Normally, I lose blitz games like that eventually, like so I blunder some. Knight a3, c2 or... No, I'm aware white is much better. I'm just saying. No, this looks terrible. And honestly, if the bishop goes anywhere at all, I'm putting it on e3. I'm not putting it on f4. Yeah, bishop f4 is just a weird move because you don't even dream of taking here. Like, when black 95 very understandably played by Bibisara. She will feel a lot better about things now because I think bishop f4 is sort of the first indication that things are going in slightly weird directions for Divya. Yeah. Okay, it hasn't been her tournament. She did win the World Cup, and she seems very, very much on the rise. But yeah, this has not been it yet. Still, bishop f4 doesn't lose or anything. But no, of course not. It's strange. Of course not. And Bibisara's strategy, I don't know. Might be a bit early, but could be bearing fruit. Play something. All the pieces on the board. Non-symmetrical structure. You feel a lot more justified the moment you see the first move that you sort of disagree with internally from your opponent. Yeah. This you disagree with sort of strongly, I think.
And yeah, I'm sure I told this story to you and to viewers on air at some point, but the most extreme example of this was told to me by Sergei Dalmatov many years ago. He used to play the French with black, which meant that for him, he could play d2, d4, e7, e6 against players who are not e4 players. And then people would play c4 against him, and he would just continue playing the Nimzo, but in his mind, his opponent already made one mistake.
Right. He didn't play the best move before.
So we're already ahead in this game. And he was half serious about
But
this.
why didn't he make a mistake with the e6?
He's bluffing. His is a conscious choice to provoke a decision, whereas for them, they just don't have the necessary wherewithal to play 2e4 here.
I don't know. Sounds like both made a mistake. e6 allowing e4, white not playing it.
Yeah. No, it's
Right, I get the point.
it's a bit of a stretch. Yeah, I very much
Some
understand.
mental gymnastics.
Yes. Some mental gymnastic definitely involved there.
And yeah, Vaishali is saying, okay, thank you for the pawn.
Yeah. Also interesting, but I guess less interesting that Kateryna takes with the pawn, because I would consider now bishop b3 maybe becomes even more interesting, because bishop d4, rook a1. Yeah. But yeah, Vaishali is clearly saying, yeah, I like having more pawns than you do.
Also very logical if you know, as she did, that e6 or whatever. They start with rook b8. Other moves, then you can sort of come to the conclusion that now we should take. What does Compi say about this? Yeah, Compi says this doesn't work for black, yeah? Or not fully?
Not fully, yeah. Doesn't say we've lost, but yeah, that's a... If I understand the way the bar works, this is +1 territory, yeah?
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, quite a lot for move 13 in the dragon,
Also
even in
just
the dragon.
nature of play-wise. Vaishali seems pretty crisp calculator, and here, if you give her the pawn, she's not going to blunder any tricks against it.
No.
Well, yeah, maybe in a more subdued strategic battle you could hope for more, but Lagno is in some trouble.
Yeah, okay, let's try to figure it out. We take everything, we go queen c7, that's absolutely the sort of the bog standard reaction. How do we deal with this with white? We don't have...
Kind of like queen c5.
Yeah, queen c5, queen
Push
b7.
the queen off this diagonal.
Do you play... Yeah, because bishop d4, I thought rook fc8. You normally go to a3, and then I really disliked queen c6.
You really don't like...
Yeah, because I think it forces c3, and if we're provoking c3, then maybe our position as black is not that poor.
Tell me more.
Yeah, I understand I still need to make moves here, but... which is the bane of my existence. The necessity to not just talk, but also back it up with decisions. Yeah, I don't see it, and also Kateryna quickly goes rook b8, which I thought, a5, yeah, bishop e3, or even bishop c5 I thought was playable.
Showing off.
Yeah, very much so. And yeah, the bishop cannot take on c5 here. It would very much like to, but it cannot. Yep. Yeah, Kateryna goes rook b8, which I thought we can reply to with bishop... no. What am I talking about? No, we can't. So I guess we are playing... what are we playing? Bishop b3 or c3 or what?
Sometimes brave people play b3.
Yeah, but
we are been very brave.
We are not them. b3, queen d6, I begin to...
Yeah. Must be very brave.
Yeah.
Maybe b4.
Yeah, let's not.
Okay, let's play normal, bishop b3.
Queen c7. I did blunder bishop f4. I don't know how good it is, but I did blunder it.
Okay, then I shall do it.
Yeah, I mean, the position after, let's say, queen c6 takes, you absolutely still occasionally lose with white in a blitz game, but I think you're also pretty convinced you're winning. King b1, simply, yeah.
This looks completely winning.
Like the bishop on b3 is going to continue doing a very good job preventing anything.
King b1.
Yeah, that
Rook
doesn't
e6 whenever I feel like.
Yeah, no. Queen c7 is just not the move, I guess, yeah. So where does it go? c8? But that is also kind of not the move, because we want the rook on f8.
No, don't you kind of resign?
Well, b3 is hanging.
Sorry, did I blunder
I
something?
feel like you need to include king b1, but... But king b1, I mean, you never hate including king b1 in these positions.
Wondering if I should defend my bishop h6 move, but nah. I mean, I can take pawn-c.
Yeah.
But yeah, this looks good.
Yeah. Just king b1, we want bishop
No,
d4,
actually with the
or
queen
bishop
here,
h6, as you were saying. Bishop takes a7 will become playable. a5, even queen takes e5, frankly, and show me why you value the open a file so much. There are not many threats along it. Yeah, looks like
No,
it's
this
just
might
a
just
pawn.
be bad timing to spring the dragon surprise. Or
Yeah, still a couple of games reaching this position. They appear to be correspondence games, and they both continued bishop b3, confirming the...
what are we talking about? Rook b8?
No, the current position. No, this is not correspondence. Maybe the other one is. No. I was completely wrong about the correspondence part of it. Two very much live games reaching this position, both continuing bishop b3.
It is a logical move. c3.
Less logical, feels like.
Yeah.
Queen has access to
Queen
a5.
this square.
Probably even maybe immediate queen a5 is very awkward already.
Yeah.
It's ugly to allow bishop takes e6, but if we take on a2, we don't care. You know, priorities.
No, this is asking for trouble.
Yep.
No, but she will do that.
Yeah. Also, by the way, remember you said you never even contemplate taking on e5 in that Benoni-ish?
No. I hate that. Absolutely hate this decision.
No, that is. Honestly, it's kind of shocking to me that the engine still suggests white maybe is slightly better. I don't quite like that. Is just so against everything I would choose with white that, you know, I want the engine to already start claiming this is a horrible mistake and we're worse, but apparently we're not.
And this knight is a long, long way away from d4, but in general these pawns covering both the d5.
I guess white is, for the time being, extremely stable because b5 is not really a break that you can organize anytime soon, and kingside is very, very stable now. But what is white doing? Like, what are you even aiming for here? a5, knight a4, knight d2, knight b3, and what, like the pawn on c5 will get covered. Like, what's your proactive plan here with white? We're never playing f4. We have nothing to look forward to on the queen side. There are no squares for our knights. Are we just shuffling for the next 40 moves and waiting for black to start playing for a win in a must-win game, or what?
Oh, black, there will be winning attempts, black. I mean, it's a long way from d4, but once it gets there, we get the bishop here, we think about b5.
Yeah. No, but also how do you, like, it's like 6 moves, but what is white going to do in those 6 moves? This is such a strange decision by Divya.
Yeah. No, I'm starting to feel bad because obviously Divya is a tremendous player in the top 10, just won the World Cup. But sometimes the strategic decision she's making,
something
we don't think of.
Something is not quite right, and you never know sort of exactly what's going on with a player inside such a long, difficult tournament. But yeah, it feels like the first half was risky and topsy-turvy, and she won some games she maybe wouldn't have won under different circumstances. That win against Anna Muzychuk comes to mind. But the second half is just straight up disastrous, and she's really not herself.
No, that's what I'm curious about. I don't know actually about how her chess training went, but I'm assuming that it could be quite deep calculation based, because it's often, I think, guys like Pragg and Gukesh, they also started out with like solving lots of very complicated exercises, while old Europeans that read books, like a lot of stuff she does looks so strange, but maybe it just wasn't part of her chess upbringing, and she can just outcalculate everybody.
Yeah, I think people in general, people in this generation are much less concerned about those old fogey concepts.
Yeah.
Structure, what structure?
Also, very often it's the old books didn't say the truth, and even here, because we're saying this move looks strange, Compy still says plus 0, 1, right? And maybe after bishop f4, knight e5, that's the best move you can make.
Maybe, yeah, maybe there were some concrete problems with everything else, but I think it just began with bishop f4. You already are forced into some suboptimal decisions because the bishop is just not where it's supposed to be. Anyway. This edition of Two Men Yell at Clouds is now concluded.
Moving on. We still like Zhongyi's position, not in a sense that black is better, but that it is a fighting position. Shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah.
What Anna did looks correct though. Like this bishop comes here, not here, where it wasn't doing much.
And now you have to play for this push. Yeah, and I'm already wondering if we could maybe make an argument for. I think even the immediate c5 doesn't lose. But what about knight a4?
Yeah.
And try to actually play it on the next move, because then the bishop on e2 gets a target on a6.
So here, are you actually threatening it?
Well, not with that X-ray, but I guess I can include queen b3, or at least try to. Although, I mean, knight e4, knight e5. Knight e5 maybe not so much, but knight e4 does come to mind. Try to gain some space, try to... Bishop f4 maybe at some point is also a playable move. No, this could very easily become quite sharp with...
hang on, I can take d7 maybe?
Well, c1 will be hanging, so not immediately. But you might be slightly worse after queen e3. Yeah. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you about. Yeah, no, this is very much a very interesting fighting position, kind of a non-standard structure. We'll see. What's the clock situation? Anna is playing slower, yeah?
Slightly, but nothing outrageous is happening. All right, yeah. Vaishali is still thinking. So currently, Vaishali is better. Bibisara is not better, but
trend-wise,
trend in her favor, her opening choice.
Sort of paying
seems
off
to have
now,
gotten her what she wants, like strange position where stuff can happen. Yeah, Goryachkina turn Zhongyi is the typical bar in the middle, maybe a little more of white, 0-1-ish more of white in these positions, but black very, very solid. Now you think about queen f8, rook e8, or queen d8, queen c7.
This is where you would very much like to have your queen on c7 and the pawn back on b7, because queen f8 you have to start worrying about queen a4, or at least paying some attention to queen a4.
So
Guess that's...
we go here,
Yeah.
say this, we survive. Or even queen c7, don't know.
Yeah. But the margins are obviously extremely small here for white. If black manages to solve those little tactical problems, black is going to be completely fine. Like if you add g7, g6 to this position, I think there's immediately nothing to look forward to. Just making the mockery of that knight on g3.
Yep.
Shall we visit the open for a second? h4.
What's our boy doing?
h4 has been played.
h4 played. Rook e8, also logical enough, creating.
Rook e8 took Anish half an hour.
Escape route. So Anish out of book. Bluebaum also taking time now. Rook e8 looks logical.
Yeah, looks very, very logical. The one thing you can say against it is, with the bishop still on c4, it makes e6, e5 completely unplayable, but we weren't playing e6, e5 anyway, so it's...
So let's make some random aggressive move.
Yes. Very on board with that plan.
What does black do? b5?
I think we pretty much always begin with b5, yeah. And
I'm assuming... Well, first we think about knight e4 always.
But now I can take on c4, right? And h7 is no longer...
This is not enough, right?
What do you want?
Nothing.
Yeah, I was wondering what the follow-up is.
No. Okay, then I want bishop e2, but I'm not sure. Feels like I'm giving you too much time somehow.
Knight b4, queen b1, yeah. I guess bishop b7, knight bd5.
Yeah, this looks
very strange
enough.
Because black is pretty much never taking on g5, but we are also not really supporting the knight on g5 with anything. So it feels like black will be able to develop some sort of counterplay.
So what else can I do? If I go here directly, am I hanging a piece or not?
Well, you may be actually right. I can take on g5, and if you take with the pawn, I will take on e4 and on g5, and the attack appears to have
Petered out.
disappeared. Yes,
Yeah.
the king runs to
Can't
e7
really do
quite
that.
comfortably. So
You still haven't burned all your bridges.
yeah, of course,
you
yeah.
can go
But
away.
then why have we played
why have we
h4
done
is,
this? Yeah.
is a relevant question. My question is it ever any good to play f4 in these types of positions?
I'm gonna
It's ugly-ish.
call it ugly-ish.
It's ugly-ish, but I think it, like, getting rid of our attacking pieces becomes a lot harder. And now we go bishop e2. And also, I do like the fact that I'm making e6, e5 a lot more difficult to organize. Queen b1, bishop b7, or even c5, frankly. Yeah, it's too slow.
Doesn't this look bad?
It's too slow, yeah.
So what is the point? Can go bishop e2 on a subtle day maybe, but also feels very slow.
Yeah. Inviting all kinds of shenanigans, I think, yeah. It's curious because, I mean, h4 does not look like an over-the-board decision, but I'm not sure what the justification is.
Let's go.
At this exact moment, I was thinking about g4 with the idea of knight takes f7 and g5. I really was, but I do not believe in it. It's just that we can't really make it work. Is it just knight e4? But then, yeah, why didn't we do it on the previous?
Doesn't feel like. So. I'll keep staring at the position emptily.
Yeah, this is fantastic dead air content. That's what we're here for. Yeah, it feels like this is logical, but I don't know. I don't know how to convince myself this is working.
No, black's moves are also sort of easy.
Yeah, black just blitzes all of that out, and you still have no attack. You just have this kind of a pretense attacking piece on g5, which is not threatening anything. Weird position. Is it a3?
Yeah, I also thought, because I was trying to make d5 work, but knight b4 annoys me.
But a3 they often, although that I guess we will find a reaction to. I thought b5 before, but then bishop a2 and knight c4, and I don't hate it as much.
No, I think you're right. This looks like the way.
Yeah. Because it feels like stopping knight b4 might be extremely relevant.
Yeah. Even bishop e2 now we can think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Let's say
we can
here.
choose a square. Yeah.
Here.
And now we can think. Yeah, now we can...
Now there are options. d5 is still nonsense.
Although, yeah, once the bishop lands on b7... Why is d5 bad? I guess you can play something like e takes d5. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Why is it bad? 95? Are we taking on g5 here? Maybe we're taking on g5 here, actually. We're back to being able to do that, maybe. H takes g, knight takes d5. I don't see how we're getting mated with black.
Knight f6. You
Queen
don't
takes?
care?
Yeah, I don't think I need to care. Hg, queen g5. It runs to e7 too quickly, yeah.
There's not much there.
No.
But hang on. So hg.
Knight takes.
5.
Now you can maybe, although, how are you supposed to wait for a move? Queen of
Looking for
magic,
but maybe there is no magic in the world. G6.
Just the balloon animals. Yeah, I don't know. We will await Matthias's decision with great interest.
No, I'm running out of pieces.
Yeah, we're too down.
Bishop e5. It's not.
We're too down, and we're not really creating threats. Yeah.
No, but a3 still looked like the move because knight b4, b5 looked so annoying.
Yeah.
But if Matthias is taking a lot of time here, because normally it's knight g5, at least you want to blitz out the first 57 moves and then...
He would very much like
but
to,
he has
yes.
played a3 indeed.
Yeah. I think b5, bishop b7 seems extremely logical. And we go from there.
Yeah, hg is probably still asking for trouble. Yeah,
too early,
it's not
yeah.
checkmate.
I mean, you can go knight d7 here. I don't see how it loses on the spot, but it's too early. Queen h7, king a8, and some move here, knight c3, e4 maybe. Because if you take on g7, I have rook g8, which I was annoyed by. But knight e4. No, this looks cramped and completely unnecessary. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Let's check in with our other games. This looks like...
This is actually kind of interesting because I thought, is Esipenko trying to channel the inner Lagno? Because this is somewhat reminiscent of that game Kateryna won against Bibisara in the first half, but not quite.
Nah.
Bishop on e2 is worse than the pawn on f3. The bishop on g5, I guess, is maybe not as good as the bishop on e3. And also, FIDE, understandably, he was informed by the game between Lagno and Bibisara, and the pawn is not on a5. So
also, and I mean, zero disrespect. I know what great theoreticians Fabiano and Esipenko are. If you had seen this position, let's say, 30 years ago, what would you guess what White's rating is? Queen on d3, bishop on g5, bishop on e2, long pass. I would have gone lower. Yeah.
No, I think some candidate masters of my youth would have been capable of doing this, and those were, pretty strong players.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, that nowadays so much stuff which one wouldn't have thought about very seriously, like combining queen d3 with bishop to g5 and then bishop e2, but still long castles, knight c6, you go back directly.
Yeah.
It's a brave new world.
It is.
And I still don't like this for White. Why is this good? Like, Black got all the dragon moves. What are we doing?
Queen e3 he just played. I guess we maybe play bishop h6 and we play a game of chess. But yeah, I don't know.
Normal dragon, you go queen here, bishop is here, and then you can also go bishop h6. Normally you don't.
Yeah. Don't blame me. I had nothing to do with this.
No, I'm not blaming you. I'm pretty sure there's a concept behind this. I mean, we've talked about this plenty as well.
Yeah.
Andrey has such good fundamentals, but somehow with White, he seems to insist, let's play a position where my fundamentals don't matter, which is as weird as possible. And it hasn't worked out for him well in this tournament.
Not well, no. Absolutely not. Some moves have been made in Prague versus Nakamura, but it feels like it's going to fizzle somehow. Nakamura even didn't take on e4, by the way. He just went before bishop e6,
he kept the bishop,
which also seems quite logical. Yeah, Prague thought for a while and went rook h2, h1. I guess intending rook takes a2, rook b1, and then trying to land it on b7. Otherwise, it could have gone to f2, but this at least opens up some squares which weren't available earlier. But this should still be a draw, right? After, I don't know, rook a5 or rook a3 checked. And
there's some repetition lurking somewhere.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Unless bishop g6 does something, but I don't think it does, yeah. King f8 simply, yeah. We can run to e7, d7, and it doesn't really threaten us in the slightest. It feels like it's, I mean, I can no longer guess any move in this game, but the evaluation remains unchanged somehow. Just has to be fine for Black. White is currently what? Still 1 up, right? 4 against 2 on the king side and 2 against 3 on the queen side. And in Vaishali versus Lagno, bishop b3, queen c8, king b1, as expected, is on the board. Yeah, White needs 1 or 2 more moves to be better / winning.
Yeah, with the queen on c8, I really hate this for Black if we can't get the queen to c7 to bring the rook.
Yeah.
No, this has been a bit of a, not the best first dragging experience you could have.
Yeah, I think bishop c4 actually may have taken her by surprise, and she tried to figure it out from first principles, and sacrificing this pawn on d5 for activity is very much the theme of long castles d5 line. So I understand bishop b6 on a kind of a structural level, but different position.
Yep. Shout out to my amazing aggressive e4 repertoire course.
Absolutely.
Now I'll take credit again if she wins. Felt bad for a second for not having covered bishop e6, but if it just hangs a pawn.
Yep. I think it's maybe time for us to go on a small breather, and we'll be back with the continuation of this decisive round of the women's tournament. And just to remind our viewers, the winner of the open section has been decided yesterday and is already off the stage today. Their game was a record-breaking 8-minute draw against Zhongyi.
Congrats to Sindarov. The women's action will remain fierce. See you soon.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back to the final rounds of the FIDE candidates. And I've been told this might be the final appearance from Zach on our little family show. Zach, this is it.
It's it. Sadly or happily, depends on how you feel about me, but all good things must come to an end.
We are distraught.
You're distraught. I can clearly see that on both your faces.
How many jackets did you bring? It feels like you have a new jacket everywhere.
I officially brought 4 suits to the event. Is that too much? Is my
No,
first...
that's...
how's that for? But this one I haven't seen before.
I've worn it before. I don't know.
Okay, it's the first time I'm looking at you maybe, but it does look nice. So what's happening?
I have some news for you. So first, we dug into the deep history of FIDE files, and we retrieved a nice little tidbit for you guys. Let's take a look at young Javokhir Sindarov.
Adorbs. Slightly vampiric looking, though.
Teeth changed by a nice kid. Always been nice.
There you go. We love a good glow up. And also in other news, you know, Javokhir Sindarov, I know it's the talk of the town. He has won the FIDE candidates with a round to spare. He finished his game today. But we also have his team to credit. Let's take a look at that. Mukhidin Madaminov and his coach Roman Vidonyak are seen smiling after yesterday's round.
As they should. It is very appropriate.
Well-deserved, great work. He mentioned he also has 2 mystery seconds, but he will keep those hidden as a World Championship match.
He told you, yeah. So very interesting. I'm happy, excited to see what he brings to his next chess in the Grand Chess Tour, but also in the World Championship match, of course. Let's move on to social media tidbits of the day. We have Anish Giri, who is back on social media after a nice little break. What we do in life echoes in eternity. It's a beautiful picture of Cyprus.
That was before, while he was still in the running. Now he's saying at least he was in the picture, which he was very much was.
And it's official, Gukesh and Sindarov for the 2026 World Chess Championship match. And Anish with his nice bit of sarcasm there, as always, much appreciated. And we end the segment with how do the candidates spend their day off? We had the final rest day a few days ago, and we had a beautiful picture of Hikaru posting on social media. Life has never been better. What a caption. Beautiful day. Have you guys been enjoying Cyprus? I know it's coming to an end. It's been 3 weeks. Maybe you're exhausted of Cyprus, but please share your thoughts.
No, I like it here. I'm willing to go 3 more weeks. I haven't been swimming like Peter, but it's such a beautiful place. What's not to enjoy?
Slightly exhausted, maybe, yes, but not of Cyprus. Cyprus is wonderful, and yeah, it's been a wonderful time here, and long may it continue, although it won't.
This has been my final appearance on the show for the FIDE Candidates 2026. I just want to say an immense thank you for having me. To everyone, the broadcast team, thank you so much for having me, for dealing with me, I guess. And to my co-commentators, thank you so much for your wonderful job. It's been inspiring and honestly very instructive seeing your day in and day out effort and commentary. You're educating and growing the game to hundreds of thousands, if not millions. So thank you very much.
Wow, I wrote some stuff to mock Peter with ChatGPT, but I couldn't say it as nicely as you did. Thank you, Zach. Where can people find you on social media if they want to see more of you?
Oh, thank you very much for that. My alias on social media is The Chess Nerd. No caps, no spaces.
No caps.
What's your next big thing?
My next big thing, I'm doing a training camp in Greece on my own for 11 nights, and then I'm playing the Sardinia World Chess Festival in Italy, which is a massive tournament that is on the FIDE circuit. Very interesting.
So yeah, let's all make a bookmark and open the tab when that starts and follow Zachary's games with great. I've already done this once. We met in Barcelona, and Zach was playing a tournament immediately after, and I obviously, the moment I meet a new person, I instantly begin following all of their games, which is not healthy for me, but that's how things are.
I've never seen a single game of yours, and I'm not planning to watch.
Love the honesty as always. Thank you so much for having me, and get back to the games.
Thank you, Zach.
What can you do? Yeah. It is what it is. And on the similar kind of how do you describe it? Just note, I guess. I'm not going to search for an adjective. After we gave the whole speech about bishop takes e5 being horrible, we can.
Yeah, now white is much better. We big experts.
Yeah, we big experts in everything, including this position. I still don't quite understand why white is so much better. I sort of understand that black committing to a5 makes the position incredibly solid, and white actually gets slightly better pieces for the time being, but I'm still not quite sure what you're supposed to do.
We could maybe question some of Bibisara's moves here to justify our big expertise, but the way it went, bishop d7, rook bd8, I'm not sure. This pawn all of a sudden looks a little shaken, and a5, you have to do that?
I guess she was worried, by this point, seriously worried about a4, a5 and some sort of knight b3, knight a4 play. But yeah, it obviously makes white's life a lot easier because now you can just completely forget about the queen side. Queen side sort of doesn't exist anymore. And you've also been given the b5 square for the knight, which you might feel like you have some uses for. But still, like, how are we supposed to progress here? I guess if I were given 5 moves here with white and I promised not to take anything, I would play rook to d1. I guess h4, bishop h3, because the bishop on g2 is currently the one that is not doing anything at all. And if I do achieve, like, if the bishop actually lands on h3 and black can't stop it, then maybe, yeah, you can start seeing the outlines of why this is annoying for black. Yeah. And yeah, it feels like we do have to eat crow here a little bit because we were so harsh about this decision, and it appears to be paying off quite nicely.
Yeah, still not that black has to resign or anything, but now I'm not so sure if there's a lot of dynamic potential because she's, of course, playing for a win with black. Well, now white seems much more stable, especially having provoked this a5.
Yeah, and in particular because she clearly will be watching the Vaishali game with great interest, and Vaishali is just much better. Meaning that Bibisara, if she wants to qualify, probably has to play for a win.
Yeah, okay. To play for a win, she must first avoid losing stuff. So she will make moves, but yeah, this doesn't look as promising as we thought it was.
Yep.
And yeah, Vaishali is still in good shape. Should be 3, queen c8, king b1 played directly, takes, pawn takes. And a5. We could revisit your question, how scared we are of the open a file, but now maybe slightly more scared. Yeah?
Bishop d4 seems extremely logical
prudent. Yeah. Or bishop h6, and I'm always rook d8. You don't care, yeah?
Well, just queen e3. I don't see why I should pay any attention to it.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why queen takes a5 would lose instantly, but it justifies previous play for black at least a little bit. Black will play rook a8, and then there will be the hope of somehow doubling 2 major pieces on the a file, creating some actual threats. Why bother?
Yeah, no, this is uncalled for.
Yeah. Bishop h6 also very solid, but I feel like I might have to worry a little bit about bishop takes h6, queen takes h6, a4. And I really don't like if I don't have to calculate variations, I would much rather not calculate variations here.
Sense.
A4,
No,
b4. I mean,
right.
it might be still completely fine. Queen c3, queen c1. I don't see any mate, and we'll get rook d3 and b3, and it will be completely safe anyway, possibly. But it feels a little bit too too unnecessary to allow.
Also, maybe some other moves here. Yeah.
Yeah. So bishop d4 for those reasons, I'm opting for bishop d4 if everything else is the same.
Makes sense. And what can we even do with a4 now?
No,
I guess you take and take on.
Yeah, we do this in some
a4,
order.
yeah.
With the queen on g2, I really feel like we're not worried about anything here. Queen d4 check, b3. We're just 2 up now, and there's no attack. There's no semblance of an attack here. It's completely safe. Yeah, I think after bishop, like I'm struggling to come up with anything resembling a plan after bishop d4. Feels like maybe you just have to start playing this as a pawn down position in which you do not have any attack. Yeah, but you don't hold, yeah.
Also, white could one day, when everything is stable, start thinking about her own attack, no? H4.
Yeah, ask the question. Yeah, h5, g4 might start working. Absolutely, yeah. No, this is just bad. Of course, you still continue, and you can absolutely imagine scenarios where white somehow allows a5, a4, and position sharpens. But to begin with, white is.
Maybe it's sort of a critical moment if she doesn't go bishop d4 because she doesn't want to allow pin like I was thinking. Then you allow some counterplay.
Yeah, bishop h6 I think gives you a shout. Yeah, I think that line with we can show it again. I guess bishop h6 I take to lure the queen away. I go a4, b8, and I think actually I play queen c3, queen c1, queen b4, and that will collect me the a4 pawn.
Why not queen c4 directly?
Yeah, all that actually. Yeah, that's actually maybe even stronger. Yeah, I don't know why I'm doing it the long way around. Yeah, and the moment the a pawn falls, and it will fall here, this is a whole different ball game because black will have rooks on like a8 and c8 or a8 and b8, and white probably gets the queen all the way over to b2 and doesn't get mated. But when you constantly have to watch out over the open a file, black often has enough. So yeah, I would much rather not have this position with white.
So this move is important. If Vaishali plays it, she very much looks in pole position now, being much better with white, while Bibisara is worse with black.
Yeah.
Yeah. It has been a tough year for Praggnanandhaa, but if his sister qualifies for a World Championship match, not sure that saves his year, but for the family, I mean, would be such amazing.
Yeah, fantastic outcome. And
not to speak of Indian chess, of course, as well.
Yeah, and they're very close, and yeah, I think he'll be very happy. Obviously, he would also very much like to have had a better candidates, and it's really not been a good one for him. But yeah, if Vaishali wins hers, that'll be quite a story.
Yeah, especially as the lowest rated player coming in. All right, not there yet, but currently our chances look good. Let's check in with young master Bluebaum. He has played a3, b5, bishop a2, bishop b7. Sort of logical play. But
and this thinking again.
Taking time, so it's not like there's some bombs hidden down the road. She sort of won with white if you play this.
Yeah, really strange position because black is probably still not threatening to take on g5 just yet, but also what is white doing? How are we supposed to develop this? Castling long very much in white's before b takes a3, which will give black significant play on the other flank. Bishop b1
looks too artificial, doesn't it?
So very educated and creates a trap, like we can show the trap. But black will not fall for it, regrettably. Yeah. It's a little bit too telegraphed. Yeah. It's definitely a move of culture, but what it actually does, I'm not sure.
Time to revisit your f4 concept.
My problem with f4 is every time I see this, I think, what about bishop takes f4, ef knight takes d4?
Might also be trouble.
Yeah, and like you might start having to go back. Although, I mean, queen b1 maybe it's necessary, but
hate it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. It's not the position for it.
And generally, knight c4 they can always take our horsey or not. That's
what I thought. Yeah,
that's the sort of constructive move. But if it costs a horsey,
yeah, is it? Yeah, I can't find a way for this to work for white. Yeah, we take on g4, we take on g5, and there's not a semblance of an attack really. It's just a full piece that we've given up. Knight takes g5 is way too slow because there's just no threats and we're a piece down.
Hang on, if we take this guy.
Yeah, I thought about this for a second, but still, let's say queen takes d6, h takes g, we go knight d5. Yeah.
Here there's some hope. Check, check, check. You still have rook g8.
I still have rook g8. It's not
so
not
be
quick
more
enough.
Cunning.
throw in some e3, 4 somewhere.
So what does black do?
King
So
is-
next move, king is 7,
King
yeah?
is 7 probably, yeah. Just want the rooks connected.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Still somewhat struggling to believe this is much, but it's a try, yeah. No, this is,
Oh, this
yeah.
looks serious.
This is the best we've had for sure with white, yeah. This is the only thing we've shown that could be a justification for previous play.
And also, if you're out of constructive moves, no? If F4 we don't like, long castles. I mean, you could maybe argue about this, but why allow all this stuff? Even BA3.
Yeah, I thought BA3 simply, yeah. Because, yeah, the problem with knight c4, and that also will be true without the long castles, is that I'm not sure we've created a threat, so black could maybe find a good way to ignore it, but exactly how?
Well, so we haven't burned all our bridges yet, like we can take and go back.
Yeah. No, the principled reply has to be h takes g5 for sure. I mean, we can go knight takes e4, which kind of stops the attack, because now you do have to take with the knight. But maybe you're not unhappy about it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Obviously, we would like the pawn to be on h3 and not h4 now that we're here, but what to do?
Can't have everything. At least we stopped c5. No, it feels like this is...
Yeah, this is critical, but for Matthias as well, because it is very much a piece sacrifice.
Yep.
What about knight g4? If we like the one after the knight trade, can't we do this? So one big question is, can black play e5 here, with the intention of meeting d5 with knight d4? And does that do anything even? Yeah. This looks very iffy for black, yeah.
Maybe here's queen g6, I'm not sure about knight e4, oh, sorry. So knight g e4. Just feels like he's gone to such length to establish the horsey, giving up on the dream. But before he used to go knight f6. Okay, let's try.
Yeah. No, we have to. It feels like we have to take on f6 and go knight e4, but then queen g6 might be very annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, no, somewhere here.
I was planning to go h5, but knight takes d4 is.
I didn't see that, of course.
Crushingly strong, unfortunately. Yeah, I was hoping for some h5 and long castles and pretend I'm a tactical player, but regrettably, I'm not a tactical player for very long here.
Then this is a problem, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
it has to
by
be the
elimination, we've arrived at knight c e4, but that's Bluebaum's pieces we're giving away here.
Yeah, and I mean, he's obviously a very strong, concrete player, but I don't think...
Not into long-term piece sacrifices.
Yeah, I don't think it's his natural habitat, yeah.
No. Then again, he chose the line, so I'm not sure. Maybe he's familiar with themes. Also, you have to spot this hg knight d6, which is not the direction you look into. Normally trying to get rid of the knight.
It isn't, no. Normally it isn't.
Also cd knight d5 or was
yeah, that exists, but I thought it also gives white some additional options. Maybe I might seriously start thinking about e3, e4 after queen h7, king of fate. Because, you know, without the queen on d6, some squares are unavailable to black, and maybe it makes some sense.
Yeah, I was dreaming of some queen to f6. But this could be an issue indeed.
Yeah, and then we wait for your move and we decide. Like if it goes to e7, I think I can give a check and go rook h7, and I'm definitely picking up a lot of material suddenly for my piece. This just looks great for white, frankly.
Waiting.
Yeah, this might just be over.
And if my horsey goes backwards...
Yeah. Yeah, we begin by giving this check, and then we think... g6, queen f6 I don't like. I feel g6, queen f6 is pretty much always going to be wrong.
I don't know if you can
super
slow play it, but I have some pieces.
Yeah, you do have things to look forward to. Yeah, this one is critical probably.
Okay, Still go for the cheapo, but might be spotted.
Yeah, knight f8, and we might never have egress again. Yeah, no, I think we have to give the check, and then so far I don't see how we continue. Yeah, it's a bit... Is throwing in d4, d5 anything?
Interesting. Say... but then DE and
I thought
queen
DE
h7.
might do something. Yeah, I'm not sure what, but I thought it might do something.
If I just take...
Yeah.
Oh, now maybe with the bishop. Some added options. Queen
takes g5, bishop 6, bishop c6 probably is completely fine for black. Maybe more than fine even. Just return the piece, go knight e5. Black is kind of taking over the reins a little bit.
Is it so bad?
Queen e4, maybe not that bad. Yeah, queen g5 even. Yeah, no, it's fine. Some kind of a strange, unclear position. Queen g6.
Yeah, no, but this doesn't look terrible for white if I'm not hanging all my pieces.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, but yeah, it's much easier for us obviously because we can add, go through options one by one, show you the wrong ones, and go back, and we're not particularly worried. But for him,
no, to give a piece long term, and you have to calculate all this stuff. It's a somewhat tricky spot. And kudos to him for wanting to play a game, but. This is very risky against Anish, because it looks like Anish is making, well, he had to decide on his rook e8, but after that he's making sort of simple moves, and Bluebaum faces tough choices.
Yeah. Very much so.
Taking his time. Yeah, so if you bail out, it's not like it's an equal position. You got nothing with white. You can just be much worse in a move or two like this knight g4 before.
Yeah, that might really backfire. Yeah, I mean, I was much worse in my game in this line against Anish, but I castled kingside and misplayed in a very different way, just by playing very imprecisely. Yeah.
No, it looks like he has to go for this and see where it takes him. Maybe he will get there by elimination, but if you're thinking so long, I'm not feeling great about his chances right now.
No, yeah, he played h4 with 1:52 on the clock.
Okay, that was clearly still prep. Yeah. And after rook e8.
Yeah, he made two moves so far.
141, we don't know, but could be. Still in book-ish.
Somehow 10 minutes on bishop a2, which I thought was already maybe...
Oh, no, not 10. Oh, yeah, 10.
Almost 10, yeah.
Now he spent another 25.
It is a very difficult position to play, but once again, it's somehow maybe slightly similar to that game he played against Sindarov, right? Where we're assuming he knew castling long was correct, but didn't really know how to follow it up. And so he made what he assumed was the right move, and then it was on his own. And it's not just, it does not flow for him, right? It's kind of hard work.
No, in general, I think his strategy for the tournament was good. Well, we see a draw in Praggnanandhaa Nakamura to play super solid with both colors and have guys coming at him, because he's good at making solid moves, and he's very, very good at calculating short tactics when he's attacked and getting the initiative. But of course, these types of games, it's much higher risk, higher reward, and there, stuff could happen. Still, not over yet.
No,
and also
not by any stretch.
Gotta give credit for trying to win a game in the last round, because if you want to make a draw against Giri's Ragozin, you can make a draw.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And on that note, let's go back to the women's, where things are progressing nicely. Kateryna after bishop d4, so Vaishali continues playing, at least we think, well and precisely. Kateryna says, no, I need the bishops, but e5 is, bishop c3 is a very solid square. And now e4, I think we can take is the problem. I think we can just take.
Looks normal now. And b4 is the alternative, but why give black this resource?
He takes a4, I guess she wants queen c4 or queen c6. Then she wants rook f8, so you still have to solve a bit of a problem, yeah. Queen c4. I mean, we have the option of b3, bishop b2 here, but that gives up the pawn on a4, and black maybe has some hopes. Although, I mean, white is obviously better even here, but maybe we want more. But if we, yeah, I mean, this takes the queen.
Not sure this is enough for the queen.
Yeah, probably not. No.
Nah. Queen somewhere.
Queen, yeah. Somewhere is right. But also you could maybe try b takes a4, let's say queen chooses square. c4 probably seems more logical, yeah? a5 rook f8. And then you have to solve a tactical problem. This is maybe not so clean.
Got out of hand.
Whoa. Yeah. This got badly out of hand. Yeah, badly out of hand. Yeah, okay. No, this is good by Kateryna then. She spotted a way to complicate matters at least. And
what is this move? Just
yeah, solid. Yeah. I guess maybe considering what we've seen, maybe we just do this. Yeah, and then play. I don't know, rook h1, queen d3, just kind of slowly.
Also, what do you do? Because queen c4, I can go queen d5.
Or queen c6, queen d5. Yeah, it's just so difficult to make moves. Yeah. The moment the queen departs the c8 square, the queen will, yeah.
No, I was worried about a3, but I'm not
b8
sure.
And bishop b2.
We care.
Yeah. No, we care. We like having more extra pawns, frankly. Yeah.
No, maybe this is cleaner.
Yeah. Well, I thought I will find something after a5 rook fc8, but yeah, I took a brief glance, and apparently the answer is no. We have lost
at the -2.
Yeah, we have lost the game somehow. Because I thought queen e3 is very clever here, with the intention of queen c3 rook d8.
Oh, good old.
But I guess we lose to e4.
Again.
I guess we lose to e4. And then we somehow get mated after queen takes c2, which wouldn't be a surprise.
You get published in Dragon school books, which you also don't want.
Yeah, no.
Get all the pieces.
We do not like that, no. So that's Vaishali facing an important tactical moment here. Seems like before is a lot cleaner than b takes a.
If I don't do either, by the way, not advocating for this, but just curious. I have a3 or ab3?
Just ab3 and queen f5 check. I mean,
yeah, no, this is
you're
selling it a little short. Huh?
It was very short. You're slightly better in this endgame, but like, why?
What do you want?
Yeah, you want more. You absolutely want more. Vaishali so far has been playing, well, not
perfectly,
not fast, but I think quickly enough. But yeah, she wants to continue with this pace because it feels like the game is. Kateryna is putting up quite a fight, and you don't want to have, I don't know, 5 for 15 here.
No, then again, these are important decisions, and I think if she goes before, especially, I'm not sure how many more chances Kateryna has to make this messy. But she does take.
Okay. No, this is a new game now.
That makes it slightly messier again.
This is a new game, yeah. Well, not a new game, but it feels like it's maybe breathing some life into the position. We're assuming queen c4. I guess queen c6 is just a slightly weaker version of the same, so why do it? And now, yeah, this is going to be an important point because, yeah.
So a5 was bad, and b3 we tried, then takes.
Bishop b2, queen goes somewhere. a6, I guess. I don't know, a7 somewhere.
No, there's a lot more elements to deal with. Yeah, queen c4 played.
Yeah. No, this is.
I'm not sure. We might have to redo our who's the current favorite rankings. Not yet. White still seems better according to the computer, but this is much messier.
It is. Yeah, it is very messy. The third game we still definitely keep an eye on is the game between Muzychuk and Jiner, where it feels like there's now going to be kind of mass simplifications because black can't really afford not to react to c5. So I guess we take on a4 and we take on c5 with the pawn. I will note that after queen takes a4 there is knight takes c5, but it probably loses to queen c2, right? And all of the X-rays and pins will come back to haunt black. Yeah. That does not work. Which is why you take with the pawn on c5, white will somehow take on a6, but the resulting positions probably fizzle, yeah. Queen a6, rook a8. This will end up being some kind of equality, I'm assuming, yeah. Queen somewhere. Yeah, we take on c4, take on b4, go rook b8, yeah.
Equalish.
Looks pretty level, yeah.
All right.
Which is not helping anybody because Anna badly needs to win. +1 is, with the positions currently on the boards, +1 is unlikely to be.
You never know.
No.
Bibisara's worse, not unthinkable that Vaishali could get in trouble.
Yeah, that is true, yeah. No, but for Anna specifically, like, Anna actually needs to win. Zhongyi might actually...
Anna needs to win, yeah.
Yeah. Zhongyi might actually end up in that massive tie on +1 with the draw, but for Anna, this is pretty much a must-win game, and yeah, appears like mass simplifications are likely in the next few moves.
Okay, we'll see. Sort of simplifications happening here.
No, but as you
got exchanged.
Yes, weirdly, F2 got traded for C6, which is not something that happens very often because those are on very, very different parts of the board.
Some Zwischenzug action.
Zwischenzug action, yes.
So H3 was possible.
But yeah, she didn't like her chances of winning after winning this.
So she took here. Bishop F2, king takes, knight F6.
Yeah.
Who benefited from this little intermezzo?
I thought white, but then I thought, okay, too few pieces, probably nobody really. Rook e5, rook e7. Interesting point here because you can play rook takes e7 and queen a8 check. But I guess black just quite happily goes queen e8. I think I'm valuing a7 less than d5, right? If I'm giving up one of them, I'm probably giving up on a7. Now queen e3 check, and I guess activity should be enough. Yeah, h6 maybe, or even queen c1 takes b2 here.
Ah, you can even take with check.
Yeah, well, although there is knight e1, so maybe your first instinct was correct. Just go h6, create mating threat.
Okay, at least black shouldn't lose this.
Yeah. Seems like players also agree because Goryachkina played h3 and now Tan played h6, so this is no longer relevant because we always have king h7.
Mm-hmm.
But this is...
White gets style points, but black has everything covered.
Yeah.
Still equal.
Yeah, if we could somehow transfer the knight from f3 to some square where it attacks d5, maybe we would have some pull, but famously this takes 3 moves to traverse 1 square for the knight, so...
It's rough to be a knight.
Yep.
Okay, let's check in with Divya and Bibisara again.
Yeah, same-ish position. Not
same-ish.
Yeah, not as
Indian.
Yeah, not queen e7. Interesting. Bibisara either gambling or maybe calculating something very cleanly because it seems like we can take, but I guess she wants bishop b7. And then she says e4 is hanging and the knight on f6 has some jumps.
If we cover.
Ah, this may have been missed, frankly, because I definitely missed it, for instance. Knight h5, just knight d3, I guess, yeah. And we're just a pawn up.
Mildly tempted by f4 as well.
That as well, yeah.
It might actually be very tempted by f4.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more tempted I become, yeah. Just a pawn, yeah. I think just bishop g2 was missed. I think Bibisara assumed after bishop b7 she maybe wins the pawn back, because f3 knight takes e4 might actually be very good for black, potentially. But yeah, bishop g2 is... These kinds of backward moves sometimes kind of fall out of your line of vision a little bit.
Yeah, it just looks very bad for black.
Yeah.
So white has tons of useful moves, so you have to do something. This looks like the way.
Yeah, but then after f4, you can't challenge any of these pieces.
Can't touch this.
Yeah. Yeah, white has rook a1, you know, eventually maybe the knight will depart from e5 and you will start threatening e4, e5 yourself, and you can't take on e5 because that gives up the d6 square for the knight on b5. Just not good.
Okay, she wasn't too impressed by queen b8, but maybe this had to be done.
Yeah. An important moment. Divya has 28 minutes against an hour. So Bibisara, I guess part of her strategy, and I'm not being facetious in the slightest, is I will play faster than my opponent and I will try being ahead on the clock when the time trouble hits. But if your position is genuinely bad by that point, might not help very much.
I agree. Knight takes e5. I also think Divya, once it gets to tactics and infight, she becomes much, much stronger. I mean, they both like that territory, but if the lines don't work for Bibisara, it doesn't help that much.
Yeah.
Bluebaum, yeah, not a happy camper here, I have a feeling. Clock's still ticking, hasn't played knight e4 yet.
Yeah. There's been developments in the Esipenko Caruana game, developments of the kind that the Fabi fans will very much enjoy. This is going kind of sideways for white.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Rook c3. Fabi's getting in all the dragon tactics. He beat Nepomniachtchi with his knight takes e4, rook c3 combo now. No.
Yeah. He's not a habitual dragon player. What do you even choose here with white? Like queen takes c3 is very sad. But b takes c3 is...
But I would not like it.
No, it's just so enjoyable. Like all of these positions are just so nice to play for black.
What do you do? You take the bishop?
Yeah, I think we're taking on g5 here, playing something like queen c7 and just saying, you know, queen b6 maybe is even stronger. Because I think I'm taking that endgame in a hard bait. Yeah, like takes, some move, and bishop h6.
No, I'm not. Not arguing. Black isn't better here, but doesn't this look...
Yeah, I guess.
Like trouble already?
I guess. No, it's just not nice for white. B takes c3 you're also not going to enjoy very much.
No, b takes c3.
Yeah, I mean, you're not getting mated. Black is some way away from creating threats, but even when they do come...
Well, where Kasparov said it wasn't a Najdorf, but it's a question of chess culture to go for this.
Yeah. No, and obviously Andrey didn't blunder rook takes c3. He didn't really have particularly pleasant choices because...
No, but that's my criticism. He's choosing these weirdnesses, and Fabi's making all the most normal moves, and then he's in trouble.
Yep. Do not disagree.
It has nothing to do with his playing strength, but more with his quest for unexplored ways, particularly against the Najdorf. He's very eager.
Honestly, in this position, why are we playing h3 and not... I guess he wants f4, yeah. I was wondering why not f3 supporting the pawn on e4, and then rook c3 will take with the queen quite happily. But his idea is he wants f4 in the next move, so that's why he took away the g4 square.
Maybe also bishop h6.
No, okay, that's...
Yeah, that
f3 works for that, but doesn't work for f4. Yeah. Bit of a strange one in progress here, frankly, and Fabi cannot be unhappy about this.
No. That's still kudos to Andrey and Bluebaum as well for coming to play in the last round once again. Okay, maybe Fabi with e4, c5, he said. He was also interested in the game. But Andrey certainly didn't try to play it safe.
No.
Bluebaum should make a move eventually.
Yeah.
He's also not the type who gets in time trouble.
This is what, 40 minutes now in this position?
Yeah.
You can't do that. I mean, now you just have to play knight g4, some knight f3, I don't know. You can't go knight c4 anymore.
Sad.
Like, it's not simple after knight c4. And there will be...
You gotta do it now.
Yeah, you gotta do it 20 minutes ago, frankly.
Yeah. Ideally, you gotta do it before the game.
Yeah, that is also true. That is also true. Yeah, he seems to be sort of almost reaching to finally make a decision, and then something once again.
Yeah, I've been there, but it's not a great state.
No. Yeah, I mean, eventually, okay, so he's gone
both
long
for
castles.
castles.
Yeah, we thought before BA3 was pretty strong there, but...
Computer hates this decision as well.
Just hates it, yeah.
Jumps to -2.
Oof. Yeah, -2 is a big score here. So yeah, Anish with a chance to improve a good tournament to... I mean, it's still just the second place in inverted commas, but yeah, this being the kind that statement makes a modicum of sense, I guess. But +3 and ending a tournament on a win is pretty good.
No, he's been doing well. My bias is speaking here, but it feels bad for Bluebaum, who maybe the tournament wasn't spectacular, but I thought it was all very high level, the prep and also his accuracy every day. And if you lose this last one, not only does he get kicked out of the 2700 club, which he just rejoined, but you also go home with a bad taste in your mouth, especially if you lose with white. You're saying, why did I do this to myself? I mean, not there yet, but so far. Anish will play b4.
Yeah.
And he will also play b takes a3.
And that will be a mistake somehow.
Oh, that's a mistake. Okay,
I guess
the
knight
win?
takes e4 first and then BA3, yeah?
Knight takes, and you have to take with the knight.
You have to take with the knight
BA.
and then BA, and you have nothing.
What's good about our position?
Yeah. Yeah, that sort of betrays all the previous play because there is no more attack, and black is actually making a ton of progress on the other side of the board. Yeah, this is not good. This is not good. A bit of a turning point in Bibisara's game in the meantime. Because...
she didn't take?
Yeah, and we switched just as Anish was reaching for before, but we don't need... Yeah, she didn't take, and also she played rook a-d1, which seems very logical, and I think her point is bishop b7, she has knight g5, forcing bishop c8 pretty much, and then she will think. But black can take on d1 and on e4 here, which I think makes her positions...
Oh, tactics.
Yeah, significantly more playable. In fact, yeah, queen e4, bishop b7. In fact, I'm... yeah, and she saw it. Yeah, and I think
she does not miss.
I think Divya also saw it. The expression on Divya's face there was of somebody who played rook a-d1 and then realized tactics got missed a little bit.
Take the pawn.
Yeah. Yep. Took Bibisara all of a minute and a half to find this.
Sharp.
Yeah. She is good at this. White is still arguably maybe okay after bishop g2, strangely enough. But this is now a very different territory because you lost the central pawn currently for not very much. I guess you play bishop g2. I was trying to work out why bishop g2 black cannot play bishop b7, and they probably can. But we have knight takes e5 here, luckily for us, because knight f2 rook d7 seems to work, question mark. I think so, right? We're not getting mated here. Which means that after knight takes e5, maybe you have to take on e5, e4, and b2. And maybe you're fine with black, but we also shouldn't be losing this with white, because the white king is safer, yeah?
Black is a pawn up, but... everything else looks nice for white. Also, rook d6 probably picks up a pawn.
Bishop d4. Otherwise, I would be a lot happier about this. But bishop d4 bugs
this. Then maybe not rook d6.
I mean, it's still playable. We can take on e6 and go king g2.
Yeah, but I don't want to.
Yeah, f2 is... Yeah, I would begin with king g2 here and go from there. It feels like white is never worse, but also probably most of your advantage is gone.
Sounds fair.
Yeah, and she was, as we know, significantly better had she taken on e5 a couple of moves ago. I think she just straight up missed knight takes e4.
Yep. Okay, let's check the status quo in Vaishali's game.
Yeah.
Played b3 and rook he1, which apparently is good.
Two good moves,
not, not rattled.
No. No, I think she, we assumed before was maybe slightly cleaner, but this is still good. The rook goes to e4 and will be then used to perhaps try to offer some trades on, I don't know, c4, b4 squares further down the road. The bishop drops back to b2. The rook on e4 is also useful so that you never have to worry about black playing e5, e4 and trading away one of your defenders.
Also, one day there might be some interest expressed in the z5 pawn.
Yeah, maybe not straight away, but yeah, at some point in the future for sure. Yeah, Vaishali is still better. It's just that maybe she could have had more, but...
Also controlling the clock reasonably well, ahead on the clock. No, she's back in the virtual lead in this battle for first.
Although, obviously, for her, the news that Bibisara is no longer much worse is not all that welcome.
That is true. But here I was wrongly panicking for her under the impression of these lines. But of course, she's too good a calculator.
Yeah.
To engage with any of these?
Once you realize how awkward Rook FC8 is, I think you just say, no, I'm not even calculating this. This doesn't feel clean. Even if you don't realize you're losing, you're just saying no to it on general grounds. Yeah.
All right. Good job by her. We'll go on one more quick break, then come back with the drama, at least in the women's section.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates final round. Peter, we have action on a couple boards. Where you want to go?
Absolutely. I guess since today, our eyes are mostly on the women's tournament. Let's check in with our two leaders in Bibisara's game. Divya, who we assume has missed knight takes e4, because I don't think why you would allow it if you see it. But she did reply precisely with bishop g2, which is the only good move, but a good move. And now, regrettably for Bibisara, she basically has to go into a position which will be very, very difficult to win. If she doesn't play bishop b7 here, she is lost, not just worse, straight up lost. Now knight e5, bishop b5, bishop b4. And whatever you do here, your chances for victory are very, very limited.
Yeah, I guess you have to go for this. But
you can also play bishop a6, which is maybe in terms of certainly equalizing, maybe even slightly smarter after bishop takes e4. With the intention of taking on b5 and playing bishop d4. But the problem is...
I can't do stuff.
Maybe queen f6 or something, and then I want to play bishop b5, bishop d4. I'm not sure.
Just trying.
Yeah, but the problem for black, alternatively, is that if white doesn't bite, if you, let's say, after bishop a6, if you simply play b2, b3 to remove the threat to the pawn on b2, I think taking on b5 and playing bishop d4 here loses to very simply the exchange sacrifice, which also picks up the pawn on b6, and that's too much. One would be okay, but two is lethal here. Those are too strong, which means that black has to waste a tempo on something else after taking on b5, and white will be able to consolidate. White will have time to play, I don't know, let's say queen f6, and white goes rook d2, bishop d4, queen e2. And then king g2, although I blundered queen e5 here. I'm beginning to become a bit worried. Queen d3. Maybe we're still holding, but this is a bit iffy. So yeah, maybe there's still some play left, but it feels like she will have to continue allowing some trades. And the game, I mean, this is still good for her. She was much worse 3 moves ago, but playing this for a win will not be trivial for black. And yeah, knight takes f2, the only one you might want. Yeah, this just looks horrible. For a second there, I was worried that maybe knight takes f2 could be made to work after king takes f2. I don't know, bishop b7 or e4, queen e4, bishop b7. But it's just, yeah, we don't have enough attackers. Yeah, maybe even back to g1, frankly. Yeah, she goes bishop b7. Divya will take on e5 because, once again, why wouldn't you? And she is a pretty clean calculator, as we all know. Also, knight takes f2 might now be a threat. So knight e5. Bishop e5, I think, has to be played. Knight f2, rook d7 does not seem to be working at all. Queen f6, knight d7. No, you have to take. Yeah, this looks forced. Yeah, and now a choice. Yeah, either bishop a6, or you can take on e4 and on b2. After which, I think rook d6, bishop d4 is decent for black, but white probably plays something like king g2, and the e6 and b6 are so vulnerable, and the king on h8 is very, soft. Not unsafe exactly, but there's going to be counterplay everywhere. Hard to imagine black winning that.
Okay, we'll see what she chooses, but currently roughly equal.
Yeah, one subplot there is, of course, it's move 24. Divya is on 10 minutes. So she has not really managed to solve the problem of not being in severe time trouble, which Vaishali today seems to be solving quite nicely. And yeah, Vaishali is better.
4, queen a7, but still tense.
Yeah,
like this.
Of course.
Stuff's happening.
Yeah, but you play, I don't know, I guess you play bishop b2 now, because maybe you actually want to play rook a4 if allowed.
I can't get rid of the queens, yeah, because I want to.
Actually, yeah, I don't know why we've allowed queen d7. Queen, yeah. Queen a6, rook d6 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think queen a6 was the machine's suggestion when I last looked at it in the break.
Yeah, it looks more logical. So you have queen d6, rook b6.
Yeah, at least it prevents the immediate trades. Because now after queen d7, yeah, you are maybe Although rook b7 still...
Rook b7 still works.
Rook b7 still exists. And
Idiot.
after queen a4 we have queen f2, so maybe we're not that
just
worried.
missed rook b7, sorry.
Yeah. But my initial idea was bishop b2 and then rook a4. And that also, like, if the rook lands on a4, your attack really fizzles so fast.
That is nicely stabilizing.
Yeah.
This just wins.
Unless, yeah, we're missing something. I mean, you can play... I guess if you really want to stop it, if we go all the way back to bishop b2, you have rook a5. But it's kind of an awkward move to make. You don't like kind of tying your pieces in knots, just preventing one idea.
You might have to.
Yeah. But this is still a game, though, because
Still.
the problem is White's natural winning plan here is to push the pawns on the queen side, but it's very difficult while the queens are still on the board. Yeah. No, these are tricky.
Bluebaum is in deep trouble. Meanwhile, he went for these long castles, b4, d5. A nice move by Anish, knight to d4.
Yeah. I guess the plan was b takes c3, bishop takes c3, and, you know, adventures ahead.
Active,
you know?
yeah.
Yeah.
Knight d4, killing all the fun.
Yeah.
E takes d, b takes c.
Yeah, you have to take with the bishop, I guess. And black just takes on d5 twice. Yeah. The simplest is just bishop d5 and e takes d5.
Yeah, now this looks terrible.
Yeah. Black has the open b file. The f6 knight will be on e4.
So one day this will be a threat, so probably have to move it, which we don't enjoy.
Yeah. Knight e4, rook b8. Black just
absolutely
has,
horrible.
Yeah. Absolutely free attack on the queen side, better position in the center. Nothing good about the white position at all.
One of the sadder positions you could imagine with equal material and no direct threats.
Yeah.
Looks strategically lost, frankly.
Yeah, it does, yeah. It really does.
So this idiot bishop.
Both light pieces worse than its counterparts. Black has control over the open files. Eventually, c5 could become a factor. Queen d7, b5. I don't know. Yeah. He
goes d takes
yeah,
e6.
he realizes
Not
this is
into
bad and
this.
goes bluffing. But yeah, this shouldn't work. C takes d2 check and then something. Yeah.
I guess king b1.
Yeah. Although king b1, we now have to worry about.
So it gives this square.
Some bishop b4 shenanigans. Yeah, I don't know.
So rook takes.
I don't even know which one he chooses.
So what's his point? If f takes e6, knight takes.
Yeah. But we just take and go king h8. I think we're just winning, right? I mean,
looks like.
Yeah, he played.
Anish took and looked like he took something. I took with a queen.
He took with a queen, which we did not anticipate, but I don't know what that changes. We still go f6, right? We don't.
Queen isn't even doing anything anymore.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think he wanted not to have to deal with the threat of bishop f4 in this position, which is sort of fair, but this is not the only problem, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
King somewhere or no?
I think h8 is safe enough. We're never, like, white will never have time to play g4, g5 in this game. It's just not going to happen.
Now this looks lost, and the two pieces are too strong.
Yeah, there might be something even stronger, but honestly, why look for something stronger? This feels simple enough. Yeah.
Anish, of course, he sees this. Because h3, ef, you don't want to mess with.
No, this we do not want, no. Fe, and, you know, white can choose which.
Bishop e6. Probably also take him.
Yeah, although king f8 might be completely winning as well, but why do it? Rook e6, queen d7 resigns. E7, d7, choose your poison, yeah. Just horrible. Yeah.
F e6 played, knight takes e6, blitzed out. But
Once again,
takes e6, kills all the fun.
Honestly, queen c8 might be completely winning. With the idea of bishop d5, you know?
Well, just
you could consider...
Piece up.
Yeah, you could consider just being piece up here. Because the knight does not have...
Check does not really help.
No.
Can go here if you want to be showy.
Yeah.
The knight is pinned.
Yeah. Well, it's really a matter of taste, because rook takes 6 also looks completely winning. But this is...
No, but this looks winning-er.
Yeah, because I think white's only move is really d4, d5, killing off your own bishop on a2. And now we can find something to do with black, I'm sure. Queen d7, I don't know. No threats, like white is just a pop piece down for... You know, bishop takes d5 might be winning if we're honest with ourselves.
Yeah, no, this looks hopeless.
Yeah, bishop d5 actually very crisp. Why not?
No, this was, I think, a bit of a preparation disaster for Bluebaum, because you don't go knight g5 if you didn't prepare this. But it felt like rook e8 caught him a bit off guard. And if you have to start taking time here, and your moves are more difficult than Anish's moves, because frankly, other than rook e8, Anish hasn't made a single, even tough decision. He played all the most normal moves in the world and was winning, which is a gift he probably didn't expect.
Yeah, I think he half expected today for being half a day off, but...
Yeah, it will be, but with more points than he thought he would have.
Yeah, that's a bit harsh, but not entirely untrue, frankly. Yeah, and I think Anish probably got here intending to take rook takes c6, and now he spotted queen c8, and he is choosing, which is very fair. Both seem to be...
Queen c8 just looks like resigns, frankly.
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah, d5, bishop d5 in particular. There's
This is the big problem.
Yeah, there's a cute line there that I want to show for a second.
Okay.
d5 instead of knight g5 check. I thought bishop d5, knight d5, rook h1, maybe trying to, I don't know, lock some pieces out. I think I have queen e6, rook e6, bishop f4. It's irrelevant, but I think it's pretty.
6 is not losing.
Yeah, but I think my idea is kind of cute geometry, because rook 1 takes d5 would have been a problem here at some point, but you can't jump over your own pieces, and we just end up in an endgame with a full extra piece for black.
Yeah, no, this is over.
I blundered rook e3. Okay, doesn't matter. Ignore all previous instructions. Tell me how c7, c6 is completely winning.
No, your line also looked pretty good, but more complicated than...
Yeah, rook e3, knight e3, I'm actually still winning.
I thought this was part of your master plan.
No, it was a blunder, but I'm lucky like that.
But yeah, to reiterate the point, this looks pretty good.
Yep. So it does.
In Esipenko Caruana,
well, Andrey is kind of...
he was chosen.
Yeah.
f4, the knight went back. I'm not sure knight c4 also looked like an option.
But yeah, these are, I think, they're style choices. You're always doing well here with black, and the question is which one is the harshest. I guess we start with rook c8 here for the time being. Is the time being in the room with you?
What does white want? g4, f5?
I have no idea. Yeah, maybe g4, f5. Feels like eventually there will be some kind of a break in the center and everything will collapse, yeah?
You don't take here unless you have to, right?
No, I prefer not to. I guess maybe knight b6 simply is like... If you want to solve that problem, we go knight b6, bishop c4, and we go from there, yeah.
Ah, here.
Even bishop c4. I mean, bishop d7 might also be very strong. I don't know which one is stronger. The thing is, you're not getting mated very quickly, and maybe you're not getting mated at all, but your position will start getting taken apart once black creates the first significant threat. Whoa! Bibisara took on f2. We thought that was completely unplayable. What is happening? What is she intending after the rook d7?
So knight takes e5, and knight takes f2 played.
Yeah. I guess she wants rook d7, queen f6. Okay, so we need to figure out why this is losing, because it clearly is losing on our screen, but...
for starters, can I take this guy? No. This is not it.
Queen g7, queen b7, even if all else fails, I guess. Yeah.
Ah, sorry, the bishop is just covered. That explains.
There might be something more spectacular, but that works, I think, yeah.
So let's
why is this
down.
Why is this so bad? This is so strange. This does not...
Where is the trick?
Is it just not rook d7 at all? Is it knight? No.
No.
Rook is hanging.
Is good.
Yeah, rook is hanging, of course. Okay, so... Moves to consider. Knight d6. But doesn't seem to do anything?
Oh, no, does something.
Bishop takes g2.
We give
some knight.
One of our knights gives a check. Let's pick this one. King goes.
And then we go king takes g2 simply, yeah? And we claim that the knight is still
the horsey
unsupported, and we're probably also threatening knight h6 check, and we give mate on knight takes.
Ah, sorry.
And then king h3 and queen takes e6. Divya has 8 minutes, though. The question is, has she seen this before? Will she realize she doesn't need to panic?
Well, I'm still not sold here. Like queen f5.
Ah, yeah, queen f5. Yeah. This is very scary, actually. I have no idea what's going on.
How did we end up here? On knight e5, knight f2. We thought this was winning, and this.
Yeah. First of all, you need to see that knight d6, queen e5 loses to knight f7, rook d8, yeah?
Yeah.
Which I didn't see for a while, yeah, but it does win.
This picks up the queen.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to take what you can get.
Yeah.
df7, king g8.
Are we sure it's this knight? Yeah, because we
Pretty
don't.
sure.
Yeah, we don't need to allow. Is it just knight h6 check? No. Yeah, it's knight h6 check now, and then king h2. Whoa.
Check takes, just takes.
Yeah, just takes knight h3, king h2, and no checks.
Ah.
Whoa, this is not going to be. This is not going to be fun on 7 minutes.
That's not straightforward, but big moment for the tournament. If Divya can calculate all this, she's winning here.
Yeah.
But this is a tough line.
Yeah, that is.
Even knight d6 with all these pieces hanging all over the place.
Yeah, no, this is very messy, and I don't know if Bibisara knows she's losing, but even if she does, this is kind of a decent bluff in her spot because the other one wasn't giving any winning chances.
It's how she won all these World Blitz Championships. She's a very tricky tactician.
Yeah. I mean, Divya is also incredibly capable as a calculator, but yeah, it's not been her week. Let's put it like this. It's not been her.
Line is so tough with all the quiet. Well, it's not even that quiet, but just
only the first move is quiet. Everything else is actually extremely loud. Knight f7, black cannot take with the rook.
Also to think of this check.
Yeah, if you go rook f7, you once again lose to. Yeah, no, that's pretty clear. I meant if after the first check, if you take with the rook, we once again lose to rook f7, rook f8. Yeah, I guess the cleanest is rook f7, queen e5, rook f8 once again wins everything.
Useful little tactic.
Yeah, I think we're staying with this until something gets resolved. She has 5.5 minutes. And yeah, and if she doesn't do it, she's probably much worse. I mean, she has rook takes b7 as a bailout, but she loses her entire king side. Like queen e5, I guess. Yeah. We take on b6. Yeah, they take on g3. We're worse. Maybe lost. Yeah, not good.
Not good.
Yeah, and she took on b7. Yeah, if you don't know it's winning.
No, this was very difficult.
Yeah, if you don't know it's winning. Yeah, and now, yeah, machine says equal, but it's a big swing in black's favor. Takes, I guess. Yeah, but there's nothing
So
smarter,
how
right?
do you equalize here? Because rook b6 is not it. That much I can tell
King
you.
h2?
More I do not know.
King h2 and then king h3, nobody plays that.
No.
No.
Also not the way.
Knight c7, also not. Like I don't know. I think you lose. Honestly, I think you lose from here.
Whoa, that's a big swing. Yeah, knight c7 is the best move.
Yeah. First of all,
good luck.
Yeah. Yeah, knight c7. You can sort of understand how you need that knight in play, and on b5 wasn't doing anything at all. You can actually get there by logical means, but oof, not an easy choice at all. Yeah, you can't not trade queens. She will play queen e5 quite quickly, and then a very important turning point. Maybe she's not completely lost after rook b6, but she is lost in practical terms, I think. Bishop g3. Rook e6, bishop takes h4, and
Deeply unpleasant,
Yeah.
especially
yeah.
against as quick a tactician as Bibisara. Nah, this looks very unpleasant.
Yeah, I don't think you hold this.
Okay, this is such a weird move, allowing bishop d4. I mean, I understand it doesn't do it, but why is this not good anymore?
It gets to g5, and our bishop gets to d5. We actually develop significant counterplay, a lot of counterplay. And knight g5 here, I don't know, maybe, hang on.
Not sure which one to start with. This also makes some sense.
Yeah, she will, yeah.
Okay, she took. Let's see what's actually happening.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes for, this is move 28, so she has, like 5 minutes for 12 moves with increment though, so it's not as bad.
Bibisara's back. We might get the Vaishali Bibisara tiebreak.
Yeah, well, that was always possible, but
Yeah,
if it happens on
more
plus
likely
3,
now that she has a good position.
Yeah, if it happens on plus 3, it will be quite impressive by both of them, frankly. Because I think the default position there was probably that it happens on plus 2.
Yeah, knight c7. Apparently by far the best move. The only move to keep the balance. I'd bet against it. This move is strange.
Yeah.
So also you have to understand that here you're fine, which...
Here rook c6 starts looking like we're actually collecting a bunch of stuff, yeah. This I can believe in, yeah. I can sort of make the intellectual argument for it, let's put it like this. When we're not losing the entire king side and we are still collecting some things on the other side of the board, I can absolutely imagine. Yeah, just take on e6 and go b3 or take on b6, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, okay, this should be fine.
Yeah. We might become slightly optimistic even, which is a bit unfair.
Okay. Another pivotal moment.
Yeah.
Only the hand just takes.
It's a good thing she hasn't taken yet, though.
That's true.
Because, yeah, you just take on b6 because it feels very natural, and if she's thinking, she might actually kind of go through the list of legal moves that make some sense, and then maybe knight c7 appears because you do want that knight in play. But yeah, that was a very, very big swing, because if she finds knight d6, Vaishali suddenly just needs a draw, basically.
Yeah.
In a very good position where she can very often, she can just chase the black queen in a lot of positions and just start offering kind of a perpetual check to the queen.
Get a draw at any moment, yeah. And knight c7
Nicely
Kudos
done
to
by
Divya, spots the best move.
Yeah. Yeah, she's objectively fine now. That was a very important decision.
That was big.
Yeah, well played to the young lady. Staying, yeah, I mean, clearly things have gotten slightly out of control once she missed knight takes e4, but she is still focused and fighting, which is good to see.
In general, the entire women's tournament, of course, mistakes were made, but the fighting spirit, frankly, of all the participants, okay, Tan had a rough event for her standards, but it never looked like anybody wasn't playing for a win or had given themselves up. Like, they're all very much in there all the time.
I guess the thing we haven't discussed yet is bishop c7, knight d3, b3, knight c1. Apologies. But I guess we are okay after rook c6, knight b3, rook b6, knight d4, rook a6. And if we pick up on a5, we will lose very, very few of them, yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't look like black is better.
Yeah. Not that worried about knight e2, king h2. There's no actual activity there. Actual activity, nicely spoken.
Bibisara must also be unpleasantly surprised that
her position
after all these miracles, she's still not getting everything she wants. Of course, you want to take here, but the counterplay is real.
Yeah.
So what was this line, rook e8?
Yeah, let's take a look at this. Yeah, d5, bishop h4. What are we missing here? Because this doesn't look...
What is the big trick?
Yeah. Is it? Hang on. Could it be that actually it is knight g5, rook e1, bishop f1 on the previous move?
Yeah, bishop d5 I don't think was forced.
Yeah, knight g5. I didn't want to put my bishop on f1, but actually the black's pieces are also in a bit of a tangle, and h7 is hanging. Actually, I just want king g2.
That's all you want?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, I also want rook takes h7, but...
Let's go.
And now king g2, bishop h4, knight f3. This is a bit of a unpleasant surprise. I
got caught in a trap.
Yeah. So maybe it is that, but... And I think this is findable even on low time, because you just get there by eliminating the other options.
Another move. Here.
I guess rook h7, rook e7 makes a draw, maybe? Does it?
And I take, what's going on?
Rook e1?
Ah, knight f3, king g2.
Yeah, I will take one of them, and I
not
should not
keeping all my pieces.
I should not lose the resulting.
This is a draw.
The resulting bishop ending. I can even give you the b2 pawn. Yeah. Generous person that I am.
That's so kind. Still, I'm curious about the mystery of the 0-0 here.
Here as well, yeah.
Yeah.
That is very mysterious. Maybe just rook takes b6 and we're fine somehow, but that looks kind of far-fetched.
Yeah, that's not what you do. No, because then at least this seems to keep the game kind of alive, while the other options seem to peter out.
And also, I think what you do here is you think for a while. You let Divya stew on 5 minutes. Or actually not 5, it's 3 now.
Yeah.
It's not even 5, yeah. You don't blitz anything out. You try to, first of all, work it out as deeply as possible, and secondly, we've discussed it plenty of times in previous shows. Very unpleasant to sit there on 3 minutes.
Prolong the opponent's time trouble if you can.
Yeah.
Very easy to stay sharp for 5 minutes, much harder for 30. Or sometimes you have practical stuff like, I don't know, you want to go to the bathroom or get some fresh air, and you just can't when you have 3 minutes on the clock, or very tough. Not sure they have access to fresh air actually, but maybe there's probably some balcony or something next to the restroom, next to the plate.
I want to say this was just a mistake, but I mean everybody's
drinking water?
Yeah, like I am not touching that water on 3 minutes. Like just no, not happening.
Speaking of water, yeah, Anish played queen to c8 and no San Pellegrino can save Bluebaum here anymore.
Knight f4 check.
Yes,
I guess we go king
game for him.
h8. Yeah. For a second there, I got even king h7 and then bishop b4 when bishop b1 happens. But that seems even cleaner. Provoke knight g6, go king h7 and then bishop b4.
The agony of Matthias Bluebaum.
Yeah. You feel for the man, obviously, because he actually tried playing a proper game of chess instead of playing something dry, which he most likely would not have lost. He's a very solid player, but he chose...
Yeah, also.
He chose sort of the...
Particularly against the Ragozin, like...
Yeah, I mean, there's forced draws plenty. Yeah.
Wake most D4 grandmasters up anytime in the morning and ask them make a draw here. This is not difficult, but... No. He chose to play this, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what went wrong. Maybe it wasn't repeated this morning, or rook 8 wasn't it? No, I just feel bad for him because I think he played a pretty good tournament. Now he will go back home with this rotten feeling of I'm such an idiot. Why did I play this sharp line and not repeat it and lose the last game with white? Which
losing the last round.
What he's telling himself now.
Yeah, losing the last round is extremely bad for your morale, because that's what sticks with you for weeks afterwards, after an important tournament.
And also, okay, it's a detail, but he drops out of the 2700 club with that loss again. And goes from winning whatever 6 rating points to very close to 0 in this event.
Break even,
So
yeah, not great.
No, especially if you did this to yourself, because he chose this line and Anish made other than rook 8 all the quote unquote normal moves, so you end up kicking yourself even more. Okay, been there. He's gonna get over it, but right now, this is an unpleasant spot. There was some move being played. Queen to a5. Stops bishop d5.
Well, doesn't actually.
Doesn't really.
But maybe there's something even cleaner. Yeah, the intention
this is what he hopes
this,
for.
But yeah, this is exactly what I was trying to get in that other line, but
threats are also limited,
Yeah, the problem I think is rook e6, rook he1, we can play bishop e4, and we're now threatening bishop f4 mate, kind of. Although, maybe you don't do that, because rook e4, knight e4, queen f5. Yeah.
You're messing this up, giving hope
we don't.
the Bluebaumites.
Bluebaumites. Yeah, we don't do this with black. We choose something more straightforward, which...
Go, no?
Yeah, of which there is, plentiful choice. Plentiful.
Now you can do your stuff, maybe.
Yeah. But also bishop d5 right now, I guess, it should be calculable to some sort of end instead of king h8.
Okay.
Bishop d5, we go bishop d5, knight d5, knight g7. And there has to be a way to win this by force, I think, somehow. There has to be some mate somewhere that I'm not seeing.
Hard to argue. You don't see 6. Oh, no.
No, e8 is hanging. No, it's if e8 wasn't hanging, I would be.
I thought I was trapping the knight expertly, but it has a square.
Yeah, e8 is actually maybe just rook d8 here. No. Let's include the check. Yeah, I was being clever, but queen takes d5 is actually a check, and now rook d8, and then we collect.
I don't know. I still prefer my king h8.
Yeah, sure. Oh. Absolutely, not against it. Bibisara actually made some moves.
Let's check.
She played knight g4, knight e6, rook f6.
Oh, we didn't think of that.
Yeah, but is it any good? Knight e6 seems to be correct. And now we're choosing between bishop d5 and also knight g5 might be okay, no? Because I think you'll have to give a perpetual with black, because white also has like actual real threats with bishop d5, yeah. And yeah.
Just to illustrate, this is the perpetual at hand.
But you might have to do it. Because h7 is hanging, and like rook h7, bishop d5 might win for white if it's allowed. Yeah, and she's gone knight
g5 played.
This will be a draw now, I think.
Yeah, she doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, that is.
This will.
I don't know. I was on board with taking time, but bishop g3 looked like it left more room for error than this.
Yeah.
Unless something happened in Vaishali's game. No, but Vaishali is still comfortably better.
Yeah, Vaishali is still better, and yeah. No, Bibisara can't not take the perpetual. I think you lose if you don't.
No, like Bibisara. Vaishali is not like winning, and so you keep your chances alive with this.
Yeah,
it's better than losing.
Yeah, definitely. Like you can play knight e3 here, but here you don't. Yeah, you just don't.
Check plate. Can't wait around for bad stuff to happen.
Yeah, no, this will now be a perpetual, which is honestly feels like she should probably consider herself slightly lucky.
I don't know, the way the game was trending, I thought there could even be more in it for her, but objectively, she was lost more often than she was winning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
was probably never actually.
Yeah.
No one's claiming.
They will. Maybe it was a bit too early, but they will claim now. Yeah, I think they were counting to 3, making sure that they can make a claim. Yeah. Okay, so Bibisara is done. She finishes on +2, and the tournament is now slightly out of her hands because if Vaishali converts, she wins.
So no one can avoid the repetition. Then it's normally not hotly disputed if it's thrice.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yep. Sarah finish. Great tournament. +2 could still win the thing, but now it depends on Vaishali. Divya showed great fighting chess, but did collapse a little bit in the second half.
And she did point to the d6 square just now. She's showing knight f7, knight h6.
Yeah, she's seen it.
She's showing the entire line, knight h3, king h2.
Seen everything.
Maybe she's seen it afterwards.
Could be, yeah.
Because that was the entire line showed on the board.
Yeah.
Basically, you couldn't mistake it. They were discussing exactly the line that we were.
No, this line was very, very far from easy.
Yeah.
Like, even took.
Yeah, 96. If she actually found time to calculate all of this afterwards, I'm very
Maybe
impressed.
she saw it and didn't trust it. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Because that was straight up winning.
Yeah. That was difficult.
Yeah, but not easy at all. Yeah.
Okay, let's check in with Vaishali. Any big developments? Bishop c3, rook a6,
no, it's still
queen
pretty much the
e3,
same
offering
position.
exchange of queens. No says no, thank you. Queen e6. Yeah, white better, but stuff could happen, no?
Yeah.
Black is
I guess
not
you
fully.
go queen e4, and you start trying to get using the light squares. You're offering trades all the time, and maybe trying to make some kind of progress. Yeah, like queen d5 here, ask for a square. Queen, I don't know, f5, b6, d7. I don't know. We could consider in that position playing, I don't know, g4, queen g5. I feel kind of in the one that we just had on the screen, yeah, queen f5. On the one hand, we're chasing the queen further away from the queen side. On the other hand, I don't like generating weaknesses in my own camp, but maybe we just go rook c7 and we switch to
giving mate ourselves.
Yeah, we pretend we have an attack, yeah. Maybe not even pretend, maybe we do have an attack. Yeah, you obviously have to control not blundering e5, e4 in every single position.
Yeah.
Actually, hang on a second.
I was wondering after
g4, e4?
Oh.
Yeah, maybe even here, yeah. E4 and rook a1 is mate, yeah? This is mate.
This is indeed checkmate.
I mean, we have queen d8 check, regrettably, which
Yeah,
annoyingly
the tables somewhat.
Annoyingly, yeah, this exists. Or queen takes a8 even. But yeah, the construction is relevant.
What about here?
Yeah, here maybe is a problem.
I'm hoping for this.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid you will not fall for it.
But do I have a good not falling for it here?
Well, anything that doesn't fall for it is better. So bishop g7, for example.
Oh, yeah. I keep on forgetting this move exists, really. Yeah.
Yeah, this just wins.
Yeah, this. Yeah, okay. Regrettable. Regrettable.
Regrettable.
What's happening on the clock? This is move 30? 16 versus 18. By Vaishali standards, she's doing really well on the clock today. She normally would be down to single figures by that point.
I don't know, still plenty to think about. Some time trouble. Still imminent. Let's check in with Jiner and Anna Muzychuk. We get some endgame.
Yeah, Anna I think was better at some point according to the bar. I don't know what moves were correct, but now she's not. And now I think, honestly, you feel maybe a little bit worried with white even, because the pawn on c5 sometimes gets kind of rounded up and collected, but obviously the bar indicates this is completely equal.
Oh, Goryachkina is better now. Tons.
Yeah. So, something has gone wrong here, and White is pressing. I guess the idea is to play king d4, king e6, and then
jump somewhere. Ah, but e5 is hanging. What am I doing?
yeah, but I think maybe we take on a7 and we claim we're. Although why are we better there? Very unclear to me.
Not a whole lot. Can I take directly? Does this make a difference?
King takes, though, I guess, even. Like, I can see White being slightly better here, but we are apparently much, much better. This is unusual. It's just an... But I guess, I mean, the old adage about the knight endings being the closest you get to pawn endings with pieces still on the board. White has potential for an outside passer on the A file, which is relevant.
After knight c8, you can't really move, can you?
That is also... I mean, I would assume I just go like h4, g5, f5, and so on, but White generates progress on the other side faster, I guess, yeah. b4. But like, once you play a5, I will find moves. Is my problem. Like, I still don't see why I should be losing this with black. a5,
point.
takes, knight c5, and... Like,
do I have any... I'm dreaming of b5, knight takes b6, a5, but it's never happening.
I don't think it's happening, yeah. Like, I test this as a draw, but like, I can see on your screen that
yeah,
it's
can just
not
see
somehow...
the number, but not...
Yeah, apparently this is winning for White. I have no idea why. I would assume I'm drawing this, okay. I assume I have to be careful, but I assume I'm drawing this with black. Pretty strange. The problem, I guess, is that I'm not actually getting rid of the entire king side here. I'm only trading some of them, and like if I play g4, I probably lose the pawn on h4.
Or we probably like seeing, yeah.
And then I still have to deal with the outside passer. But yeah, instinctively, I would never have guessed how bad it is. I would think that, yeah, we are a few moves away from being completely fine.
We should mention, by the way, that now that Bibisara finished on +2, that means Goryachkina is out of contention and all theoretical scenarios. The maximum she can reach is +1.
Yeah.
The same goes for Anna and
Kateryna.
Kateryna Lagno.
Yeah. Yeah. Now only the three people who were sort of in the lead.
Yeah, which means
are in contention.
Jiner has to find a way to play this for a win, which, yeah, maybe not impossible. Bishop f3 by Anna, good move apparently, getting rid of this.
Yeah, I mean, black has a draw, I guess, immediately by taking on f3 and going knight g5.
That's what I'm saying, she can't use a draw, she needs +2.
Well, and the problem is, for a second there I thought, okay, we play something like g5, rook d7, rook takes b6. But that loses in a very amusing fashion, yeah. That loses in a very amusing fashion.
Yeah, not gonna be able to do it.
She goes
e5.
Hang on. Okay, e5, rook d7, she will have knight e6. Yeah, that's a better move with a similar idea.
Yeah, has to keep the game going. As you mentioned, this was draw.
So e5, how do we deal with this? I guess we can throw in a4, a5 here, so that we can play c6 if need be. Knight e6, c6.
Ideally not allow that pawn to queen, so maybe knight e6, wasn't it? I don't know.
Honestly, I can see it's completely fine for black, but I'm a bit worried. Maybe rook d4 still holds. Yeah, rook d4, rook c1, king d8.
It's forced, no, like this.
Yeah, allowing rook d6
coming.
Yeah, allowing rook d6 seems like a recipe for problems. And for white, maybe we... Because rook c1, king d8, it honestly becomes a 3-result game.
Yeah, you can lose.
Yeah, maybe we take on d4 and we make some kind of a draw there. I'm assuming we can find a draw here somehow. King f1, king d8, knight d5 or something.
Once again, the bar says no, no draw for white here.
Okay. Yeah, knight d5, knight c7. And then the king comes out to d6, and yeah. No, I can imagine losing this with white very, very easily.
Okay, so
Anna is also down to
Jiner
6 minutes.
Still in business.
Yeah, Anna down to 6 minutes for how many?
This is move 35.
Yeah, not a lot. Yeah.
So current situation is Bibisara finished her game on +2. If Vaishali wins, she has +3, wins outright. If she draws, they share. And Jiner has to win to reach Bibisara and a potential tiebreak. Everybody else is out of the running. Bluebaum.
Yeah.
Yeah, your way was chosen.
Yeah, but then Anish does the right thing and doesn't really bother with any of those niceties. With rook d8, just takes on g7. I guess queen takes d5, he'll play queen g4. This is a very easily winning position.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Queen e6 also forces the queens off, more or less.
I mean, white does have 3 for the bishop, so I would much rather give mate than play some endgame. And we have more pieces on the board. Normally, the side with the more pieces on the board actually gives mate, regardless of who has more pawns around the king.
Yeah. I would argue endgames also look completely winning, but I'm with you.
Yeah. It's very much a matter of taste here. Queen e6, you also end up winning. It just probably takes a bit longer. Yeah. And Fabi is now much better against Esipenko.
Yeah, the trend was his friend there. G4, knight b6, f5, bishop c4. This way.
He also included b7, b5 somewhere. We were doing it with the pawn on b7, and he got a better version, yeah.
He found time to play b5.
Yeah.
Takes, I guess horsey will
knight
take.
c4, yeah, and eventually we will play knight d7, I guess. Maybe not straight away, because we probably value the e7 pawn, but we can throw in rook c8 at any point. And the bigger question is, what is white doing here? Like, what's... We made some gestures on the king side, but they are completely non-threatening.
No, generally. Okay, now on -4, it's a bit of a moot point, but it looked to me that Andrey's biggest problem was that, the positions he was opting for with white just didn't play into his strength, his fundamentals, his pattern recognition. Always trying to make it as weird as possible.
Don't disagree. Don't disagree at all. Yeah, Vaishali is making progress in the meantime because there's really no threats. You can start trying to put your rooks on the 7th, like rook c7 seems like a pretty decent move here.
Yeah,
just improve.
Vaishali is to lose right now.
Yeah.
Still less. Endgames, but maybe you didn't only want endgames right now.
Yeah. No, I mean, if the queens actually do come off, we're pretty happy in pretty much every single case, unless we're blundering e5, e4 in a really egregious manner, but we normally aren't. But an even bigger problem is that we can continue improving for quite some time, and what black is doing is, like with the queen on e4 and the bishop on b2, the way the black pieces are, you can't generate a single threat.
Yeah, you really have to hope for e4 being blundered, which it won't be.
Which it won't be, yeah. So yeah, like rook c7, bishop b2, and then eventually a threat will appear, and probably the first threat white actually generates pretty much ends the game.
Yep. Let's go for one quick last breather, and then we might be back with 5-time world champion Anand for what could be a victory party for Indian chess, because right now it does look like Vaishali has very good chances to win her game. We'll see in a minute.
Yeah. Stay tuned.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, respect it. I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back to the final round of the FIDE candidates. We have some results in the open section, and we are being joined once again by the legend, five-time world champion Anand is here. Vishy, how are Vaishali's chances?
I still think pretty big, but surprisingly, after BA4, I guess maybe not surprisingly, because the queenside clears up for black, nothing left to defend, and you have an open A file to at least make some illusory threats. So can't be too bad. But I had the feeling that even this was quite surprising. By the way, after A5 there, it's funny that Queen A5, Rook A8, Queen B5. And I was just wondering how you get the thing, but in fact it's a straight Rook A1 check. So
yeah,
that was cute.
That would have been unpleasant.
And the only way to draw is Rook D2, Rook A8, Queen A4.
Yeah. Good thing we still aren't losing, but returning to the current position, Vaishali played G4, which I guess is maybe you can explain from a strategic viewpoint, but the reason the engine doesn't like it is that we've spent a tempo on something which was not necessary, and black has a pretty strong move here in Queen E6, B6 after taking on G4. Yeah,
here we
Queen
are.
B6, and the idea is to play Queen A7, which could have been avoided if we made a more precise move on the previous move.
And now anything can happen all of a sudden, yeah?
Yeah, it's still better for white, but that's obviously with precise best play, which is going to be a lot harder now.
What line were you guys discussing?
Queen C4?
Queen C4, but one sec, can I go Rook A4?
Yeah, maybe that as well.
Well, but then Queen D5, and then Queen B5.
I think I can actually play E4 now, instead of Rook A4. E4, Rook C8 check, I will take.
Threatening checkmate should be mentioned.
So Rook C8, I will take and go King 8. No, I'm losing. There's Queen G1 there, hang on.
There's Queen G1.
Yeah. So
but Bishop takes G7.
King takes.
Queen C3 maybe?
But even the Rook ending maybe is
Queen F6 is already quite...
And King takes and we run. Yeah, this is a mess.
Sure.
Who's better and why?
Draw, but she's gone King H7, which I guess restarts the clock in white's favor. I want to play Rook C7. I wanted to play Rook C7 in the previous position. I still want to do it here.
Yeah, I think Rook C7 must be enormous.
Yeah. And with the king on H7,
but
I think...
the computer is simply not impressed.
Never agrees with anything here.
I wonder what's the...
I have no... Yeah, like this seems so natural and so strong, but yeah. And I'm doing this unplugged for the time being, so I don't even know.
Maybe Rook A2 and Queen A6.
Whoa.
But Rook A2, Queen C4, right? Yeah.
But Queen... A6 is being denied. Queen C4, E4 bishop takes G7 never works, I guess.
Yeah. So we need a better way to get this. Instead of Rook A2, what else is available? Rook A4?
Not that many moves.
Yeah.
A4.
Nah, it doesn't work.
A8 is hanging in the end, yeah. Just B takes A4 here.
Yeah.
So if I'm very humble.
Yeah, but once a pair of rooks come off, we take, we play G5. This I feel a lot more comfortable about. Yeah.
I never have enough threats.
Yeah, you just don't have enough pieces to threaten, yeah. The move here, I would be worried about is Queen F5, but we will find something to do against it, yeah.
Yes. Oh, well, Queen H4 and Rook D8 might be a clincher.
Yeah, we'll figure something out, yeah. Apart from Rook C7, do we have time to play G5 anyway? Is it once again Queen B6?
Okay, Queen B6. Can I go Rook takes E5 here?
Queen A7?
Oh, sorry. Well, once I go Queen H4, I don't have my Rook E8.
Yeah, I think it's probably Rook D5 with the same idea. Yeah, we play Rook CD5, and then after Queen A7 we do have check, which removes at least some of the threats, I assume, right? Rook
I mean, this is just a winning.
It's winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe G5 is playable. I would very much like... I have no idea why Rook C7 is wrong, and my mind is so drawn to the idea of getting both of them to the 7th, after which I feel like I should be winning, so...
Maybe Rook C7, Rook D6? Just to grab the file? Is that a move?
I mean, she's gone rook cd5, which is, I mean, a nice solid move, but it would have been, I think, stronger with the king on g8, because now we're not really threatening.
But now queen b6, and actually, what are you threatening?
Well, we can go g5. We've had this position.
By the way, yeah.
I mean, if we like it, we can get back to that position. Feels like she's maybe drifting a little bit, and she's also left herself 7 minutes now. But it's for.
Or maybe my original idea of rook a2 followed by queen a6.
Well, I can still play g5, I guess.
Compi is on her side, by the way. Rook cd5. It liked.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe then it's very important to introduce rook d8 into the position.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we want to start offering swaps. And g5, queen h4, we have in the back pocket, so to speak, as an additional idea. Yeah. Yeah, very tense though.
Yeah, current situation is Bibisara drew her game, is on +2, so if Vaishali wins, she wins outright. If she draws, it's a tie break probably between her and Bibisara, unless Jiner wins her game.
Which she is unlikely to.
Doesn't look like right now.
It seems like, and rook d6 was the right way to deal.
Selective.
Yeah, because you can't attack it, and you can't really, you can even play h3, h4 here with white if you want, because if you take, it's an immediate perpetual with rook d6, rook c6 back. I think.
Okay, may we stick with Vaishali Lagno through the time trouble now?
Absolutely, yeah. We have to stay here. We'll just mention in passing without switching that Fabi is also completely winning, potentially crowning the
queen c6?
2-0 sweep.
c6 plate.
Is she going for bishop e5, queen c3?
No, we're not.
No. Okay,
I don't
bishop
think we're
e5,
ever
okay,
touching.
No.
Yeah, we just go.
No, it was a joke. But
yeah, we play bishop b2 here, I think, in a heartbeat, right?
Yes.
Heartbeat, not sure.
Or rook 1 d3.
Oh,
but then queen takes c3. Sorry, we don't want that.
Yeah, no. I want my bishop on a square where it's not attackable.
Just showing all the mates.
Very much in favor of putting the bishop on this. I guess she wants rook a2 there and some sort of a pretense of counterplay. I don't know. Like
it might be a decent one, actually.
Yeah, but and now what?
g5 is so nice.
Yeah, g5 is always so unpleasant because those threats just.
Yeah, king h7 seemed to help.
Yeah, king h7 was just not the way.
Yeah.
Seemingly.
Maybe even for g4, h4 is good. I mean, you leave the pawn there in some distant rook ending, you might get lucky.
She's still pausing. Gotta make a move, but yeah, that comes bishop b2.
Okay, bishop b2, that's good.
Yeah.
And now what?
This is move
35.
35. So she has almost 7 minutes for 5 moves.
Plus 30 seconds per move, so it's not desperate.
No, actually very nicely controlled by her today.
What about queen f6? Just to play queen f4? Maybe it could have been done a move earlier, but anyway, let's do it here. Because this g5 turns out to be very unpleasant.
To plate, but now g5.
But now g5, yeah.
And having played g4, you have to assume she sees this because that was sort of part of the plan. I would think.
Actually, what is her move after g5? It's just dusted.
Sadness.
Queen c7, queen b6. Something that stops rook d8 in the end, but like rook d7 now.
This, no?
And then queen a5 maybe.
Oh, still.
And we have achieved something.
Maybe queen c7, I just play h4. Or h5, hg.
Hang on, queen a7? You've taken away your...
Oh, I've taken away the magic square.
You need your check, yeah. You
kind of forgot that one.
you need your check to be available, yeah, so... Yeah.
g5 plate. No, she's sharp.
She's very on point, yeah. Queen c7 or queen b6, I guess we have to choose between those two because you can't allow queen rook d8 check in any of those lines. Which one do we like best?
No love with either. Queen b6 feels more intuitive not to allow this.
Okay, so what are we missing? How are we progressing here?
Is black threatening rook a8, a4 or something?
This is at least annoying.
But still doesn't answer many things, but anyway.
I mean, we have the bailout, right? It might not even be a bailout. Can we just play queen h4, rook d8?
Yeah, but then black is very safe, right?
You're still a pawn down, why are you saying?
Yeah, I mean, but if I roll my queen to g2 or something, queen a8, queen
yeah, queen
h1 and somehow e4 and...
I'm not 100% convinced, to be honest, but yeah, I mean, it's an improvement, but we have, like, this is a, oh yeah, okay, this is maybe important, yeah.
Yeah.
Not sure if it matters.
Still like queen d5 or queen g2 and push e5, e4 at some opportune moment, but...
But queen e8, f7 or something.
Oh yeah, queen here, yeah, queen c2, strange position.
Yeah.
It's risk-free for white now, but also maybe you don't win anymore. So
yeah.
And we can see by the bar that it's completely winning somehow. Okay.
We'll allow you to cheat, Peter.
Oh, okay, this is difficult. So after, I guess, both of those moves, it doesn't matter. Queen c7, queen b6, pick one. I go rook d7, blundering queen a5. And then I go king c1. Okay, this will not happen.
Oh.
Yeah, this is just impossible, I think, you know, on low time. Yeah,
This
because the threat wasn't rook takes b2. The threat was rook a1.
Yeah,
the threat was rook a1, and we've defended against rook a1. And apparently black has no other threats. But yeah, I don't think you do that. No, it's just calmly allowing queen a5 and playing king c1. And if you don't play king c1, the game absolutely restarts, sort of not from scratch, but yeah, I don't think that's realistic. And yeah, second best is not clear what. Like after queen b6, the second best line is check and back to e4, which is like a draw for because you don't see rook d7, king c1. So yeah, I mean this is.
Oh, so it's ironic. It's the best move, but only because you have to calculate the sequences rook d7 and see king c1. That's a very tough task. Let's. I mean, it's really a question of the Vaishali.
And I guess the same after queen c7. Yeah, and absolutely the same after queen c7. It loses to rook d7.
So it's a kind of mutual zugzwang.
Yeah.
Instead, or rather, both sides are stuck.
Yeah. And I mean, Kateryna should find it because like the threat is so telegraphed.
Do you think someone could blunder rook d7, queen a5, and then find king c1?
No, she.
Okay, queen b6.
Queen b6, yeah. Okay, so Vaishali has 6 minutes for 4 moves here. She can repeat once, I guess. I guess this is one of those.
We've already discussed that h4 is a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, we can give a check and go back to e4, where best move probably is actually king h7, because now I think we are threatening rook d8 and with a king on e4 with. Yeah, but then after king h7, if you don't know how you're winning, I have no idea what you actually do.
And there's no...
Can we play bishop c3 here? Rook 2a4 and much of the advantage is gone. No, unsurprisingly.
It's still a mess.
Yeah, it's still very much.
Okay, so everything comes on whether she spots king c1, and it's not at all easy.
No. First of all, spots it. Secondly, believes it's good. This is very, very difficult. Yeah,
just one thing. Rook d7, queen a5, king c1, rook b2.
Takes.
Queen a3 check. King has to go to c3. Rook c8. King d3 or d2 even. D2 might
d2, e2 I think we run, yeah.
Yes. No, I was thinking queen b2 and then see if I can think, but I can't really make much happen there.
Yeah.
And if I go queen c5 check instead of rook c8 check?
King g3, I suppose, yeah.
And now rook c8.
But even king e2.
King e2, yeah.
I mean, I'm perfectly fine with you taking on c2 here, yeah. No, this is not going to be fun for Vaishali.
Yeah. 4 minutes. We should mention, by the way, in the meantime, that Anish Giri did win his game against Bluebaum. Didn't last much longer after what we saw. Yeah, a bit of an opening disaster there for Bluebaum, who chose this line, but here, yeah, the only way to play was this knight e4 mess, which he didn't go for, and after long.
She's gone for check and back. Okay,
yeah, that is
that's one.
Actually a good solution. Yeah.
Yeah.
Meantime, we are not switching, but Goryachkina is now winning if she plays precisely against Dan, but very difficult solutions.
But she only reaches +1, right? So she's out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter a great deal, but
still a bit surprising. So she was a -2 3 rounds ago.
Yeah, she's gone on a bit of a run, obviously, but
Well, yeah, let's stick here. This is smart, but she can't keep doing it. Unless she says tiebreak is fine, but it's a strange decision.
Also, I don't know if how she evaluates the position. That's maybe the hardest to discover. It's one thing whether she has the feeling that she's let something slip, or it still hasn't slipped, but she can't see. That's a different kind of panic, and I think it's harder to make a draw there. So, very
also,
much.
she doesn't think of King C1, which would be natural. Like, what do you do?
Yeah.
Another question is if Kateryna goes back to H7, but what else can she do?
You probably should, yeah. Yeah. I guess for the most part, because there are no...
Also, she's no longer fighting for first. She also has no reason to go too crazy here.
Yeah.
Then again, in the entire women's tournament, I've hardly ever seen a move repetition offered and accepted if there were other options.
She's gone
No,
rook a.
here we
Yeah,
go,
I was
rook
wondering
A4.
about this rook. Yeah, and now she loses to check and c2, c4. Is c2, c4 the only
But
move?
that's spottable. Come on,
Yeah.
That threatens checkmate. And
Queen e1 also winning, but more
but
complicated.
this she will find.
Yeah, I mean, you give a check and then you create a threat of mate in 2 with checks. Yeah, and yeah, this I think is findable now.
Expertly offering move repetition just wins the game immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But wait, rook d8 check. I have to start king at 7. Yeah, that's fine. Because the other order, c4, queen b3, rook d8, bishop f8 might not be clear.
Might not be that clear.
Nobody's going to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's findable. It looks like you're weakening your position, but like if you're giving mate on the other side, who cares? Yeah. Nobody cares.
Can't take.
I think that this is much easier than that king c1, and so I don't think she'll have any difficulty finding it.
Yeah, and she has for 5 minutes to find 2 moves. I think this is manageable.
If she does this, what were the odds? The lowest rated player winning this event outright? That's
not huge.
Big upset.
Yeah, not huge. I would assume. Yeah.
And great news for Indian chess. What's this Westbridge, Vichy? That's your chess school, or what does it stand for?
Well, Westbridge is a company which is sponsoring the academy.
Right,
so that's the
that's the Westbridge Chess Academy.
Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. Waka.
Also,
and they are sponsoring Vaishali as well, which is expensive.
Yeah.
So, will she give the check?
Also, obviously, West Australian Cricket Association, but
yeah, Western Australia.
Yeah.
It's not what it stands for, apparently.
No, no. But the Waka used to have 1 meaning and now has 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Peter.
Very important context provided for this stream. Like, must have context. Unmissable. Down to 3 minutes.
Rook d8 checking at 7 c.
I think she's
double
solid.
checking. Yeah.
I think she's calming herself down and making sure and doing all the right things. Yeah.
And Queen F2.
By the way, rook d8 checking at 7, queen g2. You're
Queen
taking
F2,
and
Queen F2, we
c3.
just go back to g2, I guess, and the rook is hanging. Yeah. It's kind of
Yeah.
Here?
no. This is
I'm just wondering what's happening.
takes an e4 check.
c3.
And the move is queen e1, which I'm assuming it means that in this position I go bishop takes c3 and it's a mess somehow.
Okay, no, I was just curious. If she doesn't find the main line, what will she do?
Queen-
But maybe
Queen
queen b4 is a draw. Isn't
Queen
it?
e1 is still winning somehow, but much less clean than c4.
Yeah.
Queen g2 is not even, I think, on the list.
No, this seems to work.
Holy thing, 2 minutes. Okay, this is as exciting as it gets.
Yeah.
Does she win or not? And that's it. So this has to give a check first, and then c4, and game over.
She's seen everything. She's just.
And if queen f2 there, we just go back, right?
Yeah, that's the last question. Queen
Yeah.
F2.
But just back, yeah, I guess.
All the way.
Yeah. The rook is
some
the rook
point we
is
do
hanging
take
on
the rook,
a4.
yeah?
Yeah, the rook is hanging on a4.
There is still the little matter of the other rook.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Minute and a half.
Yeah.
Check
I think
plate. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't play bishop f8, of course, because queen takes e5 ends the game, and
yeah.
has to be.
So you're saying Queen E1 here is also winning?
+2, but yeah, King H7.
Who doesn't play C4 once
Yeah,
you
yeah,
get
yeah.
C4, yeah.
If you see C4, you probably
I
play
think now you do see
Interesting.
C4.
Yeah. You can sort of keep the game alive slightly by taking on B2 first and then going Queen F2, Queen F4.
Okay.
But it's completely
you
lost,
live with.
of course. Yeah. Yeah. We just take on F4, King C2. It doesn't really like we're so much material ahead that.
Okay.
1:20 for the 40th
But
move.
I think she's got it. This is very hard to believe that she didn't. Yep,
About to
there we
make a
go.
move. No.
Yeah, and also, like, if you compare it to any queen move which allows rook b2 e4 check,
Well, that's the danger. Yeah.
yeah,
Queen
you
G2.
just
Think
do
who's
not
winning?
want that bishop in play.
Wild.
I hope she's not considering bishop d4 or something. But Oh, just queen d8. That's why it doesn't work. Yep.
C4
It's gone.
plate.
Yeah.
And
There
that's
you go.
also move 40,
There's also
so
move 40.
And that's black.
she can breathe out. Yeah. Rook a1, I guess. Just king c2. Oh no, hang on. Rook a1. We can Rook a1.
Oh,
Actually, what is going on? King c2.
King c2, queen f2, rook 8, d2, and we're still winning a bunch of
Yes.
material. But luckily for her, this is move 41.
Yeah,
She will
yeah.
have 30 minutes to
Yeah.
calculate these extremely
Wow,
straight lines.
she is the winner.
Very much looks like it.
Yes. Maybe that's what Lagno overlooked, that rook a1, king c2 is there.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe. I think c4 honestly is a bit missable because you're
Yeah.
so conditioned not to touch anything on the queen side, not to weaken your queen side in any way. But yeah.
Yeah.
And again, Queen E1 did also win. So
No, but then it's a bit messy. Yeah. It's a bit nice.
It's not a
No.
win, it's a wobble. But,
Yeah. And also, like you have to wonder if she, like, you have King H7 against somebody who probably is not taking the repetition.
yeah, no, that's
It's,
a strange one. But
Yeah.
It's amazing she actually wanted to win this one. Suddenly
maybe,
at the end.
yeah,
I
maybe
mean,
she just
I
plays
would
every-
evaluate it as quite lucky to
Yeah.
escape. But wow.
Also, is Vaishali unsure she's made 40? I would
still
not
on
be
the
at the
board.
board anymore.
But she's at the board a lot. I think
Yeah.
this is not atypical behavior.
I would be so gone from the board.
But I think this position is too tense and she's
Yeah.
just not going to walk away.
Yeah.
you
Seems very, very focused.
You can give up 2 rooks to give a check with a bishop, but it's 2 checks and then the game ends. Yeah, you can go rook c4, rook b2, e4 check. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Kateryna still has to make move 40, so she actually only has 3 minutes to choose here, but nothing works.
ooh. Ooh.
Wow. While we're waiting, Vishy Sindarov said he would like to play the World Championship match in a warm country. Do you have any ideas, or FIDE has any ideas?
Well, we'll spin the globe now. Look for something in the tropics and.
Some bad. I thought you would say India, but like.
Well, he would if he had wanted India, he would have said India. He just said a warm country.
It's a warm country.
I thought
He's probably thinking of your favorite.
I thought he
Thailand.
Thailand is always ready. Those chess events.
Yes.
Call me, Javokhir.
because I actually
Not
quoted
sure
him
you
as,
like the money.
I quoted him as saying Cyprus. He didn't say Cyprus actually. He just said warm
No, you
country.
said like Cyprus, I think.
Like
Ah,
Cyprus.
okay.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm a journalist now. I don't like misquoting people, and apparently I have. So
Very serious. They've never had the women's and
What's the eval actually after c4?
+5.
Plus
many.
5, okay.
4.5. Mr. Journalist, be more accurate.
Maybe different depth. Yeah. Cut me some slack here.
Okay. They never have the open and women's matches together. No, is that why is that never done?
I can probably nominate a couple of reasons. I think, for rightly or wrongly, the men's will completely dominate the women's. It will get no attention whatsoever, and you would like them separately so that people would actually pay attention to the women's. No,
to some extent you could make the same argument here. No, maybe you still get more
no, but this is
attention. I don't know.
sort of. I guess here it's easier to organize in one place, and the World Championship match is also easier to organize in one place. But I don't know. I feel that's one layer.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking out loud. What's the schedule? The women's match is also supposed to be in November or something?
I think it's a bit earlier even. But the last one was in July, August, right? I don't know. I think they will simply start looking for a
not a lot of time to prepare.
Yeah, that is very soon.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
But last time it was the same. It was the candidates was in April, and this turn is in.
Yeah, she's gone rook takes
Rook takes
c4,
c4.
but after queen takes c4, there's just no attack. Yeah.
C4. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Stop the mate.
I think she will go rook b2 e4 check just to give all the checks, but the simplest I think is just to go rook 8 to g4 and say, okay, I have so many of those, like. Although then e3 e2,
keep the
maybe,
change,
maybe don't do that. Yeah, well, I mean,
King b1. How do you create more?
Queen f2, but
drama.
But then after rook g2, you probably no longer create.
I have more
drama.
stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Queen a5, queen a7, I don't know, but
this move is always there.
Yeah.
And rook b2 played.
Yeah, no choice. Like you can't make a quiet move. Queen h4 is still a threat. So maybe okay. I found a way to lose with white. I said maybe instead of rook 8 d4, rook 1 d4 is decent. No, don't do that.
Queen d8.
You're wrong.
Don't do that. That would not be good. Try not to do that. But yeah, really, king c2 maybe just to prepare to run. In case of queen a, okay. I keep on trying to blunder mate into. I was.
What's your latest idea?
Queen a5, queen takes e4. Also not great.
Okay, it's not over yet.
Also
I wish he was relaxing, but every move you suggest, you panic.
Yeah, it's my.
Is there a law against king c2?
Queen a5, yeah. Then
b4?
Okay, yeah. That's probably.
If you're going to be mean about it.
That's probably pretty good, yeah. And then we run. No, but.
But I like rook 8 d4 because if e3, I can go king c2 and I'm actually threatening rook h4.
Yeah. We can switch to giving mate of our own, yeah. Yeah, no, it's not. Like, as long as it's not rook 1 d4, which on move 43 she really should not do.
Yeah.
I think this game is not going to continue for much longer. So yeah, she did have some slices of luck earlier, but I think she played a very solid tournament.
Well, in the end,
overall.
I think she just played the best. I mean, all of them showed great instability at some point or the other.
No, she kept her composure throughout in these messes. She often came out on top. And Jiner kept saying, looks like she's so close to dominating, but she never could, string it together. Lost these key games, big moments. It's been a strange tournament, but very deserved for Vaishali.
Yeah.
And I think she also got extra motivation. I only read, I didn't see, but I read she had an interview on one of the rest days, and 90% of the questions were about Prague, which probably motivated her extra to go show what's going on here. Of course, Prague's older sister. What can you tell us about Vaishali?
No, sorry, this one actually caught my attention for a second.
Go ahead.
Well, she's very good.
Yeah. No, that was also my impression. That's why I got slightly mocked for it in the pre-tournament interviews. But when I was working with Prague, she would occasionally sit in on sessions, and I could see she's incredibly sharp. And
yeah,
maybe the most maybe the most impressive thing she's done was at some point, a very, very difficult position was put on the board by one of the coaching staff. And she just sat there silently for an hour calculating. And by some point, like normally you do want to spend some time figuring it out before you can start nominating moves. But nominating moves is allowed. And it's not frowned upon even. And we actually at some point started offering suggestions which were wrong. And she was just sitting there calculating. And eventually she came up with, I'm not sure if I remember if she solved it entirely, but I don't have that ability. Like, it's something completely alien to me, and I respect people who can actually concentrate. And you could see she was not pretending.
Yeah.
She was actually just sitting there working out a chess problem for as long as it needed to be worked out. Yeah, I came away very impressed.
Can you just switch on Stockfish and go for dinner and then check what it says? King B1 played. Okay, Vaishali is now very winning, so we're urged to look at Fabi with this picturesque horsey on A1.
Yeah, that's not great advertisement for equine rights.
So he's just winning?
Yeah. The question is how to win in the most clean fashion. Slightly inhumanly, you can play rook f3 here, allowing takes, queen e6 check, but that doesn't do anything because we control all the checking squares afterwards. And basically, as soon as we remove the attacking pieces, we're just winning on the board because knight on a1 probably never returns to the game. We're material up already to a degree. So rook f3 maybe is the cleanest. Rook f5 is also pretty good.
Yeah. Rook f5, I guess he'll go queen h1.
Queen h1 or rook h7, maybe you try.
Oh, queen h1, yeah, that doesn't work.
Run. Rook f3 played.
Yeah,
Fabi's on point.
Yeah, and once you remove some of the attackers, so you no longer have to worry about Alechin's gun on the H file. You just win kind of automatically because it feels like you have twice the amount of pieces on the board. Yeah.
What is the correct pronunciation? Do you say Alechin, Ayochin? What is
he personally was very much against Alechin. There are anecdotes from contemporaries saying that he would be offended, and he was not a good man to offend. He would threaten potentially physical violence to people who called him Alechin. So I kind of retaught myself because when I was growing up, it was definitely Alechin. And then there was a shift, and now I'm trying to say Alechin every time.
Alekhine, no good?
Not particularly, no. That is not a thing.
But nobody ever calls it the Aljochin defense. Or it's just the Alekhine defense. Even it's separated from his name. Detached itself, right?
No, in Germany we say Alechin even to the defense, but I always thought it was wrong and Ayochin was more proper.
No,
but apparently
no. That's what I was. Yeah, I grew up with Alechin, but yeah, then I think some memoirs or anecdotes of people of that era surfaced, and there was since there's a bit of a lull, there was a kind of a half amusing episode. There was a show which I guess is based on Jeopardy. I'm guessing it's just syndicated Jeopardy for Russian TV, and there was a question there to which the right answer was Alechin, and one of the contestants whose turn it was did say Alechin. And then the host mocked him for a minute straight, saying it was Alechin, and why do you pronounce it like that? And I was sitting there thinking, okay, somebody actually knows the correct pronunciation, and you're there just making fun of him relentlessly for doing it. Not right. Not right.
Is it a common name by any stretch?
No.
Not particularly,
no.
Yeah?
Aleksandra? So what's going on here? King c1 played.
I don't know. Takes queen c4. Honestly, at this point, I think pretty much anything.
Yeah, take queen c4. I think is
force you back to b1. Play queen c4, knight c4. I don't know, something. Yeah.
Okay, then we can switch back to Vaishali's victory lap.
Yeah, we assume the game will finish
b1
in the handshake in a moment here. Yeah, because
I don't know. Kateryna doesn't look like.
She will play queen a7 or queen a5, but then I guess a rook goes to d4, and somewhere around that point you start resigning, I guess.
Yeah, not much to say. Okay, if Vaishali wins, Jiner is out of contention, but she's also not better, no?
No. And I think not the problem, but the situation for Anna is that she can pretty much stay as she is. I'm assuming you can probably also try to make some kind of a force draw here, but if she just does nothing as she's been doing for a while, just King G1, G2, I don't think Black has any improvements. Although maybe then Rook D1, C1 at some point will begin not losing.
All right.
So Queen A5, Rook D4.
Now, either rook, but let's take that one. No, there's not much to say, is there?
No.
What's the applause? Did she win, or is that Anish?
No, that's Anish, yeah.
But frankly, great tournament for Anish. That deserves praise today. Bluebaum did it to himself a bit.
It's not impossible that you can win with +3, but here we are. Well, I won with +3.
Yeah, some strong players won the thing with +3. Yeah.
Weren't you like a point clear as well?
No, Sergei beat Aronia in the last round and came up to
+2, yeah.
+2, I think.
Okay. Yeah, and
Or maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know. No, I'm misremembering because he didn't beat me, and that was the key. So I think I kept my...
Yeah, Esipenko is launching some kind of a final desperate counter-attack, but you can absolutely take...
Oh, he does have the Ayekhin's gun.
Yeah, you can even take on H8, or you can play King F7. Both are completely and utterly winning.
Never give up that bishop, I heard.
Yeah. Stylistically, I think this is a cleaner choice.
Well, let's see. Queen G8, King E6, Queen G H7, Queen G8, and then whatever, Knight F7, yeah? It's one awkward move you have to make, but there are no pieces. Knight on A1 is nowhere near threatening anything, so...
Yeah, Queen H7, King E6, Queen G8. I guess we're not blundering King E7, Queen C8 mate, so we do this, and then we run forward, I guess.
Yeah.
Or Queen F7, Knight D7 as well, I suspect. It's going to be good enough.
Not doing any of this.
Yeah.
Here. What do you do? Rook H7 or?
Rook F1
Rook F1 is over.
Oh, that's a bit of an issue. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting mated actually.
If I go Rook takes F3, you go Queen takes, right?
Why not Knight takes?
Queen H7?
Yeah, that is a decent reason not to do it. Yeah, that probably is unnecessary. But yeah, Queen takes is just...
And once again, there's no Queen H7.
No, just you claim Knight is still not great, yeah?
Yeah, Rook H3 with... Oh, Rook C8 on, yeah, Rook C8. Well, he did take on H8, yeah, he's...
Fabi's not messing around today.
Yeah, calculated.
Still not move 40, but doesn't look like he has much of a choice.
Yeah, it will be soon, though.
But he'll reach E5 on move 38.
Yeah, but then the rook is hanging, the queens are about to get traded off, so...
Yeah.
This is not going to be very difficult.
Nope.
Yeah. Andrey continues fighting until the very last, and you respect that, but...
Oh, he went Queen F7, actually.
Oh,
yeah, that's also fine.
It's fine, but I mean, it seemed more artificial to me, but...
Yeah.
No biggie either way.
Threat is F1, Knight 5, B6, Knight C4. All with
some
tempi.
C4 type thing.
What?
Still.
Okay.
H2?
Yeah, Rook E2 check is a threat, but we can just go Rook F1, Knight B6, and Rook E2, King F5, and there's mate on the backswing, so whatever it is that you're doing.
This is unpleasant.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is nice.
Yeah.
See, yeah, Fabi. Looks like he's spotted everything.
Yeah. He has 6 minutes as well, but it's not difficult.
Not going to spend them.
No. Yeah, and
this is it.
This is the end.
What do you do here? Do you give the spite check or do you resign?
He's given some spite checks already. You don't need to give one more, I don't think. Yeah.
Fabi's also not getting up, saying, I expect you to resign.
Yeah, and this is move 40 as well, yeah. So.
Yeah, so you would normally leave, but he thinks hand is coming.
Yeah, kind of a strange tournament for Fabi because he played a bunch of very good games, began really strongly. Even after the loss to Sindarov, he was on +2 by round 5. And yeah, was completely winning yesterday, is winning a nice game today, but in the end will be very dissatisfied, I'm sure.
Yeah. Sipenko does resign. Yeah, Fabi, this habit of losing with black to Hikaru, like he couldn't shake, and after that it seemed he lost interest a little bit, no?
Yeah. No, I think he was still there for the game against Anish to a degree, but yeah, after that one he was absolutely, I think, done with things.
That d5 move, I'm still shocked by. Yeah. Anyway, we are reminiscing.
Yeah, and this concludes the open section. Fabi ends up on +1, somewhat.
Yeah, Esipenko -5.
Yeah,
kept pushing. Bluebaum -2. Yeah, it's a bit sad for the Germans today.
Anish goes to +3, but of course the glory belongs to the man who began with 6 out of 7 and finished on +6.
Question, is anybody but Sindarov and Giri winning rating in this tournament, or are the other 6 losing?
Not anymore, I would say, with Bluebaum losing.
I think that's roughly break-even. Maybe still winning a point that I'm not sure about.
Maybe, yeah.
Other than that, everybody's losing, yeah?
I think so.
Wei 50%, maybe? Okay, also roughly break-even.
Yeah, we might have the graphic, although I'm not 100% sure of the current one.
No, that's fine. Queen f5.
Rook f1, rook a2. Once the rook gets to a2, you really, really struggle to make threats, yeah.
No. Are you worried, Vishy?
Not disproportionately.
That's a nice way of putting it, yeah. Queen takes g5, maybe, to remove the threat to the king, and then we play like Queen takes g5 and f5, and we just play this position 2 exchanges down for positional understanding. Yeah.
Ah, you want to take...
I want to take immediately, yeah.
Keeping this pawn.
Yeah. It's not,
what about
not very promising. Yeah, not bad. Queen d5 also not bad in the current position.
Queen d5 looks decent.
Many things look decent when you're basically 2 rooks up, yeah.
Okay. Tone is getting light, but with white...
Goryachkina is winning as well, right?
Is she now? Oh, yeah,
no, that doesn't matter, but...
She was better.
She did find a very...
For a while. Oh, yeah.
Sorry. No, it's been very swingy, because she found on move 41 a very precise solution, and then kind of threw it away on move 42, but wasn't punished.
So do we stop the pawn? King f5. Just 93, 94? What?
It goes g6, knight f4, knight h3, and that is unshakable, and then we start pushing on the other side, I think.
Unbreakable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
There was a bit of a study-like draw for black a move earlier, a couple of moves earlier, when she played f3 instead of f3. She could have played g5, hg, king f5. Knight d5, king g5, which apparently holds. It's very difficult to assess, I think.
Yeah.
Because this also looks like it should lose. King b4. Looks like you're way behind, but maybe something like h4 here works or something, I don't know.
How was king d4?
I don't know. I just thought that this was the way to play. I have no idea what's going on.
Anyway, let's move back.
Yep.
Well, nothing to move back to. We're just waiting for the result, I think.
Yeah, I thought we'd keep you around for the resignation, but this might take a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vaishali also taking her time now. Then yeah.
Maybe rook d5 is the cutest.
Queen f2?
Then queen c2.
Ah, yeah.
And that way
Queen a7.
that's true.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nah. Assuming this will take a moment still, we can go on a quick break. Thank you so much, Anand, for joining us all of these days, sharing your insights. Been a pleasure. Apparently no tie break, no?
No tie breaks. So I think we're...
Yeah, we once again, the game hasn't finished yet, but we are assuming this is enough extra material to not really have too much trouble converting. And congrats to Vaishali and congrats to you and to the entirety of the Indian chess with this triumph.
Well, you can say goodbye. You can't say congrats. Yeah.
I did say.
You're jinxing.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Anyway, break.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
I'm here with a very interesting interview with Roman Vidonyak, the coach of Javokhir Sindarov, our 2026 FIDE candidates winner. You've been mentioned so many times in the press conferences, interviews. Of course, you've been working with Sindarov. Tell us how long you've been together.
We start in January 25 and work very intensive this time. More than 1 year now.
When you came into the picture, what did you change about his training that happened before you came?
Yeah, I think training, system of training is another. We train, we had about 9 training camps for 15 days for 8 hours per day and only on board without computer. Yes, it's new kind of training for him. Yes, but it's very important training, of course. Yes.
When did you realize there was something special about him?
Here.
Not after his World Cup win?
Not here. It's a new step for him, of course. I think what I saw in this tournament, he is one of the really best players in the chess world for a long time. And we have big goals. We have 4 steps. We did 2 steps now. Step 1 was to qualify for candidates. Step 2 was to win candidates. It was very quickly. Yes. Step 3 is to win World Championship, but it's the biggest step. Step 4 is the biggest step. Important step is to dominate chess world like it does Karpov, Kasparov, and Carlsen. It's very, very big task, very big goal, and we work for this. Yes.
So it's not just about becoming world champion, but becoming #1, the best in the world.
It's very important. I think also for Gukesh, for example, it's very important to go to this 4th step. It's very big step, and not much of world champions along all chess time in the world was doing this step. Yes.
What are the qualities that you noticed in him in this event that you said makes him so special and being able to achieve this 4th step?
I think he is a universal talent. He can all what a super grandmaster have to do can do very good. It's very rare quality, and he has this quality. Yes.
He also has a lot of confidence, and in my time interviewing chess players, what I've noticed is Magnus is this player who comes to the board thinking he is the best. But I think Javokhir also has a little bit of that. What do you think?
If you have such talent, you feel it, and he feel it also. Yeah.
Tell us a bit more about the training. Of course, everyone's speaking about his preparation. He comes here, it looks like he's has everything down to 20 moves in his games. Does he really memorize and remember that far ahead?
It depends on openings, yes, but we have a big part of playing chess. And I think 70% of training is, of course, not opening training, but chess training. But I can explain it in a short interview. But I write now a big chess book. I try to explain this system and all what I have to explain in this book.
Okay, so we can expect the chess book from you soon.
Yeah, I hope so, yes.
And tell me about the talent in Uzbekistan. You've worked with a few more players. How do you see them rising up in the chess world, especially with this competitiveness with India?
Yes, I think the support of country, of government is very important because every child is proud to play chess in Uzbekistan. It's very important. Yes.
Okay, because of the training programs that they have.
Not training programs, but chess as a sport, chess as a goal to be good in chess. It's important for Uzbek children. Yes, now such more. Yeah.
Yes, now you have a big emblem in support of that. My final question, there was a game, I think it was against Prague, where he played bishop g3 instead of bishop e5, and he said that his coach, are going to be quite upset with him because he didn't remember correctly.
I think second was more down after this move, but this is also kind of skill to play good chess after you forgot your variation. It was very impressive.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing Sindarov's future under you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back. There was Roman Vidoniak with some insights on Sindarov. We are still awaiting the handshake, frankly, in Vaishali against Lagno, which would crown Vaishali as the winner of the women's event. She is totally winning with 2 rooks. There's 1 bishop. According to my count, that's 10 points. That's 3.
Maybe 3.5 on a good day, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice bishop. Let's give it 3.5. But still not enough.
No. No, shouldn't be enough, frankly. And I think it's more of a kind of an unwillingness to part with the tournament on the part of Kateryna, because she, of course, completely understands that there's no hope whatsoever, pretty much.
If you remove the C2 rook, white is better, but it's
maybe not better. Actually, maybe not better anymore.
Yeah.
The king on h7 is safer than the king on b1. But yeah, you do need to remove the full rook. Yeah. Yeah, nothing else really suffices here to change the evaluation. You can absolutely, I think, remove all 3 pawns, and white would still be.
Yeah, it's not close.
Quite easily winning. So
might help. We give mate.
Yeah, we probably give mate with rook h1 check for sure. Yeah, there's not a lot of chess content to discuss in this position. The question is exactly how you want to conclude the festivities, and there's a bunch of decent ways of doing it. Rook e1, rook c2 maybe, or yeah, in whichever order, yeah, like rook e2, e3, rook d1, and yeah. She's gone rook e1. I assume black has to play e3 because I mean, doesn't matter. Black can do whatever they want, but
yeah, even resigning is not a big blunder here.
No, it's not. No.
Rook c4 doesn't look. Oh, see, I make 1 move, and we're back in business.
Yeah, queen f2.
Queen f2.
Yeah, queen f2 here would change things quite dramatically. Yeah, let's not do that. Yeah, but
e3 plate.
Yeah, e3. Queen d3 is good. I mean, Vaishali is doing the right thing in not blitzing, keeping
her time,
keeping concentration, not kind of tuning out, which she would be excused for doing in this position, frankly. But yeah, there's not a lot to actually discuss.
We can check the other games if we're assuming this will take a bit. Of course, we want to see the final moment. Goryachkina found this. Knight maneuver to h3 and is now also winning.
Yeah, it's still, I guess, maybe a little bit tricky, but I assume a4 also wins. Yeah, the machine finesses it a little bit, but yeah, why not just do this? We have so many runners. And now we start pushing the f-pawn as well. And like, although like 92, 94, this you start feeling like maybe you, you know, on a bad day you might not win. King b7. Yeah.
I'll just push a pawn as long as none are hanging.
Oh, yeah, I understand. And yeah, I'm assuming it's winning, but you start, you know, imagining blundering some fork somewhere. And like here after king c6 is a6. I guess a6 is just winning, yeah.
Told you my strategy.
Yeah. No, I kind of hallucinated that after knight c5, a7, knight a6, king b5, king b7. Okay, this way actually. We're still winning, yeah?
What do you mean?
Knight c7? And now just f6 of...
We'll be winning?
Yeah, f6 f7, knight g5, yeah. We are still very much winning, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the margins are fairly wide now.
Yep. Okay. She will win. This is still equal, apparently.
But it livened up, because black is now kind of intending knight b4, knight d5, knight f4 check, and if that lands, despite this being an endgame, the king is very unsafe.
Can we get rid of it?
Yeah, but I guess we stop it with knight e7. Even that, yeah.
Not sure. This is the cleanest, because I'm losing the pawn.
Yeah. No, 11 versus 23 as well.
c6,
yeah, c6, knight d3. This is not mate, and the c-pawn will now cost me a rook. Yeah,
oh, it might be winning.
Yeah. Okay.
I shouldn't allow this probably.
Yeah, probably king h2 is cleaner than king f1. But you know, this is slightly messier than I expected. Black did manage to untangle her pieces and. Force white.
Finesse going with the king somewhere when i7 is not a check, but king e6, there are other checks.
Yeah. Well, I still like it though. Yeah, I don't like it. Don't like putting it on the back rank. Let's play King E6. King D5.
King D5 you go.
Yeah, I thought King D5 maybe.
Yeah, still weird. Compy says black is better now, so I did something wrong. What is the way? Just take.
Yeah, and here I was hoping to play some, but I guess you can just play Rook G4. I don't know.
So
Knight
how
B6
many
maybe.
threats do you actually have?
Yeah. Knight F4, Rook D2. And Vaishali, yeah, we missed.
Oh, there's the big moment. Kateryna Lagno does resign after Queen G2. Or I'm assuming that's where she resigned. And that means Vaishali wins the Women's Candidates Tournament outright with 8.5 out of 14 in a race that looked wide open, but she proved the strongest, especially down the stretch. Congratulations to her. What a result.
Yeah, fantastic result for her, fantastic result for Indian chess. And yeah, a very interesting match in her future now, which she will
face Wenjun for the World Championship. Wenjun has defended her title, I think, 5 times. This is big news for Vaishali.
Absolutely. And we hope to maybe talk to her briefly if she has a moment for us. But some games are still ongoing. There's that night end game that we were discussing, and also this somewhat messy position in the game between Anna Muzychuk and Jiner, which is no longer relevant in our fight for first, but is still relevant for the top positions. I guess the third place maybe is in play.
Yeah, we can do a bit of housekeeping, look at the results in the open section where everything is finished. We had 2 decisive games in this last round. We've seen Matthias Bluebaum playing a very sharp line against Anish Giri, but it did backfire badly. Anish played precisely, but frankly, yeah, he had to make one good move and then the rest was more or less easy for him. And similarly, in Esipenko against Caruana, Andrey also chose a risky sharp line against the Najdorf, and Fabi did outplay him, winning his game. While Sindarov, understandably, was happy with a quick draw, maybe the quickest we've seen in a while, and Praggnanandhaa Nakamura compared opening notes, but then also a draw. That means final outcome is Sindarov 10 points, Anish Giri only 1.5 points behind. But I think that's the closest he's come all tournament. Exception of the first 2 rounds, 3 rounds. But yeah, great tournament by Anish. Fabi, this won't make him too happy, but finishes in the top 3 on a plus score. Weyer on 50%. Bluebaum, yeah, won't be happy after losing the last game, finishing on -2. Is Hikaru -2? Doesn't he have 6.5?
Yeah, this seems like maybe.
Seems wrong, no? We are paying attention here.
Yeah, Hikaru should be on 6.5.
Yep.
And those 2 results in the final round made me go and check. So let me just do it live on air. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1 with white. And black won 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Even with a clean sweep in the last round, white still ended up victorious in the open section, +10, -8, and the rest are drawn.
Still very close, and 8 wins.
8 wins with the black.
a lot for black.
Yeah, it is. It is a very decent result for the black pieces for sure. And in the women's section, I suspect it might be even closer.
I haven't kept track. It still has to be white in chess, but times are changing a little bit.
That they are. That they are. And we will go on a very brief break, and then we shall talk to the winner of the Women's Candidates 2026, Vaishali.
just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
Welcome back, and heartfelt congratulations to Vaishali for winning the candidates tournament. So tell us a little bit about your tournament. How did you feel sort of going into it? How did you feel at the halfway break?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think first half my games were super shaky. I think I was just scoring points by luck. I think after almost like maybe in the second half my game started to become better, I felt. And I mean, the loss against Jiner was very crucial.
Yeah, that was an important game.
Yeah, it was an important game and sort of changed a lot. And I'm very happy that today I managed to win again.
Yeah, I wanted to, once again tried to refresh my memories of how your tournament went. And one impression I had was you had a number of setbacks and you kept on coming back and you kept on sort of recovering. You lost in round 5 to Jiner in the first half, and then you had this very strange, very shaky game against Lagno, and then very shaky, frankly, game against Stan. And then in the second half, it seemed like you managed to completely refocus and continued playing very strongly. So what's the secret is the question, I guess.
Yeah, I think... okay, I had this game with Stan. I felt very embarrassed winning that game. I felt I don't deserve it at all. But then, okay, I just started to focus on the quality of my game more, and then I already felt like my games were better. I was playing some decent moves, not... of course, I was getting into time trouble, but otherwise I think I was playing some decent chess, and I already felt better.
Yeah. What was, after you lost that second game to Jiner in round 12, what was... At that point, the tournament is wide open. It's very difficult to figure out who's favored and how to approach it. What did you feel coming into the last 2 rounds after the final rest day? What did you think was the winning score? Did you even think in those terms?
No, I didn't think about score. I mean, it was open, as you said, and everyone had chances. I thought I'll just give my best in the last 2 games. That's what I can do, and hope for best. Yeah, having this 1-point lead, it sort of, I felt like a lot of pressure playing Jiner. And I mean, once I lost that game, I felt like, okay, we are back to normal. So, I mean, then okay, I mean, luckily we had rest day also, so it was good for me to reset and focus on the remaining games.
And today you were in this strange situation where you're playing your own game, but you also, I guess, half watching what's happening in Bibisara's game. Were you actually paying serious attention to her game or just playing your own?
A bit here and there, but not so much because I knew anyway I have to win my game. So, yeah.
So you felt today is a must-win situation. You didn't really think, like, were you considering tie breaks and like how were you approaching it?
If it comes, it's okay. But anyway, I'll play my game and yeah.
And maybe just briefly, I don't know if we can bring up the. Were you surprised by Bishop E6? How much did you know? You can just drive from there.
Yes, I think this Bishop B7 and Bishop E6, it's very tricky move. E6 is the main move. I know. Okay, of course, she surprised me with this dragon. I didn't expect, but I had some idea here. And Bishop E6, I knew I can take the pawn and Rook B8. I thought it should be better for me, but of course, this 2 bishops, it can get tricky. Yeah, this Bishop B3 I thought was not so good, yeah, because...
yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, because I already felt like my king is safe now comparatively, and I think I was just playing around with pieces. Yeah,
it felt like you clearly understand you're better, but also it's not immediately obvious how you're supposed to make progress, yeah?
My plan was to exchange pieces, like queen or rook, like even one pair of rook would be very good for me, and I was trying to get...
Yeah, one sort of critical moment was when you played G4, and maybe this is like the one discussion we can have sort of in detail. What was, like, were you trying to get the pawn to G5? Like, why did you feel that you needed to play G4 here?
Okay, I wanted to play rook d5, rook d8. I saw
Yeah, that's-
king h7, rook d8, rook a7, and again my I didn't know how to exchange my pieces. With g4, I think if she takes, like happened in the game, some mating net would come.
Yeah, that actually worked out quite nicely for you. Yeah.
That was my plan basically.
Yeah, and I don't want to bother you with computer lines because like takes queen b6 is actually quite tricky, but it's
Your queen b6?
Yeah, but it's not really important because
I think I was planning to play rook d5.
rook d5 and there's some counterplay here. I'm not entirely sure, but maybe rook a4 somewhere or something.
Okay, okay. Well.
But yeah, these are computer lines which obviously.
But rook a4, I get rook d8.
Rook d8, but these positions maybe are not as clear as. By the way, what were you planning to do if she repeats on move 38? Maybe this is the final question about today's.
Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, this queen b6 was a very nice move by her because she stops like this queen h4, rook d8 exchange mainly, and I didn't know. Yeah, I spent a couple of minutes. I could not understand, so I thought I'll play queen h4, queen e4, and then spend time. But yeah, luckily she didn't play king h7.
So you were just still figuring out. You didn't have a settled plan,
Yeah.
Because you have what probably is a clean win, but it's extremely difficult to find. You're supposed to play rook d7 here, which I'm sure you consider, but then queen a5.
Queen a5, yeah.
King c1 here, but I don't know.
I would have played.
Yeah, we thought it was incredibly difficult in a practical game.
I don't know if this is the only win.
The only thing that is clean, you're still better otherwise, but the only thing that is clean is rook d7.
Because I cannot like really move the queen because she takes rook b2 or e4 things, and this rook again is stuck. Yeah, some queen g1 things can come, and it was not clear like how.
Yeah, it became tricky in practical terms, in particular on low time. But once again, I don't want to overload you with computer analysis because you played a very nice game in maybe 1, 2 inaccuracies out of 40 moves. That's fine. So. How are you planning to prepare for the match? Like, what are the?
I think I have not thought about it yet.
Yeah, that was my next question. Like,
yeah, I'm super excited. It's like a dream moment for me. Yeah, I'm very happy.
Have you spoken to Pragg yet?
I mean, I just met him briefly. He said after c4 he felt fine. That was the only thing he said.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Any thanks, credits? Do you want to?
Oh yeah, thanks to my amazing team. They helped me so much, and thanks to my sponsors, Vaka and Anand sir, Westbridge, Anand Shiska.
He was here for the entirety of the time trouble, cheering you on, and
I mean, they have been very supportive, my sponsors, and I'm just very grateful to them and all my team, my parents, all my supporters, basically.
Yeah, very nicely played tournament. I think you recovered because the first half it looked like it was very up and down, and the second half was miles better. And I was very impressed by not only the chess skills you showed, but the resilience and the sort of the psychological stability, which I think maybe was in the end the decisive factor, because everybody is very up and down in this field. Everybody's seemingly playing for a win in every game, which is also quite a striking difference, I think, to the open section, and a very welcome one. Congratulations, and I'll let you be.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Play the Sicilian, like Anish, Giri. The King's Indian, like Nakamura. And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano, Caruana. On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
Welcome back. And the women's section is also concluding with Jiner drawing on our screens. I don't know if that was also what you were watching against Anna Muzychuk, and Aleksandra Goryachkina is now very, very clearly winning against Zhongyi. So we are almost done here. Said with some regret, it was a very enjoyable experience talking about this tournament, and yeah, now it seems to be over.
I got nothing. Been a pleasure. We will, of course, watch the remainder of the Goryachkina versus Tan Zhongyi game. Rough tournament for Tan. And yeah, this is fairly hopeless. I'm assuming even without the C-pawn, but there is a C-pawn, which makes it less exciting.
Yeah, 97 King B6 just wins against any moves, right? I think this is why she played King C5. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's why the king is on C5. Anything else also wins, but this wins the fastest, I think.
I go C4.
Yeah, not against that. Not going to argue against that either. Yep.
And she does play knight E7, which might be the last move of the tournament.
Yeah. Not a lot to discuss from here. Yeah, very, very uncharacteristic tournament by Tan. Ends with a loss as well.
Was the last move. Congratulations to Goryachkina. Strong finish. Came a little too late to join the race for first. And yeah, Tan will be back stronger. So Anna Muzychuk, Jiner ended peacefully as well. And that means we have our official outcome. No tie breaks tomorrow because Vaishali wins the women's section outright. Obviously, the open section has been decided for a while, with Sindarov running away with it. Let's have a look if we have results for today. Starting with the open, where, yeah, we've seen already that Fabiano Caruana and Anish Giri won their last round games, finishing third and second. But, of course, no one could come close to the man who started with 5.5 out of 6, then won another game, and was never in that much danger throughout the whole event, really.
Yeah, I think actually maybe the worst position he's had was in round 1.
Yeah, that is fair.
I think, yeah, that position he had with the white pieces against Andrey Esipenko was genuinely dangerous. He was also way behind on the clock. And once he turned that around and won that game, he barely looked back.
Yeah. Felt like smooth sailing, which, especially in such an event where everybody is so well prepared to just run away with it, happens very, very rarely. In chess history, we've talked about Topalov St. Louis 2005, of course. There were incredible tournament results like Caruana Sinquefield Cup 2014, Carlsen Nanjing 2009, and so on. But no, this was a very, very special performance. Congratulations to him. Anish Giri, yeah, can't be upset. I mean, if someone scores +6, you're not going to get there, but +3 after losing his first round game, still an excellent result for Anish. Everybody else will have some regrets. In the women's section, Vaishali wins her last round game against Kateryna Lagno. I hope you asked her if I get all the credit for Bishop C4. Amazing victory.
It was left unsaid. It's so obvious you do get all the credit that we didn't even feel we needed to mention.
I agree. Yeah, 2 draws. Bibisara was a complicated game, but she can't complain too much about the outcome there. Against Divya, had to win to make it a tiebreak. Goryachkina won the last 3. I keep saying that. I don't know.
I think so, yeah.
I think so. Should finish on +1, but the run came too late
to really impact the standings. Yeah, she finished on 2.5 out of 3. She didn't beat, but still, yeah, she did win the last 2 against the Chinese players, both of whom will feel well. Tan just had a really, really poor tournament, and Zhu at various points in the tournament felt like she might be the one to beat. And when she beat Vaishali in round 12 to get back to tie up top, it really felt like maybe she has the momentum and she is going to get it done. But that very strange loss to Goryachkina yesterday derailed her.
Yeah, I felt like that, like at least 3 times now. She will just run away with it, and never happened. Here we see the final outcome. Vaishali on 8.5. Bibisara 8. Zhu and Goryachkina tied on 7.5. Anna was in the sole lead and finishes on 5th place with 7. And Kateryna Lagno also was up there. Didn't finish strongly. Well, Tan and Divya, especially in the second half, just had a rough tournament.
Yeah.
Still very close together, the whole field, really. And that's the story of the event. Vaishali proved strongest in the end, but almost everybody was in the running
at some point.
moments.
Yeah, apart, I guess, from Tan, somebody. I think all 7 players were at least in the tied lead, at least at some point in the tournament, which is quite remarkable considering that normally you get some separation and you get the haves and have-nots. Yeah, very very exciting 2 matches ahead for us. Sindarov playing Gukesh and Vaishali, of course, playing Wenjun. As I said to Vaishali when she was here, I think weirdly, I think she was maybe the most psychologically stable of the field, because I think, well, she could be excused for being extremely disappointed with the loss in round 12. She was leading by a point, and it looked like it was hers to lose, and then she does lose with the white pieces, and she refocuses and plays very, very solid last 2 games. Wins basically on demand. Today she said that she thought, okay, if tie breaks happen, they happen, but I have to play sharply for a win. The idea of containing and playing safely didn't really enter into the equation at all. And very impressed with how she continued coming back from games which must have shaken her at least a little bit.
So she did get to speak during your interview?
Supposedly. There are varying.
I haven't seen it.
There are varying reports of whether I ever allowed her to say, to get a word in age-wise, but I will maintain that she did speak a little bit.
Absolutely. So we're close to the end of the show, of our run, Peter. Been such a pleasure to talk to you again after all these years.
Yeah, and there you have it. With the Vox Populi, I think it is. So yeah, Peter is a straight man. There's also been some debate on that topic, but we are maintaining this as a as the current position. And thank you very much for leaving these positive comments. I'm sure there were other types of comments as well, but we are not reading those out. Although
I just read those to cry myself to sleep, but no, it's been a great pleasure working with you again. We used to do this in the old days, but of course, we don't only have to thank you. First of all, we have to thank everybody who was watching. I understand, of course, the second half. The open section got a little anticlimactic. Write your letters to Javokhir at gmail.com. I hope that's not his email. To complain. It wasn't us, but it was still a thrill, and we got plenty of action, particularly in the women's section in the second half. Got to witness historic greatness. So thanks everybody for watching, and of course, thank you so much to the whole team that's behind this green and white screen in the room next to us, who are actually doing the work.
Yeah, you can't see them, but they are doing most of the work, and we're just here, talking about the game we supposedly love.
Very much so, and of course also shout out to Charlize Van Sale and Zachary Sane, who have carried these shows with their segments. Then we, of course, have to thank FIDE and everybody that was involved in staging this event, because, I mean, people say this a lot, but this has been one of the nicest hotels I've ever been to, and as chess players, we get to travel a bit, so that means something.
Yeah.
It's really been absolute pleasure, amazing weather, amazing rooms, amazing service, amazing landscape, beautiful place. I highly recommend it.
Absolutely, and I think for the players, I mean, for us it's slightly less pressurized environment, I would say, but for the players, I think not having to worry about any of those small things which occasionally become annoying and like nag at you, and then you're not entirely satisfied with parts of your tournament life. None of that happened here. I don't think I've seen a single complaint from anybody.
Hikaru complained that the place was too nice.
Okay, yeah, okay. You fair, but also what can you do?
No, this has been amazing. So thanks to everybody, of course. Thanks to FIDE, thanks to the Republic of Cyprus, the hotel, as we mentioned, highly recommended, the Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort, the Cyprus Chess Federation, and of course, the Freedom Holding Corporation and the Scheinberg family, who are committed to supporting chess worldwide and are making all of this possible.
Yeah, it's been a blast. I always like sitting next to this tall glass of water, and yeah.
Why are you hurting my feelings now? We were being so nice.
Yeah, I hope it's not the last time. And yeah, thanks everybody for watching, and I guess that's it.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
We have been witnessing history here at the FIDE Candidates, and we've got top journalists from around the world here to cover the event. Let's talk to a few of them here in the media center and find out about their experience. First up, I've got Mike Rahal, our press officer, writing about every single game in detail. Mike, tell us your side of the event. How have you been enjoying it?
Hello, Charlies. The event has been amazing. The atmosphere here in the tournament is so different to the normal tournaments. There's so much on the line. A really high level of play. The place is beautiful. As you can see here, everyone is enjoying themselves. I'm having an amazing time and very happy to be here, witnessing history at the same time.
Let's go along here. You can see our hardworking FIDE social media team. Let's say hi. And if I go around to this corner, we've got, of course, Chess Space India, who are at absolutely every single event. They have a whole team here, but I'm here with Abhidaya. Tell us how it's been going on your side.
It's actually really nice. I absolutely love the Cap St. George. It's been, I just came on the 8th, but still, we got to do a lot of things on the rest day, and the tournament-wise, when I had arrived, Javokhir was already leading, so yeah, I'm excited to see today's game with Anish. Let's see what happens.
And tell us on the fan side of things. Of course, in the Open, we've got Praggnanandhaa, who's not in the race, but Vaishali still is in the women. How have you been noticing the fan reception of this event?
Before the event, I think people like Javokhir, Fabi and Pragg, they were like the favorites. Everyone was expecting, even Gukesh wanted Pragg to be in the World Championship so that it will be an all-India match. But anyways, he tried his best, but unfortunately he was not able to, play as he wanted to. But Vaishali, I mean, she also played well in the Grand Swiss, that's how we qualified. But I'm rooting for her actually. It'll be very nice to see. I mean, there haven't been really like so many world champions in women's section from India, so it'll be nice to see her in the contending in the world championship. Although Hampi did play, but hopefully Vaishali will qualify and win also. Yeah.
Thank you, FIDE. Let's go ahead. This side, you can see we've got leeches, this side of the hall. Lots of journalists from all over. And we've got St. Louis chess, who have sent a very cool squad of 3 top journalists. Here is Maurice, Ashley, of course, the best of the best. Maurice, how's your experience been here at the FIDE candidates?
It's been fantastic, except for one little minor detail, is that we came here to do a documentary on one of the American players winning, and that's not going to happen. So cameraman has gone home early. I'm staying, of course. I'm a chess fan, so I want to see everything that transpires. But otherwise, it's been fantastic. Cyprus is a great place. The organization has been great. And yeah, it's a fun time.
Let me go over to Nastya here. Of course, your documentary is not happening anymore, but you've been here since day one with Irene, covering the events, interviewing players. How's it been for you?
Yeah, it's been great. And as Maurice also mentioned, the place is absolutely fantastic. Yes, of course, it's a pity that Fabi and Hikaru didn't show everything, all their skills, but still very impressive from Sindarov. I just wanted to mention that right now, Sindarov will go in 2 weeks. He will be playing in Grand Chess Tour. And, you know, Gukesh also is playing there. So we are very, very excited about the fact that he joined Grand Chess Tour just before the start of the candidates tournament. I think it's great news for the chess fans.
Well, can't wait to see your coverage of that event. That's going to be great. We have the chess base from Germany on this side. Irene, would you like to say a word of how things have been for you?
Sure. I mean, we all in the St. Louis Chess Club, we're all very excited with Javokhir Sindarov. Well, he's the latest addition to the Grand Chess Tour, which means that in the last leg of the Grand Chess Tour, it will be held in St. Louis, so he will visit our club eventually.
Thank you so much. And if we go to this corner, we've got 2 absolute titans in chess journalism, Dirkjan and Leoncho. Gentlemen, you came a few days ago. You haven't been here for the entire event, but you've witnessed so many great chess events in history. Tell me your thoughts on this specific one. Start with Dirkjan.
Well, it's remarkable, the performance by Sindarov that we've seen. And it looks like he's going to clinch it today. At least I wouldn't be surprised. It's great to see him develop so quickly and getting to the top. In the women's, it's still very open. Anything can happen, and there's some prospective winners there that would make a very good story, and we're chasing stories. So,
And Leoncho, it's interesting that this is your first day, but you've come from Menorca covering Gukesh. Now you're seeing Sindarov, and we have the possible matchup. Tell me your thoughts.
Well, there is a similarity in between both, I mean, their styles. Both of them are giving priority to what is very concrete. I mean, the long-term strategy thinking is not anymore the priority. Now, the very concrete calculation, tactics, and so on. This is according to our times, because now, for many people in the world, a video which lasts more than 30 seconds is already too long. So perhaps chess should also be very concrete. If this is good or bad, is another discussion, but this is the reality.
Wow. Thank you very much for your insights.
exceeded 30 seconds.
Let's finish our already longish video, according to Leoncho, with Funmaster Mike from chess.com, who has also been here since the very beginning, getting interviews with quite literally, I think, every player. How has your experience been?
Great. I just got my stress ball to help me get through the day. And luckily the stress is dying out, at least in one section. But yeah, fantastic organization. And obviously, as journalists, we want a story, and we have a story. It's pretty obvious.
So you think Javokhir dominating so often so throughout the tournament, it hasn't like affected the story a bit? Like people wanted to see more competition, or do you like the way things have gone?
Yeah, this is Tiger Woods at the 97 Masters. I know you weren't alive, but at some point it became not if he's going to win, but with the margin of victory. And then, of course, then his career got started in earnest after that. So this might not age well, of course, if disaster happens, but I think we're going to be talking about margin of victory for some time.
Well, there you have it, all the hardworking and incredible journalists from around the world covering this very important step to the World Championship, which, of course, we'll probably see a few familiar faces there as well.
But your new challenger to the world champion. Vaishali, I'm going to give you the stage. If you want to thank people you want to thank, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, firstly, I want to thank my parents and Prag. Like, I wouldn't be here without them. And also my amazing team. They helped me so much with preparation and also like mentally, like supporting me every way possible. And my sponsors, Vaka, West British Anxious Academy, they have been a great support to me the last for many years now. And thanks to Anand sir also. Yeah, I'm quite speechless now, but yeah, I have a lot of people to thank, and yeah.
We all want to know, what does it feel to win the Candidates 2026?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, it's a dream moment for me. Yeah, I had this 1-point lead, and I lost to Jiner, and then the field was wide open, and I'm very happy that in the last 2 days I managed to focus, and today was, I think, a nice game also. So.
Take me through that timeline. You have this crushing round 12 against Jiner. You come to the press conference. You're obviously heartbroken. I was feeling for you out there. Tell me what happened from that loss up until this round. What changed, and yeah, how did you manage that?
Yeah, before this game against Jiner, like it was 1-point lead, which I didn't expect at all to happen in this tournament. Yeah, and it sort of put me some pressure, I think. And when I lost to Jiner, I felt like, okay, we are back to normal now. In the last 2 days, I was just trying to focus on my game and to give my best, yeah, because that's all under my control. So, yeah, I just tried to focus on my game.
You often talk about not playing for results and just focusing on the chess. And we've seen this pattern of how you are able to fight back even in the toughest of situations. Did you use this from that round 12 to just focus on the chess? And if so, how did you find that?
No, this has been my approach throughout. But I mean, certain things here and there would affect this approach. Like, for example, I mean, before the tournament also, I wanted to focus on my game quality. But first half was not so good. I was not happy with how I was playing. And then, and after, I think the second half was already much, much better. I felt like I was playing some decent games, and I mean, once I got this 1-point lead, and you're automatically thinking about results. It's just hard to stop, and then again this loss happened, and I felt like again, okay, I have to think about how I play. Doesn't matter the result. Yeah.
Let me take you through the timeline of your life in the last 2 years. You play your first Candidates in Toronto. You feel a lot of pressure in those first rounds. You even get back-to-back losses. Then you find a way to let go of results and just play the game that you love. You end the tournament with 5 consecutive wins, something that's unprecedented in Candidates history. Then you're trying to qualify for the next Candidates because you finish tied for second and overall fourth. You lose this crucial round 8 to Bibisara Assaubayeva in the FIDE Grand Swiss in 2025. And then you find a way again to fight back and win that tournament, punching your ticket for the FIDE Candidates 2026. Then again in round 12, you have this crushing loss, and again you fight back. Can you give us some words of inspiration how you manage to fight back every tough situation that comes your way, and how that builds resilience for the future tournaments?
I think it's because of the people around me. They support me a lot, especially my parents and Prag. And I also like every time I eat low, I think that's when I peak also. So this has been a pattern throughout my years. So yeah, I think it's because of the people around me mostly.
In your first candidates, you talked a lot about dealing with pressure. Did you feel that kind of pressure this candidate? And if so, how did you manage it differently to have a successful outcome out of it?
Yeah, it's a bit different. I felt like I'm experienced here. Like last time it was different. Like it was first time I didn't know what to expect. There were excitement and so many things. And yeah, this time again it was the same. Like to focus on the game. Like last time, this excitement and pressure in the first half, I think it did not help me with the games and the result. That was my big learning last time, and also. There is a result draw also. That was another learning for me in the last candidates. I think this time, again, it's tough. Like, okay, I made few draws, like where I was worse and I was defending, and then, as I said, I again tried to focus on the games, and yeah, that's what I think helped. Sorry, maybe I'm just speechless right now.
We want the emotion.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit how you're feeling if you are speechless. I mean,
yeah, I don't even know what I'm saying. I think I need some time.
Yeah, you've worked incredibly hard for this achievement. It's quite incredible.
A lot of preparation behind this tournament, and also last 2 years haven't been so easy for me. I mean, if you just see my rating last 2 years, I probably dropped some, and especially last year was very tough. Except for Grand Swiss, I think everything was going wrong, and Grand Swiss win came at the right moment, and I had something to look forward to, and I worked really hard for this event, and I just have to thank my team. Like, they helped me in every way possible. Yeah.
And you have this difficult year. How do you manage to not make that part of your identity and just still push through and have this self-belief that you can win and that you can win every game by game, and you can maintain confidence? Because for a lot of players that breaks them, especially at this level.
Yeah, again, it's because of the people around me, because they believed in me so much more than I do. So starting from my parents, Prag, my team, and also a special mention to Ramesh sir and Aarti auntie. Like, they have been a huge pillar of support to both me and Prag for more than 10 years now. So grateful to them also.
You've already seen the game in the studio, so we won't go over the game in this press conference. However, I am going to open up questions to reporters on the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand and a mic will be sent to you. Over here.
Hi, Vaishali. Irene from St. Louis Chess Club. As a reporter, I would like to congratulate you, but as your friend, I'm so proud of you. Congratulations once again. I just want to know, you've been winning. I'm sure you felt that you were winning for like maybe the last hour of the game. How did you manage your calmness? Because I believe that you're always so calm, but you're being under pressure, as in, oh, if I win this game, I would become the challenger. How did you manage your mental and psychology during this hour when you're winning?
Thanks a lot, and I think it was very tough, especially in the last hour. Like, I felt okay, I know it's winning, but I also made sure I don't spoil it, because we have seen a lot of turnarounds happening in this event, especially towards the end. So yeah, I just thought, okay, I'll just sit and finish the game and then think about anything. So yeah, somehow I managed to control, I think.
Good luck in the championship match.
Thank you.
Jafar from Prime Chess. Vaishali, congratulations. When we spoke with Sindarov the night before he secured his candidate's victory, he mentioned that he couldn't sleep. Can you walk us through the last 24 hours for you leading up to this match today?
Yeah, I think I can relate to this. I also want to sleep. Yeah, I think my sleep cycle has been quite a mess in the last few days. Yeah, I'll probably sleep a lot in the coming days. Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Abhidaya from Chessbase India. First of all, huge congratulations to you. The whole India is very, very proud. My question is, the last time a woman in the World Championship was played 15 years ago.
Oh.
You're playing it now. That means you will be playing Wenjun. How are you feeling? Immediate thoughts about that?
Yeah, thank you, Abhidaya. I have not yet thought about it, but yeah, I'm just excited actually because I've always seen World Championship match like playing the glass thing, and now I'll be playing one. So I'm super excited and looking forward. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Sahil from Chess Chevra. Congratulations. This is such a huge win for you in your career. Now that Pragg and your mother here are in the room, I'm curious to know, has the rest of your family heard about your win yet? Have you spoken to them? What do you think their reaction is? And do you want to say anything to those who are here today?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I met them briefly. Pragg said after C4 he felt a sigh of relief. So, because it was very tensed, and yeah, my mother is very happy because she has seen everything, like, and of course, our father is not here, but I'm sure he was watching live, and he would be. Yeah, he has been a great support for us because you only see the other three of us in tournaments, but I think our father is the biggest strength for us, and he has sacrificed so much, and he makes sure we are able to travel, and we just have to focus on game, and he manages everything for both me and Pragg, and I think at this point I'm just very grateful to my parents and to my father especially. Yeah.
Awesome. And lastly, you spoke about your previous 12 or 24 hours. What do your next 24 hours look like now that you're a world championship contender?
I don't know. Some part will be sleep, and speaking to people, I think my people, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Arnie Kaler from Chessbase, and it seems to be a theme because Javokhir also had this huge amount of family support, and also the seconds were there all the time, and it seems for you exactly the same thing happened. Is this something which is absolutely undiscovered, this psychological effect, the hold, the strength of the family and all those, which will give you the power to get those last meters? Because interviewing some others, they said, this was the hardest tournament they've ever played.
Yeah, definitely. Family support is very crucial, especially a tournament like this, where it's very grueling, like emotionally. You're going through a lot and long tournament, and I'm very lucky to have my mother and Pragg here. They're supporting me so much, and yeah, definitely family support is very crucial.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Maurice Ashley from the St. Louis Chess Club. Congratulations on a fantastic victory. You gave us all heart attacks while we were watching. All of you did. So it's a great tournament, incredible to witness. We've seen videos from India when your players are successful. We've seen your brother get all the cheers at the airport. We've seen Gukesh. How do you feel knowing that when you go back, it's going to be crazy?
Okay, I've not thought about it. Of course, my goal was to win the tournament and to get to the match, but I don't know how it will be. Let's see.
Well, I know it's going to be crazy. So when it happens, are you ready for this? Is it a moment that you feel you're going to be at the center of attention now?
I think I have to be ready for that. Yeah.
Congrats again.
Thank you.
Well, after seeing your performance in Toronto, we are not so surprised you win here. Still, you started with the lowest rating into this tournament, and maybe for some it would be nice to hear your explanation why, as the lowest rated, maybe you had some kind of advantage through this, or how did you think about this? Starting with the lowest rating, still winning it, and you made it clear that you were playing for first, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I was the lowest seed by some huge margin, but I know, like, at my best, I can fight with all these players equally. And yeah, thanks to my team. As I said, they believed in me so much. Even when I doubted myself, I think they believed in me. So I think that kept me going. And yeah, that's it.
Jafar from Prime Chess. You spoke about having some lows in the past few years, and obviously you've had a successful career, but now you've reached the highest level. Did anything change in your chess that's made you a candidate's winner?
No, I think it's just continuous hard work. Somehow I was not getting result in the last couple of years. I think everything put together came together here in this tournament. I think that's what I feel. Yeah.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Vaishali, huge congrats. Do you think that if you wouldn't do meditation, at least this day wouldn't be as, you wouldn't win, or maybe meditation helped you in some way today?
Definitely. I mean, yeah, at least, like, a lot of things were going within me. I tried to control as much as I can, and at least from outside it didn't look so much, I think. Yeah.
I think this is not, the answer is obvious, but I think Pragg is going to be your second, right?
Sorry?
Praggnanandhaa, your brother, is going to be your second for the match.
Yeah, definitely I'll take his help.
Huge congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you speak to some of the sacrifices that you've had to make in preparing for this tournament, or maybe in general overall?
I mean, in general, yeah, I'm playing chess for more than 15 years now, and it's a long journey, especially like for a family, like to have two professionals at home. A lot of sacrifices in the beginning of the year. I think my parents went through a lot financially difficulties, but thanks to our sponsors like Ramco Cements, we got the sponsors at the very right moment. For the past 10 years, they have been supporting us, and also like Vaka Westbridge Chess Academy, they have been supporting me for many years now, and yeah, I think it's like family effort, like because when three of us are traveling, it's tough for our father also, and it's been like this for him for many years now. I think each one of us had a part, and I'm very happy that we are getting results like this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, my warmest congratulations. Witnessing you almost every round on this stage in press conferences, it's been really admirable. So to me, it's like you fully deserve it, and congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Best of luck in the match.
Yeah, nice talking to you. Thank you.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
Anish, you're wrapping up such a nice tournament. Despite missing out on first, do you feel like super happy of such a strong performance?
Yeah, everything is epic, just a small little detail.
Yes.
Didn't qualify the World Championship match.
But the rest...
Otherwise, it's epic.
It's like a really good tournament.
Yeah, otherwise everything is amazing, for sure. No, it is, yeah. Really happy.
And can you run us through overall your tournament? Were there some high moments for you that will stay with you for multiple years or multiple days?
Yeah, no, for sure. I've played a lot of great games. I'm very happy with many wins. I think, especially without the computer, if you look, they're even better usually.
Mm-hmm.
Although most people, if they look without computer, they'll understand nothing at all. So maybe look with computer. I don't know. But I think they were very good games. I was really happy with my win against Fabiano. Yeah, And also today was a really good game.
Do you prefer a more technical win, like against Fabi, or do you prefer a more tactical win, like against Bluebaum today?
I think nowadays people, they because they don't really understand chess, they prefer wins that are have more sportive relevance or against stronger opponent. So in that sense, probably winning against Fabi is more valuable. But it was also a nice game. I mean, it was sort of, but again, people who don't understand chess, it's hard to understand that.
No, the technical, I mean, that C5, C6 moment is very
Yeah, I mean, it's a very beautiful game, but you need to know chess to see the beauty in it. That's the problem with that game.
But I feel like through the press conference, you thoroughly described how, you know, you took this risk before in that game and that paid off. And I feel like the audience resonates with that.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, approximately. But I watched once, I watched a documentary on Go, this AlphaGo, right? It's a nice documentary on YouTube. I watched that, and at some point there is this moment when there is some kind of move, that it makes. I think the machine makes one move, which is epic, and also a human makes one move, which is epic at some point. And I watched that video, so I see the move, I see commentators also explain it, but I just don't get it. Like, I don't know what's beautiful about that move. And like, I look at this board and these white and black stones that I've seen before, but I just don't see the beauty in it. Like, so I think it's the same with chess. I mean, I think you can't like explain it, to be honest. And it's like a very, the entry level is very high to really understand. So that's when I watched that documentary, I kind of realized that, you know, I was tempted to then like learn Go entirely to understand this moment.
Right.
But then my wife called me for lunch and I was like, whatever, yeah. So I have to prepare for some tournament. So I didn't do that. And I think it's probably the same. I imagine it's the same for many chess viewers as well.
Yeah, from the outside looking in, it must be kind of difficult to see the nuances.
Yeah, because you just sort of see the board itself, and like that's the whole point, right? Why so many people love chess, because they started playing it and then they, at first, you know, they're fascinated by some basic tricks like this. You know, exactly. That's what I had in mind. Yeah, this epic. Then at some point I discovered windmill. I was like, holy shit! Like that's windmill is like sick. Yeah, like you go here and back and here. What an epic concept. But then at some point, you know, you discover more and more, and it gets only more interesting. And the stronger you are, the more interesting it is. But it's like till you get to the smaller mate, it's also quite a journey, right? So yeah, it's a long journey.
And final question before we get into the game, do you feel like you're having more fun the higher level you're at, or you had just as much fun when you're a beginner smother mating people?
It's a good question. Yeah, I mean, I guess I was a child, so you have just everything else is different. But I think objectively, like the game is more interesting as you get stronger, which is a unique quality of. I'm not sure it's unique to chess, but it's a great quality to the game, because there are also games that get more boring as you go, like tic-tac-toe, for example. It's like epic when you start, and at some point it no longer is fun, and just like the ultimate opposite of chess. Even though both games have a lot of draws in them, but but chess is still better.
Yes, I think the complexity of chess is what just drives it.
Yeah, and it's like the more you, the better you play, the more interesting it gets. While with many other games, the better you play, the less interesting it becomes, and you get bored with it.
It's a win or draw, yeah.
Yeah, because it's just too simple. Tic-tac-toe is like extreme example, but there are many others. I also played Need for Speed at some point. Like, I'm not like Sindarov. I don't really game at all. I'm against it, and also. I mean, I guess I seem like, I don't do it. But at some point I was at a place which is not my home, and there was this, and I had nothing to do but this Need for Speed game, and I mastered it very fast with these buttons like forward and turning. And at some point, me and my sister, we played it for a few days, and we mastered the absolute perfect time of that laps. And we both would run perfectly. It would be like 0.1 difference or not. And like, so yeah, I imagine many games are just like, they sort of expire at some point.
Yeah. Let's look at the game. What can you say overall? I mean, Queen A5, Queen A4, were you expecting this? It's slightly rare.
But not with the idea he played. I really didn't expect, like I even, I knew this move.
This is very rare.
Yeah, I knew this idea, but I didn't expect it today at all. Like it's a very, very risky idea. I expected something safe here. There are many safe options, but not like you can just castle, I guess, or many other moves like which are safe. But this move, like it's really, there's really no way back anymore. if you go back, you lose 2 tempi, right? After, so you have to really go in for attack, and it's not even really that great. I mean, I checked it there. Black has many options. It is just sort of very, very bold idea to get a very, very complex game, where Black has many options. So I was really surprised. Yeah, I'm impressed to see Matthias go for it this way. Yeah, I didn't expect he would play in an attacking style today. Yeah.
Yeah, and so a few moves later, I mean, we can go straight to the critical moment.
Yeah, I guess here I have many options. I was thinking for a long time. Rook 8 is the most natural, really, because the idea is that he wants to go knight ce4 in certain positions. Then he needs to trade my knight and then aim for the mate, right? Because otherwise my knight is guarding that. And okay, first of all, like this capture is usually is not working because you just open the H file. And even if there is an immediate mate, often it's just long-term attack. So you don't do that. But if b5, there's this knight e4 idea. And now if I, let's say, take and take here, and then he's threatening this mate as well. And if my rook was on e8, my king could already run. And now if I would do rook e8, okay, I'm just a move slower. Though it's still to be seen if it's mate, though, but it's a move slower. So knight c4 was kind of an idea. I have some other options. I was thinking about many different options. There was even some merit in queen e8 move. And then I would, then in this same line, I could go for f5. And there is no bishop takes e6. I protect a bunch of squares. But with queen on e8, you wonder what exactly your next move is. So I was not sure. I think rook 8 is very normal, and we sort of transpose into a position. It can arise differently. There is like also a line where you go queen c2, for example, and then black goes rook 8, and you could imagine getting something similar because white also played queen c2 and black also played rook 8, and a6 bishop d6 is kind of standard idea. Yeah, here he has options. a3 is natural. You want to prevent knight b4, but also it's an interesting standoff because white doesn't have really an attack. Like this knight e4 or d5 doesn't quite work because now I can just yeah, I think I can just take like even this way, and I'm kind of escaping now, yeah, fully. So I capture the pawn and I'm escaping. So that's the idea of rook 8. If d5, I think I have some tactic. I saw some tactic. I think it was. Yeah, no, hg, this is not a problem, because even here I can just run out with the king. I think bishop d5, that's where the tactic was. Yeah, takes. Now if you take with the knight, there is check and knight takes. He defends the e7 square and potentially, maybe I have knight e7 there, but okay, probably that's mate somehow. But I think I have knight d4 here. If I'm not mistaken, hang on. Yeah, I'm wondering now. Maybe it was knight b4 also. Yeah, I have a lot of options. I think it doesn't work for white. I have knight b4 probably. It just doesn't work for white, I think. No, a3, yes. And the other move I was always thinking about is f4. I've seen it also. There was some game actually. Some game somebody played f4 like here. So this is kind of a common. But here it makes a lot of sense to go f4 somewhere to prevent e5 for good and get the sort of positional bind. But then I also have these knight b4 ideas. Yeah, and knight b4 really disrupts his queen a lot. I could also start knight b4 here. But the problem with knight b4 is now my knight has left the c6 square, so then maybe e4 comes and there is no knight takes d4. So I'm not sure. And maybe a3 anyway is useful, so I was not sure exactly. And then again, b5 again, knight e4 has to be calculated. Again, the same problem. So yeah, rook e8, f4 was some sort of option. I was thinking is maybe possible. a3 was very natural. He prevents my play, but I have b5. Yeah, bishop has many squares. He chose a2. I was not sure if that's necessary. It's the most obvious one. Bishop b7. Yeah, here I basically, at least I got to develop all my pieces, which is comforting. And there isn't. Yeah, sorry, this was here. I forgot. d5, bishop d5, ed, knight d4 ideas were here.
Bishop takes knight d4. Takes knight d4.
Yeah, it was. I mixed up. It was here. That's also knight d4. Yeah, it was here. So d5 doesn't quite work. I was thinking a long time here. So if he goes knight g4, if we get this, he's a little bit better, I guess. I mean, I'm okay here, I think. But let's say white is a bit happier because of some weak squares. Although, yeah, and maybe white is nice. Yeah, sometimes maybe he can go d5. Like there are some ideas. Maybe he can sack like I don't know, g4, g5. Whatever. It's interesting at least. But I think after knight g4 I have b4, and this doesn't work for him because I bother him here, and here I'm bothering him with knight d4. I think that doesn't quite work. At least I thought. So then I thought maybe he can go knight c e4. But then, okay, I can again, knight e4 is what he wants, which is not the end of the world for me. But the big question is ag, and now ag again, knight e4, queen g5, the usual. So knight d6 is the thing. And now I can take somehow an ag, and I was not sure, I mean, many moves, let's say here. I was not sure if I'm getting, I'm certainly attacked here, so this was not very nice. I would have a tough choice here, actually, what to play. But it's difficult for white also to sacrifice a piece like this, although later he did that in a much worse version. So yeah, he could have, but maybe he didn't even like this, I don't know, because this is also not very threatening, right? Maybe he was looking for something more. And also I was thinking about move knight e2. I don't know if it's maybe total rubbish, but suddenly when he thought for so long, it occurred to me, he wants to maybe go e4, although after e4, ag, the queen is no longer looking at h7, so it's not clear if it works, but he preemptively leaves from b4, and if b4, maybe now e4, and I was thinking about this ba4, maybe ba4, but I think maybe I was just thinking, I feel like black is doing great here, maybe bishop a3, I don't know, but maybe not, it's not so simple. I was thinking about this a lot. Long castle, yeah,
he took like 40 minutes
yeah,
for this. Were you like shocked when you saw this?
Initially, I did not see before d5, but then, I don't know, did I see it? Or because I saw d5, knight d4 very fast, but I don't know at what point. No, I think I didn't consider the long castle. Like, I just didn't consider it. Like, I thought about knight e4, knight e2. I mean, I thought I let him make his move, right? I don't have to consider moves for him. Like, but I didn't really, long castle before, I thought, I guess. I didn't realize that there is anything going on. And then when he played long castle, I realized he maybe wants d5. Yeah, I thought maybe he also wants to like give this, but yeah. I mean, because sometimes white king is sort of safe, you can play like this, but I doubt, again, his attack is a bit slow, maybe after knight before, it's not clear. His attack is not so fast, it's not so clear. But I was thinking maybe this is his idea, but if d5, yes, first of all, I'm not sure this is losing, by the way, I'm not at all sure, but this is scary for black. I don't know, it takes bishop or rook. I didn't even see if I'm losing. Okay, there are so many options, he even has some queen g6 move actually. Maybe queen g6, but yeah, I mean, I didn't see how I'm losing here. But compared to the game, I mean, knight d4 is just so nice and clean. I didn't realize it's that good, but I thought it was great for me. But minus 2.4 is quite an eval, yeah. I mean, it does look amazing for black, this position. I thought I'm much better, but I'm just winning, I guess. Yeah, even like if I just, the point is now that by inversing the order of takes and knight d4 is not, now I blocked his bishop entirely. So it changes everything. Like, I mean, there are many ways, but even just for argument's sake, okay, I have bishop f4 check and queen, but even argument's sake, ed5, this bishop is such a, like, he needs, for this knight and queen, he needs one more piece that I would not be able to neutralize, let's say, to generate some kind of play. But with bishop on this pawn, it just locks all his pieces. The rook no longer has a view on bishop, and he just only has a knight on g5, which is doing nothing. It doesn't put any pressure. I can ignore it forever. There's no one. Basically, when you have this kind of construction with knight on g5, I guess you need to put pressure on the f6 knight. Otherwise, they're just standing there, and we are happy. I'm happy with that standoff. So yeah, he went for desperate de, but it doesn't work at all. I mean, these kind of things are probably half winning for black. But I have even queen c8. It's just game over. And here it doesn't have a good move. If king b1, there are some in the end, some bishop e4 ideas are there after fe6. And if rook d2, there are bishop f4 ideas as well. So he has like, but it's even just, he just basically doesn't have, I think such position is, I don't know what is the comp is saying. Yeah, it's -2. It's just, he has no attack. His king is eternally weak. And the material of a bishop knight against rook and 2 pawns is good for the rook and 2 pawns, but somehow here, the way the pieces are, everything is so great for me. Like, I have very safe king, I have attack. Even endgames would be not so bad for me because I think this bishop on d6 is like such an amazing bishop. Controls all the dark squares and it stands so firmly. And in the game also, we got this position. White has 3 pawns for a bishop, which normally would be game on. Yeah. Yeah, it would be game on. But here, someone this bishop on d6 is just amazing, and there's zero drawish tendencies, because normally you need to like trade a bunch of pawns and then make a draw. But here you can't ever trade c7 pawn, and he's collapsing as just a very nice endgame. Initially, I was trying to look for like a clean way to win here. I was thinking maybe knight d5 is cleaner. Then I was thinking maybe some sophisticated check, rook d8, defend this. Then g3. I was thinking about these things, but then I realized like actually what I saw initially, this endgame, it is just completely winning, even though he has 3 pawns. So it was just very, very nice, and he can't defend it at all. Also, like to demonstrate, like his problem is that this is weak, but also like let's say here he cannot do anything because at some point I can also just switch to this pawn. This is also weak. And bishop, yeah, again, a monster. I collect all the pawns. It's just horrible, horrible position for him. So just very nice.
Well, very clean play. And one thing that I've seen in your tournament, this tournament, is that your conversion is like super clean. We saw this in the game against Esipenko, super clean conversion. So how important of a skill is that at the top level against some of the best defenders in the world?
Yeah, I think my conversion of completely winning positions is good, but I think that's the case for all top players. But actually, when it gets very hard, like with VE, where, for example, I had some computer wins, I didn't really find those. So I don't think it's my strength. Like usually people say it as a weakness, which is also exaggeration. I don't think it's my weakness either. But yeah, I mean, positions that are winning, I'm winning usually, actually. It's that I sometimes don't see engine wins. It's a different thing, and for people it looks the same. But I can win winning positions. Everybody can win. It's like not difficult. But sometimes, yeah, you have a position which doesn't look clear if it's a win or a draw, and there is some sort of a very complex engine sequence that that I'm not good at always at finding. Some players are better at finding engine sequences than me. But okay, sometimes I find them, but it's very difficult ones, not always. So yeah, I think my conversion is okay. But yeah, today it was quite easy. It was a very static position. I think I understand like static positions quite well. Maybe if it's more messy, it's harder for me. I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to open up questions to the reporters on the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand and a mic will be sent your way.
Hello, Sal from Chess Trevor. Congrats on your performance and your overall candidate's performance. But looking to the future, since you've signed with the Esports League and Team Secret, I'm curious to know whether the World Championship and the candidates is still your top priority and goal, or has that kind of shifted in this part of your career?
No, I think my esports team was for last season. I don't think I've renewed with them so far. In fact, I was talking to other teams as well at this point. But the esports World Cup. First of all, I don't know. First of all, it's clashing with Grand Chess Tour right now, which is very odd because they knew the dates up front. That's actually also. That's enough reasons for me not to play it, but it cannot really be a priority. But of course, there are many interesting things. I also thought that today morning I thought about maybe the second place gives me quite a lot of FIDE circuit points, which is kind of funny to start qualifying to next candidates in the first candidates, right? It's kind of ironic. But I thought it's there's that. There's the cycle is ongoing, but also a lot of great tournaments coming up, like Grand Chess Tour, and I guess this year I'm a little tired now, but probably there's some Olympiad or something, at some point. Maybe in some other events, World Rapid, like Blitz, Championships, Total Championship, World Championship, everything as well. I had a good time at the EWC as well, of course, last time, but right now they're clashing. I don't know if they've moved the dates or not. Also, there are some issues right now, I guess, with the uncertainty in the region. I don't know, or not. I don't know. So also, I don't have very good contact with the organization. I'm currently actually pending some question I have with them. They don't respond. So if they would be so kind to reply to my email, I'd appreciate that.
I'm sure they will once they hear this. Thank you.
Oh, question over here.
Jafar from Prime Chess. Anish, congratulations on your win. And in your run in the candidates scoring 8.5 out of 14, where does this performance rank for you personally?
Probably it's my, by far my highest earning tournament actually. So it's probably my, well, I mean, I won some other tournaments like
Steel 20.
Yeah, Tata Steel, of course, victory is more meaningful than a second place or Grand Swiss indeed. But this is probably the biggest prize for me. Yeah, which is very nice. And so yeah, I'm really, of course, it's a good event. I mean, again, like obviously you want to become a challenger here when you're coming here, but you know, if you put it in perspective with all the other tournaments I played, then it looks like a good result as well. So I'm quite happy for sure. And I was very fortunate to have won so many games. Also, today was like a very tense position like here, and could have gone either way. Really lucky that it worked out.
Congrats.
And plus, we spoke about this in round one after, during the press conference, you had just lost. And we talked about Yekaterinburg. And the same thing has reproduced, like a fantastic tournament after a poor first round. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, of course. But I mean, better maybe to do like Javokhir, yeah, to win the first round and all the other rounds also. It's, yeah. But of course, yeah, I'm happy. I guess I'm the... Maybe now with Matthias losing last game, maybe there are only 2 players that are happy with the tournament, yeah, in the end. I think others maybe either are all lost rating or more or less lost rating. I think they probably did.
Matthias is still in a plus, but I think...
Is he in a plus? Like barely.
He was plus 5.6 before today's game.
Yeah, you win 1 rating point, yeah. But of course, after, I mean, today he could have... if he wanted to make a draw, he probably easily managed with his solid repertoire. So yeah, he went for more and backfired. But yeah, most people didn't have a good tournament. So yeah, I'm the only one who can look back at a reasonably good event other than Javokhir.
Yeah. Anish, Irene from St. Louis Chess Club. If you're being asked to be the second for the World Championship match, and both teams are asking you to be in their team for the, to help the preparation, which are you going to accept it, or which team are you going to accept?
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about it for some reason. I was actually thinking about it. I was wondering, yeah. It would be tempting to go with the highest bidder, but obviously you have to, I mean, of course, the bidding war will happen, but the point is that, okay, at some point you have to give one priority over the other, right? Because the bidding war will lead to the same amount. So it's an interesting question. Actually, I wanted to work with Javokhir actually for a long time. I liked him as a kid. I had a selfie with him in the World Cup where he beat Alireza. And I thought he's epic completely, like just hilarious. And at some point I wanted to invite him to a training camp before, like many years ago, before some event. And I even wrote him, and we even spoke a little, but there was some little issues with, like, it was not so simple. Okay, he is very far, and it didn't work out. And somehow, yeah, we were sort of, and now, I didn't think, that he would sort of end up this high this fast. But I think he's the kind of, I also met him in the Bundesliga. He's played for my Bundesliga team. So I find him really a very fun, cheerful guy. I always enjoy his company a lot. But we never really worked. I mean, I would have, somehow it couldn't, I wanted to, it was always my mind to try to work with him, but it never really materialized. And with Gukesh, we had some small interactions. It wouldn't be, I wouldn't call them work as such, but we interact also really well. Both of them sort of, I mean, I like them both, but I somehow didn't think that they would both go so fast, so high. They are so young, and I thought, yeah, they would have a promising career, but it would take much longer to get to the top. But they both already are at a place where I would want to be, and I'm trying to get for like 10 years, or well, not 10, 20 years probably. Yeah. So it's it's very impressive, and I think they're both really nice kids. But yeah, Also, I don't know, you know, the way, like, depends. Like, what I'm asking from my seconds, like, if they would be asking that from me, I'm out, you know, like, I can't handle that. It's just wild. I mean, it's crazy. So, yeah, I'm not sure if also, I'm probably a competitor and will play a lot in Grand Chess Tour. But, yeah, I like both of them very much, and I wish them both best of luck and great match.
Speaking of seconds, Hikaru said the state of preparation today is completely crazy. Like, people are prepared
ridiculous.
6-7 moves outside the novelty. Do you have any comments or thoughts on that? I've been witnessing this tournament. It's crazy.
No, but you don't see you don't even see the extent of prep. Like, people not able to show their prep actually most of the time. They worked so much, and the teams work so much, and there's way more prep than you get to see at the board. Not only because many lines are not shown, but also because what is even shown at the board, people are not really able to reproduce. So yeah, often you can see even from the way the game goes, you can see like, okay, the guy mixed up this line with that line, and it's kind of funny. But I think it's been the case. I mean, it's always so funny. Like, suddenly, like, now it's a thing. But you know, I was brought up on chess books. I mean, I liked chess from the beginning, largely because of the openings. There were tons of opening books. One of the early books I read by Polugayevsky, you know, the depth he was going into, and there's this game in the Botvinnik variation, I think by Polugayevsky, where he has analyzed a game of his opponent all the way to the end, some kind of H4 exclamation novelty, and he's got like a bunch of pawns, and the entire game is analyzed until the end. Then there is also the line in the semi-Tarrasch, knight x d5, knight x d3, where you have this d4, e4 pawn, and there's also some point knight coming to a5, and there's some bishop takes h7 thing, which I think Polugayevsky found, but then probably Tal played, or there's some kind of game also, like 1-0 from opening to the end. There are just so many examples of prep, in fact, I think it was more impactful earlier. I mean, Kasparov was crushing from the opening, getting overwhelming positions, sometimes winning straight out. You can find many examples in chess history of prep, and it has always been an integral part of the game. Okay, just because I mean, it is just very strange for me to somehow now suddenly make it a big deal, when actually it is finally the moment where probably you can dodge the opponent's prep by just doing something no one has ever done before and working it out with the engine. Finally, you reach the point where you can avoid losing by force from the opening, you know, and suddenly it became a problem for many people. So it's a bit strange. I mean, it's just part of chess, and it's not something new. It's really been there. Just people. It's a very logical notion. The story that they're selling you, that like, very logical, that there was no theory, and gradually more theory, and now there's too much theory. That's a very logical story, but it just doesn't make any. It's not what happened. I mean, theory was there. Of course, it was less. It was different. Like the line that I was talking about with knight on a5 and bishop h7, like it's a losing line. So it doesn't exist anymore. And there's Botvinnik. Also, there's a famous, like, funny story about Botvinnik variation. My coach actually had a training camp with. He was a big Botvinnik player, and with Luc Van Velle. And they had this training camp, and they were looking at some variation, which goes far into the end game. And then later, Luke found an improvement on that, some kind of f3 exclamation mark, like in complete, like already like pawns against bishop endgame. And then so the boy is like naive, my coach, naive Jan, when he was still young, goes with Luke all the way according, you know, following the analysis they both did. And then Luke plays this move f3 exclamation. And it's one, and he's analyzed it to the end. He basically entered an endgame. They both entered an endgame, and Luke analyzed it deeper, and it's just he found the win. So the game happened at home, and that was like, I don't know, like 20 years ago. I think it was before maybe a little, but it's been there, but also much before. Like Polugayevsky was speaking. I don't know. I'm like bad with years, but I don't know. I speak like 70s or when was that exactly? But you know, it was ages ago. So yeah, it's a great part of chess heritage preparation, and it's wonderful. Also, Carlsen-Anand match. Yeah, when Magnus became world champion for the. No, maybe this is when he defended it, or I think. Yeah, I don't remember which one of the two, but there is this game where in the QGD, Vichy prepares a line, Magnus mixes up the moves, and Vichy wins by force, like a comeback win from Vichy, like game 3 or something of one of those matches. Sochi, yeah? Anastasia was there asking Visha what he wants to have for dinner. So that was, it was been there. I mean, and suddenly now, 10 years, this is 10 years later, more, suddenly now it's a problem when, for, I don't know, some people, I find it puzzling. I mean, it's just, if you don't, I understand you could not like prep, but you know, then, yeah, if you can't stand the heat, you know, get out of the kitchen.
Anish, I wanted to ask you, one of the most common behaviors from the candidates winners are that they are using their time in a way that they try not to get low on time, like Nepos, Wen, and also Javokhir. Are you willing to use or at least analyze this strategy for the next candidates?
Yeah, it's a good observation, actually. They indeed, especially with the time control that is now, with no increment, the time management is maybe more important. And indeed, the Jan and Javokhir have in common that they are both very fast. Well, to be fair, you know, Jan remains very fast, but and so will Javokhir. But let's say some of the events, let's say last candidates, Jan didn't qualify, or now he didn't qualify to the candidates while he remains fast. Yeah, so it's not enough to just be fast, but it is good quality. So of course, I guess if a fast player is in form, maybe he is more dangerous than a slow player who's in form. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Of course, time management is very, very important, but it's also important to understand that time management, it means that you manage the time, and it doesn't mean that you are fast, because essentially, if you use less time than you have, you know, it's basically a waste because you have the time that's given to you. So yeah, it's an important thing to time management, and I think everybody is thinking about it very hard.
Any message to your fans out there?
Sorry?
Any message to your fans?
I don't have fans. I mean, I'll write my family when I come home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I'm just curious, Anish, given the last two cycles, do you think experience counts for anything?
I have to repeat it. Do you think experience counts for anything?
Yeah, given the last two cycles, no, for sure. For sure. I don't know. I think it's a little bit of a, you know, circumstance that both times very young players have qualified. Clearly, in the previous candidates, it was very, very close affair, and anything could have happened. Fabiano could have won the last game, and they would go to tiebreak. And in these candidates, I'm still firmly convinced that if we do it again, anything could still happen. But to be fair to Javokhir, we have to wait and see. Maybe he has reached a new level, because he's at the age where it's maybe still possible. But even people who reach new level, like Magnus Carlsen, yeah, he also has sometimes bad tournaments. So I don't think it's. I think it's a nice. It's a nice thing. I was also thinking if FIDE will organize the World Junior Championship this year, because I don't think it's necessary.
It's the youngest World Championship match in
yeah, it's
history.
just they're both 20. It's a World Junior age. I don't see like if the other one event is obsolete.
U21.
Yeah. In fact, there should be a World Non-Junior Championship for people like me, people 21 and older. 21 plus, yes.
Any other questions? Okay, Anish, congratulations on such a nice tournament, and best of luck for your future.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better, and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Greetings, welcome to the final round of the FIDE Candidates 2026. This is the press conference. I'm here with Fabiano Caruana, who just won his game over Andrey Esipenko with the black pieces. Fabiano, I want to start with you. What is your overall outlook on this tournament as you close this 14-rounder?
Oh, not very good overall. Okay, I wasn't really fighting for first, so okay. At least in some previous events, which I didn't win, I was fighting for first till the end, but okay, here it was clearly runaway train, and yeah, okay, overall not so great.
Hikaru said that after he was not fighting for first, somewhere around the midway of the tournament, he was more at ease and he had a better time. Was this the same for you when you were mathematically out?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really. Okay, I still care about the games, but yeah, there was not much pressure. So, in that sense, of course, it's a more pleasant time. If you don't count the fact that it is nice to be in the running, but yeah.
Andrey, as you close this tournament, what is your overall view on your performance?
It was a good experience, I think, and I will learn a lot. So, yeah, not the result I was expecting to get, but yeah, we'll work harder.
You told me yesterday about the level of this tournament and that you had not faced this level in many tournaments in your career. Can you tell me a little bit about how it feels to play a tournament of this caliber?
Yeah, it's just extremely hard because yeah, everyone is so well prepared, but not only well prepared, just only, I mean, not only this, but also just plays good chess against me. Everyone played some amazing chess, but maybe that's because I didn't play so great. Yeah, just I don't know. I will think about this after some time, probably.
Okay, let's look briefly at the game. The first moment I would probably point to is this Queen D3, which is extremely rare. It's the 16th most popular move against the Najdorf. Were you surprised? Were you shocked? Tell us your thoughts.
No, I played it also. It's kind of fashionable. So, like, maybe, I don't know, at the start of the event, I was ready to play this G6, and I hadn't checked it, I guess, in like 10 days or something. So I couldn't remember many details, but, I mean, what I remembered was, like, F3 is supposed to be kind of the main move, and after Bishop G5, I was more or less on my own, but just a very complicated dragon. I mean, I felt here I should be okay. Of course, it's very complicated. Like,
yeah.
This kind of stuff wasn't, I think, working for white. I think Queen A5 I thought was quite good. Probably also Knight D5 was good. But yeah, after Knight B3 I wasn't sure exactly what the evaluation is, but I thought that black should have a good dragon. I mean, clearly white's setup is not the most kind of direct. And yeah, after Knight E5 I was reasonably satisfied. I thought like maybe white should try to bail out like this, but I don't know which way I take back. Maybe this. And okay, black is probably a bit better. But yeah, here I just thought it's a very, very nice compensation for the exchange.
Mm-hmm. Where did it start to get uncomfortable? Was it right at rook takes c3 or even maybe before that?
Before that, but actually here, yeah, in the opening I repeated this line also like 10 days ago maybe, before, I don't remember, okay. And yeah, after G6, I remember that I repeated this, but I didn't remember anything, even the first move after G6.
But this is the main move.
Bishop G5?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then after this, I probably did something wrong. After Knight C6, I already wasn't sure about my position, but after Knight B3, I thought, okay, if I get this Queen E3, King B1, H4, like, I might have something, Knight D5 somewhere, like a 4, like I have some ideas, but yeah, bishop e6, knight e5, rook c8. It was a strong idea probably, and yeah. Probably
Actually, I thought there was
should
some
do
funny moment. I mean, I wasn't sure, but I thought after knight c5 I can play bishop a2. Because otherwise I wasn't sure what's happening after knight c5, but I thought bishop a2 is kind of good. Okay, this is definitely good, and otherwise, like knight b7, queen c7, I don't. But because for some time I was worried about this, because white just takes, plays queen h3. It's kind of typical to put the queen there and then attack the light squares. But probably king b1 is a correct move. I think just like here h3 was probably not so accurate.
Yeah, so bishop takes f6 instead. And yeah, I heard a saying that Garry Kasparov said you sack the exchange on c3 in these Sicilians if you can double isolate the pawns or if you can win e4. Is that something that goes through your head before justifying rook takes c3?
Yeah, I mean, okay, whenever you see rook c3, you kind of think of Gary. Even like in his last tournament, I think he had 2 games against Mickey. It was like more or less directly just in knight or sacking on c3 and a very direct attack. But here, I mean, sometimes it's okay for white. Sometimes it's good for white, but here I thought, okay, the bishop is on g7. Like, it's not even a normal knight or bishop, but just directly on this diagonal. So it kind of just plays itself this position. Like, black's moves are very easy, white's moves are kind of difficult. I thought this was important just because I need to get the knight to a4, so knight b6, knight a4 is coming. I don't know, f5 here, I thought I can take on f5. That's at least what I was thinking that this would be strong. I don't know. But okay, maybe I missed something. Yeah, this just feels like white has no counterplay and just a very nasty position.
Mm-hmm. And when did you feel like things went from uncomfortable to it's extremely hard to play?
Yeah, after rook c3, I realized it's not such a good position for me to play. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I couldn't see a normal way. I mean, after rook d4, I thought maybe I have some chances, but I also didn't have much time after this. Yeah, here bishop c4, I thought like if I put my bishop on c1 and try to attack immediately, like h4, h5 somewhere, like I can defend there and try to attack there, but probably it doesn't work.
Yeah. And I mean, the evaluation didn't change until the end. Do you have any other thoughts in the next 20 moves or anything to add?
No, I don't think there was many chances for white. I mean, it's just like even once the H file opened, like just always I can put my knight on f8. So like queen h4, knight f8 is just very, very safe king. I mean, white doesn't really have an attack going. So okay, then I can go to a1 or sacrifice itself. I think it's just a choice of 2 evils. Like I don't know which is better. I mean, in either case, I think white doesn't have anywhere close to enough to save this position.
Right. Okay, I'm going to open up questions to the reporters on the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand. A mic will be sent your way. Where is our microphone?
Jafar from Prime Chess. Fabi, being one of the top players in the world, when things don't go your way, how do you still find joy in playing in the candidates here in Cyprus?
Well, I mean, after I lost the game against Anish, okay, even before that I didn't have so much hope, but after I lost that game, I just more or less decided to stop preparing and to enjoy the place here because we're in a really nice place. And I think it was the case for many of the players here who were out of contention that were just trying to kind of take some enjoyment out of being here. And anyway, it's nice to at least play a few decent games. I mean, yesterday was actually a fun game. I just kind of spoiled it, but it was a really fun game until that. So yeah, there's still some moments of enjoying the games, especially if they're interesting.
Thanks.
This question is for Andrey. Looks like it's dying. This question is for Andrey. You're a fantastic player. You deserve to be in this tournament. But clearly, it was very, very difficult for you. But now that the experience is over, have you been drawing any lessons to say, okay, now I've learned from this, and how can I be better for the next time? Because I'm sure you want to come back.
Yeah, but I will think about it in the next month, I think, because I don't have many tournaments to play. So yeah, I will definitely take a lot from this. I'm sure. Yeah.
Fabi, we've seen some of the behaviors of the champions of the candidates. For example, Nepo using his time management pretty efficiently, and also, well, Sindarov also has used his time management. I don't know if fast, but he used it efficiently. Are you willing to analyze or at least try to use this time management for the next candidates?
I mean, I think it is a very important factor. It's true that, okay, Javokhir definitely played very fast here, which worked well for him. But it's also easy to say, you know, play very fast and very well like he did, and a bit harder to emulate it. I mean, it wasn't just that he played fast. He also played at an extremely high level. So, okay, everyone has their own approach. I mean, some games I was quite slow, some games I was quite fast. A lot of it also came down to the opening. Like some games I was just really on the back foot from the start of the game in terms of preparation, and some games I knew more or less what I was doing and I had a time advantage. That usually seemed to decide like the time situation, whether or not my opponent got the better of it in the opening or whether I did. So, but yeah, I mean, obviously there is maybe some conclusion to draw that both Jan and Javokhir played quite quickly and confidently and put pressure on their opponents. I mean, definitely there is value to that.
What is the most valuable lesson you can take from these candidates?
I don't know. I'll still have to think about the tournament. I mean, it was easier, let's say, last time or previous times when there was like some clear mistakes rather than when I just wasn't in the mix. That's a bit different. So then I'll probably have to think more about my general approach rather than some specific moments.
Oh.
Hi, Sal from Trust Trevor. I'm curious, what is one game from this candidates tournament that's really memorable or super proud for you?
You want to go first?
Memorable could be like bad memorable, like you won't forget it.
All of them, yeah, probably, yeah.
This game.
Any other questions? Oh, just say it out loud.
To Fabi, when did you first, when and under what circumstances did you first hear that such strong players would be coming from Uzbekistan? Of course, you have worked for many years with Rustam. Maybe it was then, or can you remember when was your first thought? Oh, wait, Uzbekistan, something's happening.
Yeah, I think from 2021, maybe even 2020, Rustam was talking about some of the talented guys. They were quite obviously very young at that point. He even mentioned like Yakubov as like, you know, perhaps the most promising among them, most talented, which is very hard to say when these players are so young and so good. Okay, then I played Noterbeck in the World Rapid Championship, which he won in the end of 2021. Javokhir, I had heard the name also in 2021 and seen some of his games, but didn't have so much experience against him until, like, first time I played him was 2023 in Grand Swiss. And then from that game, he wasn't so high rated at the time, but I felt he was super strong. He had no openings. He was playing like some really suspicious stuff, but still was super strong. So I really thought from that game that he could become a dangerous player very quickly. Okay, Noterbeck, of course, has been more established. But I mean, obviously, it's not a surprise. They even won the Olympiad. It's already many years ago that they won the Olympiad. So not so many new developments, but of course that he's able to score +6 in the candidates is a revelation.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll wish you guys a safe return home. Enjoy the closing ceremony and best of luck in your careers.
Thank you.